That's it. We're live. Or live on tape if you're on the replay crew. If you're on the replay crew, wait until I start that timer, and then once I do, you'll know you can skip ahead 6 minutes. Or you can just keep skipping until you see the scene change. That'll mean we've moved on. But yeah, this is just to give people a chance to join and give the kids a charge when they see that the clock is stopped at 6:07. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? 6:07. Ridiculous. Childishness. If I've ever seen it. Get your celebratory beverages or smokables, medical smokes, medical snacks, medical drinks, all the medical things you need to get through a live stream. I'm going to work on getting a few of my medical smokes pre-rolled here. I see 3 in the chat. If anyone's curious about the kitties on the screen, those were sent to me by Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist was in the morning stream when it got a little grim. We were covering the Russell Williams interrogation. Great interrogation, like really skillful, but also, sicko. So once he started detailing his crimes, and he really detailed them, my God. It's Jared Murray levels of forthcomingness, but yeah, that was a little rough. So she sent a picture of her cats as a bit of a palate cleanser, and that's why they're on this screen. All right, 3 people here so far. Don't expect it to be super busy. Last week wasn't super busy, going super late, but it makes it more intimate. It makes it, just me and you and a few. We can have a good time. The plan tonight, my plan is not to fall asleep. If I do fall asleep on the stream, I apologize. It's possible. I'm kind of burning the doobies at both ends. But in any case, I plan to just watch some of my videos with you guys. I'm going to pop open a bottle of champagne that I have here. I love how that pops out of the green screen. And voila. And if that's not enough, I have a bottle of beer to drink just in case that's, just in case. So I'm ready to go for the long haul. I think maybe we'll start the timer. Let's just get this widget going. Boom. 6:07 is now counting down. Show will start in 6 minutes. Have you got yourself a snack from the lobby? The show's starting in 6 minutes. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and buy ourselves a treat. Milk duds are on sale. Don't forget your popcorn. Have you tried a cool, refreshing drink? Your show begins in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and buy something to eat. Hot dogs are spinning now. Come to the lobby before the show begins. Your show begins in 5 minutes and 2 seconds. That could be an interesting thing while we've got the timer going. I wonder how quick I can go from unrolled to rolled here. So let's just start the timer as I'm pulling out the paper. We'll start at 40. 40, paper out. Looks like I got her done in about 35 seconds. Pretty good one too. That's nothing to be ashamed of there. Even roll, steady, slight flare from tip to burn, a little bit of a blunt effect. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Happy with that. We've got 3 minutes and 47 seconds to go until showtime. Did you get a chance to see my morning feature? I did. 5-second rule. I did a cooking show. We did Afroman's lemon pound cake. And boy, did it turn out fucking awesome. Like, I am not a baker. I'm more of a cook. So I thought it was going to be funny because I'd fuck up. And I kind of took it seriously, and it turned out delicious. It's a real work of art. Just like Afroman's trial. It was a piece of art in itself. Defending the freedom of expression is a delicate balance between, making cogent legal arguments and properly expressing yourself. It's not freedom of expression if the only way you feel comfortable expressing yourself is using legalese from some archaic textbook. So I think Afroman made quite an impassioned defense of freedom of expression. That's what attracted me to his trial. And I tried to do the same with my cooking show on lemon pound cake. So if you haven't seen that, you can use it to make a real lemon pound cake. It's not a fake recipe. All the instructions are there. The ingredient list is in the description. I'm encouraging people who do take the time to make the recipe to post it on my community tab. Let's all enjoy the successes and failures that go into it. And it's not a super expensive recipe. It's just, if you've got low blood sugar, this will bring it up. It's a fantastic medical snack if you need more sugar in your diet. There's a lot. We got 2 minutes to go. Okay, let me just go over. I do have some prepared statements. I've got my opening words before we get out of control here. All out of sorts. Should also load in the chat on my own phone. If you're not on all messages, get on there. There's no reason with a crowd like ours that we need to be sorting people out so that we can keep up with the discussion. Okay, the volume's obviously loud enough to be heard on my phone, so that's a good sign. Zeitgeist, do you see your kitties here on the screen? I will make them a little bit bigger just before we finish the live here. Let's do that. Cover up the drunk guy in the corner, because I haven't even had a drink yet. I plan to drink. But no, I haven't drank anything yet, so I don't really need the drunky avatar at this point. Those kitties belong to Zeitgeist in the chat. I see another one to say is here. Billie Jean is here. Bedtime Lullabies. Bedtime Lullabies supplied this backdrop. That's the Big Bay at Lowell. And I'm here at 1:30 in the morning Eastern Ocala time, reporting to you from the Big Bay at Lowell. Is there anyone else I've missed in the chat that's here? A to B is here. I don't know if I mentioned it before. Bedtime Lullabies, fantastic. A to B, I didn't really sleep today. I did go home and watch the Blue Jays game, and then it ended up being a really good game. I thought I was going to pass out. I usually will fall asleep if I'm tired, like watching baseball in the third or fourth inning, and then wake up like, oh, okay, game on. It's 7th or 8th, but it was a good game. I watched the whole thing. Go Blue Jays. Bedtime Lullabies was waiting on this one. Okay, fantastic. Oh shit, there's the timer. Okay, never mind the chit chat. Let's get off the all messages. Let's get to the start of the show. All right, this is going to be a little bit of a thoughtful read here to start. There I am, full screen. 6 months ago, I thought, wouldn't it be fun to make some silly Sarah videos? I took my previous channel that grew to 5 subscribers on the strength of one video and rebranded it as Dandy True Crime. took all my little jokes, all my snide comments from the live chats, and I turned it into a YouTube channel. I wouldn't have grown without early support from Summa Cum Loudmouth, Daniel Chavon, Classified Crime. Thank you. You'll always be remembered for that early support. To the fans who checked me out early, when I was just the guy rambling into the phone, no camera, just a black screen, trying to find my voice, thank you for your support, your respect, and encouragement. You're truly the finest of the fine and dandies. So tonight, at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Ocala time, you are part of a very special episode of Dan D True Crime. Are you ready? It's time. So, let's get ready to ramble! Yes, this is the first clip show for Dan D True Crime. We're going to go back into the past. We're going to revisit all kinds of shows that I didn't get a chance to chat because when I released them, there was nobody who was subscribed to the channel. So tonight we've got a playlist of a bunch of Dan D shorts, which means it's a lot of Sarah Boone content. This is going to be everything from the beginning of the channel up to about 2 months ago, and not including any copyrighted music. Sorry, I wish I could use. They have a funny policy with shorts. It's fantastic that I can use all of the copyrighted material as I like for parodies, which is great. But if I'm doing a long form video, then that becomes copyrightable again. So, take the good, take the bad, take them both, and then you have. Those are the facts of life. So quick, I did mention it in the pre-show, but check out my lemon pound cake video. I made a lemon pound cake in honor of my Afro-Man coverage and Afro-Man's big success at the defamation trial versus Adams County Sheriff Department. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing that I'll be snacking on that as the show continues, but we'll save that for later. We covered Russell Williams in the morning stream. If you want heavy content, it's a great interrogation, but it's also a little heavy. So watch it because it's fun at the beginning and you can fall asleep listening to it. And then when it gets really grim, it's, I don't know, we even kind of get quiet in the chat a little bit. But we move on. We even sped it up to a minute, 1.5 times speed in the last hour of the interrogation because he's just giving grisly detail after grisly detail. Props to interrogator Jim Smith for getting all those details. A lot of it wasn't widely known at the time of his interview. Like they knew he was the bad guy, but they didn't know where the bodies were. They didn't know where a bunch of evidence was in his house. And Jim Smith did an amazing job in, I'm your buddy, Russ. Come on. We don't want to mess up the house. Your wife, that's her dream home. You told me it's her dream home. I'm your buddy. I don't want to mess up your wife's dream home. Like, do you think the wife's not going to be totally fucked over the fact that he's wearing women's underwear and the killer of Ontario? But, at least he made the effort to keep the house from getting torn apart. Wild story. So watch that. We've mentioned Zeitgeist's cat. I put forward the idea of a Betty Broderick binge. Betty Broderick I did a little PowerPoint slide presentation. Might get to that. If we run out of things to watch, we could get to that. That's more recent content, not really meant for the clip show. But I came across her name because Winter Lake asked me about incarcerated people who tried getting alimony. Betty Broderick in the 1989 killed her ex-husband and then tried to get the last 2 months of alimony as though he was behind. So that's pretty audacious. She wasn't incarcerated at the time. It's not a direct parallel to Sarah, but pretty fucking bold, right? So anyway, I looked more into the Betty Broderick case. some very striking similarities, some very outlandish differences. At the end of the day, I think they're both bad people, but I can definitely see a lot more sympathy for Betty Broderick's story. Like there's a story to tell that's sympathetic. Whether you believe it at the end after you see all the evidence is another question. But yeah, that's so I'm thinking there's 21 days of trial coverage for her. So it would be a commitment for me. I would do Sunday, Mondays, and Tuesdays, 4 to 5 hours a day, starting at 12:30 Eastern time, and then the other 4 days of the week I would do evening shows. So maybe starting anywhere from 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. Eastern time. More flexibility on the night shows than the morning ones. But yeah, that would be a 21-day marathon. Some cool things about it. The testimony's wild. The opening statement, there's more cursing and swearing. So if you're wondering, can I curse in 1991? Yes, you can. Wild. The defendant takes the stand, defends herself. That's always interesting too. It's disappointing when you get a Corey Richins and the defense just doesn't bother. So we also know that she's still in prison. Won't be up for parole until 2032, her next parole date. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting things. If you're interested in me covering it, let me know. I'm not going to start it right away. I would want to do a little bit of pre-research, but I'm thinking about starting it early enough in April that I can be done before the end of April. So there's that. Last thing is in that chat. Cowboy Criminology was in the chat this morning, and the Justin Timberlake body cam video came up, and I thought, wouldn't that be a good thing for the two of us to cover? So get him just to record his own reaction. Getting a little parched. I might have to open the champagne. Getting him to react to the body cam footage, sending me his raw reaction, me splicing in my own reactions to it. We'll both film them separately so we can't be influenced by each other's reactions, but then put them together on, like, sync them up. But yeah, something where they're mashed together. It's both of us, and kind of a fun way for us to work together. The reason Cowboy Criminology came up for that is he did a video back when the original incident happened, and I guess a bunch of his colleagues were saying, like, well, that's never going to go to court. He's like, yeah, it's not going to go to court because he's going to plea, and they didn't think it would go to a plea, and it has now. So props to Cowboy Criminology for calling that one. And let me just check in with the chat again. I think we're going to go back and watch the very first video. It's a trailer for Large Man, Small Car, which is what this channel was before it became Dan D True Crime. Let's have a look. Who forgot to hit the like? Bedtime lullabies? I don't believe it. I don't believe you didn't. Another one to say, congratulations, got in there on that like button. Thank you, Billie Jean. Good cake. Okay, Betty Broderick, we're liking it. And I think it'll be fun. Like, nobody's covering it. It's a 35-year-old trial, right? But the audio's good. The video production quality's good. We like each other's company as much as we like the content. It keeps moving. At least it's only 3 to 4 hours a day. It's not like an 8-hour long, long gaps of looking at the fans spinning, and it's at least edited. But yeah, I think it would be a fun trial to cover, and it would be a great little playlist of 21 episodes if you're looking for something to long watch. I think it's a little bit more palatable than some other criminals that we've done marathons for in the chats together in the past. So I'm glad you guys are on board with that. That sounds great. I'm going to switch it to my watching stream there. This is going to be the video where I watch with you guys. We've got the Prism chat on the side. I see my title is there, trailer, Large Man, Small Car. This is unlisted now. It's no longer, if you've watched it before, you can still find it in your history. But I don't want to be confusing the algorithm into thinking I'm doing too many things with my channel. So the audio might pop a little bit too. I think I recorded this at a fairly loud audio, so be ready with your sliders. 5, 4, 3, 2. Well, let's just read the description first. Oh, I didn't do much of one. Large man Dan, 6'2" and 250 plus pounds, travels Western Canada and beyond, sleeping in his compact Hyundai Accent hatchback to save money along the way. Discover roadside attractions, sleep-friendly parking spots, and candid interviews with the locals Dan meets on his way. Here's the trailer for Large Man, Small Car. Oh, that's a shot. Okay. There's the hair. Still have that part. That was Niagara Falls, by the way. Las Vegas. Sandwich Nazi. Okay, we're going back a second. There's a lot of stuff right there. We're going back just a little bit. We had a guy in Vancouver named the Sandwich Nazi. So if you've seen Seinfeld, there's a dude called the Soup Nazi who was basically just really rude and you had to follow his rules in order to get the food. This guy is the Sandwich Nazi. He got a sandwich store because I think he won the lottery and just decided to open a sandwich shop because, stay busy. But he doesn't need the business, which makes him the most hilarious person to get food from. He's not so much mean as way over the top sexual, like with his innuendo. Like, I remember him telling a story about tucking his penis behind his legs and standing in the mirror so that he could enjoy the image of himself as, someone else. And while he's telling the story, he's like, "You still want sandwich, right?" And no, I still want the sandwich. If you can see the sandwich he's got here, when I got to the restaurant, I've only been there the once. He says, "Sorry, no bread." "No bread? You're a sandwich store." "No bread. You buy me bread, I make you sandwich." Sounds like a deal. So I went out and bought a loaf of bread, like unsliced, full round loaf. He cut it lengthwise, made this huge sandwich with it like it was like a burger, and then cut it in half and charged me $6 for each half of the sandwich. Yeah, that's the Sandwich Nazi. Port Kells, British Columbia. If you're ever in the outskirts of the greater Vancouver area, he may still be in business. This was probably from about 15 years ago. And remember, he didn't need the money. A little side story about him. Apparently, he goes out into downtown Vancouver, or used to, just handing out sandwiches. So, like, whatever his leftovers were, he would... and he never, wasn't like a big thing where they're doing news stories and, he's trying to get good favor. I think it was just him just giving back to the karma. So, good guy, this guy. And embraced Sandwich Nazi. He loved it. He was, "Yes, I'm the Sandwich Nazi. Get out." He would have notes on his door, like he banned an entire towing company because he didn't like one driver. So anyone that worked for that towing company was banned. And they would have to, stand there and read this sign before they're going in. Like, what the fuck? What did Bob do? I can't get a sandwich? Anyway, we'll play it from here. So that never became a show. That was Large Man, Small Car. First off, I did do a pilot. There's a bunch of unshot or a bunch of unused footage that is just basically me complaining about how much it sucks to try and sleep in the car. I ended up sleeping in the hammock and more just sitting out in the hammock, recording myself bitching about the car. And like, I thought maybe it would be good video because people like to see conflict, and I was conflicted, that's for sure. But yeah, I never ended up making it, never ended up getting much traction with that channel. And that was the first and only video. The channel started in October of 2022. That video went up to start the channel, and then it just sat dormant for 3 years until this video got posted. And after this video, I'll give a little backstory into where this got started.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word is compos mentis. Compos mentis. Now, say it with Sarah.
Compos mentis. Compos mentis. Compos mentis.
Now, try using it in a sentence.
Compos mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compos mentis.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
Don't know.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Compos mentis. Having control of one's mind. This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone by Dan D. True Crime.
All right. Pause that. So yeah, that was my first idea. That and the parody of Lit's My Own Worst Enemy. I uploaded them within about 6 hours of each other. Wasn't expecting much. I just thought, maybe a dozen or so people, like people that I talked to in the chats, would like check out my channel and like, oh, that was funny. And, at best, like, a couple of just being able to realize it was cool, but I definitely was not expecting anything to develop from it. And I think these two first videos, I had 17 subscribers after, 2 days of them being out. I also noticed that, so YouTube will push things initially, like if they're trying to figure out who you are. So I got, I think 1,500 views on, no, I didn't. No, I was only getting about 500-600 views. But even that, I was impressed because my trailer for the Large Man, Small Car, I think after the 3 years, it had less than 70 views. So instantly the two shorts were like, 10 times that. And, I subscribe to YouTube channels where people are complaining about getting, why am I only getting 200 views? Why am I only getting 500? Fuck me. If I could get 200 people to listen to me in my small town here, I would think that, I was like the second coming of some sort. Like, I'm lucky if I can have 2 people listening to me at a time. So if I can get 200 people, I'm already Shakira flabbergasted. I'm on the floor. But anyway, so that encouraged me. That was like, okay, well, there's enough people that care about this that I would care about doing it. And that inspired Sarah Boone Illustrated Short number 1. This is just 29 seconds long.
We had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine, and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
And to a large degree, I really didn't know what I was doing. I was, using Meta AI to get my images. I still do that, but I'm a little bit more savvy with it now. My whole plan was there's a lot of Sarah Boone audio out there. I just have to illustrate it. I can ask for the art that I want that I think illustrates it well. This is perfect. I'll just do this forever. And, well, not forever, but, I thought that I would just quietly do this, that nobody would know, oh, who's this Dan D guy? I keep seeing his stuff. So I thought I'd be this little mystery, this enigma that would be talked about, but nobody would know who I was. And yeah, I didn't expect to be on camera. If you watch my early lives, we're not going to be watching those tonight. Might dip in on them, but they're too long. Like we don't have that kind of time. Maybe when I hit 1,000 subs and have to do a 24-hour marathon or something. But oh, this is true ramble. We're moving into ramble territory tonight. Yeah, I'm just was pleased and definitely encouraged. So we started pumping out. Started pumping out all kinds of just illustrated audio. I think this is my next 4 videos are me illustrating key bits of audio from interrogation.
Welcome to the $25,000 pyramid. Our first contestant, Sarah Boone, excels at everything she does and was a straight A student. Let's get started, Sarah. The category is It's on Your Face. You'll be giving the clues.
It was bad.
Okay, elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
Hey, Danny's here.
I'm in trouble, but I'm tired of being beaten up.
I understand.
Danielle, if you just got here, I just wanted to mention I did give a shout out to you, to Summa, to Classified. We're doing a 6-month in review of my channel, and I wanted everyone to know how much I appreciated all the early support I got from the 3 of you in particular as a new channel creator, welcoming me to this community and making it possible for me to just build and grow in the way that I have. So thank you, Danielle. I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah, but I need you to elaborate a little bit. So, in the stairwell?
Dragged me downstairs. I went upstairs, tried to get into bed. I just want to go to sleep.
Thank you, Kid Busher.
I didn't make the bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
Like in the hallway?
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye. You said
See, it was I the whole time. Looking for I. The word was I. What should we set as a target for popping open the champagne? Maybe we'll just set a time target. Maybe we'll set a countdown here. I'll let this play out while I figure out the clock on that. 10:53 maybe? 7 minutes? That seems soon. But I'm thirsty too. Okay, this is where I try and cast the Sarah Boone movie, or movie of the week. I still think this is great. I would... Laurie Metcalf. Richard Kind, he can look like Krennic. He doesn't necessarily, but I think he could kind of play him as just a lovable judge that still could be stern when he needed to. This is a bit of a stretch, but I wanted an actor that's known for being a little bit of a villain, so I chose Christoph Waltz to play James Owens. That was the picture that sold me, that he could possibly play James Owens. That's Mr. Henderson, who I really only know from the back of his head, but yeah, I thought that's the dad from Family Matters, I believe. This is another one where it's more about Sarah than it is the actress. I knew Sarah would be absolutely livid at Megan Fox playing Chelsea Kepsel. I think Alison Brie would do a fantastic job and is, every part as beautiful as any other actress. And, could both sell the sexiness as well as the emotion in the character. But by having characters that are, up here, 10 out of 10 Hollywood standards, and no offense to Laurie Metcalf, but if she plays into being ugly, she's going to look a lot uglier next to the George Clooney's and Megan Fox's of the world. Scott, red shirt. Yeah. Brian, you don't think so? Lana, I picked Rosie for. I didn't know what Lana looked like, but the voice sounded very like Rosie could match the voice, and she's she's good at playing sympathetic too. Rosie's got range. Whatever you think of her politically, she does have some acting chops. So. Bitch Ash Cashman, I like this too. Again, I think much more attractive than Patricia Cashman. Nothing wrong with Patricia Cashman's looks, but Sarah would absolutely hate having a young 20-something actress playing the attorney that she despised. Carl Reiner was already dead maybe a year and a half before I made this parody. I just really liked him in Casino and could picture him being the frustrated Frank Bankowitz. So, yeah, I should have fact-checked this before I published it.
So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
He gets belligerently drunk.
Hey, Carolina. This is a scene from Barfly.
Like, I don't know if y'all have looked through my...
That was Mickey Rourke. We're just going to go back and watch that again. Mickey Rourke in the movie Barfly.
Have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I had taken.
Yeah, we've seen them.
At one point, I started documenting everything.
okay.
So you all will see in my...
You mean by he comes after you? Like,
He gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if y'all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I had taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. And then poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's...
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indentation.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Okay, set up a
Today's
champagne
word.
timer.
Mea culpa.
Mea culpa.
Mea culpa. Mea culpa. To admit that you are at fault. Now, say it with Sarah.
I'm not going to say...
Mea culpa.
Oh, I never said...
Mea culpa.
I'm not going to say
I'm
it.
not going to say...
Mea culpa.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Welcome to the 2020 Mother of the Year nomination ceremony. The field of mothers is always phenomenal. Let's meet this year's nominees. Cheryl is a single mother to 5 children, aged from 2 to 17. For her day.
This is an example of me not knowing how to use AI. It just kept giving me a really diverse family, and I decided just to stop questioning it. Cheryl has a lot of daddies for this family, but as far as I was concerned, making this, Cheryl was the hero of this short and should have been the Mother of the Year.
She drives the local school bus. Then at night, she's balancing books for a Fortune 500 company from her home. Her oldest daughter just got accepted into an Ivy League university. Let's hear it for Cheryl. Now let's meet Brenda. She is a retired mom who just competed together with her adult son on The Amazing Race. This is Brenda. And now to contestant number 3. She was self-nominated and did not file her paperwork on time. She had a friend from Australia forward this video to New York, where we just received it from a third party. Let's meet Sarah Boone. Play the clip.
I don't think you all understand who I am, where...
Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. Everything was fine and dandy.
I'm a straight-A student.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Mens rea.
Mens rea.
Mens rea. Now, say it with Sarah.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen?
That's a definition. We're looking for a pronunciation. Mens rea.
It was not intentional.
Sarah.
That was not my intention.
Sarah, we're trying to teach the people Latin. Stop giving your definitions and just say the word.
I'm leaving it like this.
I'm leaving it
like this. I did not intentionally do this.
Fine, we're running out of time. Let's just skip to the definition, Sarah.
No malicious content.
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
That's the first time I used that tagline.
Sarah,
Go back. That's the first time. So I was just scanning through clips, and whatever it was, she was just sitting there and like, everything was fine and dandy. Holy fuck, I'm dandy. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's perfect. Yes. And yeah, that was a bit of a lightning bolt where I was like, I was meant to do this. I was meant to be dandy. I was meant to poke the stick at Sarah Boone. You shouldn't poke the bear. What if she's Drunky the bear? Oh yeah, poke her. Well, don't poke her, but use a stick, like a long stick. But yeah, don't poke the bear, but poke the bear with a stick.
Welcome to with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Sarah the blew up.
So this is my first sing-along, and this is an important video because this is a recognition of me feeling a little comfortable putting myself out there. At this point, I still haven't put my face online, but using my singing voice, which I know, I've never done paid work singing before. I've been included as part of a choir. I can, help out the bass when they're singing the national anthem at a hockey game, but I'm not a soloist. And this video is sort of well, it represents me both putting myself out there, and if you guys were like, you suck, this might have been the last video I did. And yeah, I was really hesitant about putting it up. I was really hesitant about pressing play, and really hesitant about looking at the comments, because at that time, YouTube still didn't know much about my videos. They were just as likely to serve it to, maybe people who were looking for travel content from my last channel, just random people who happen to be online. So, again, I truly appreciate the response, and now that I've undersold it, let's just enjoy it, because it's also pretty fucking awesome.
Sarah the blue-eyed dragon lived in apartment 3 and frolicked in the Woodbridge mist in pink shorts and a faded tee. Sarah blue-eyed dragon lived in apartment 3. She frolicked in the Woodbridge mist until she moved to the OCC.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Yeah, loving the new tagline.
Thrashing to and
This is well before Christmas, by the way, but this may be, this is a little bit of a preview of what later became the Christmas music shorts that I think I did. I tried to do at least one a week going into Christmas. Might have even sped it up near the end. And they're in this clip package, so we'll be watching it before the night is through.
fro, in a suitcase thrown away.
Let's go
On
back.
the phone it goes, thrashing to and fro, in a suitcase thrown away. On the phone it goes, Sarah's laughing all the way, ha ha
Was
ha.
still fighting that.
That's my name, she sings, don't wear it out tonight. Oh, what fun it is to drink some Woodbridge wine tonight. Oh, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell and stay. Oh, what fun it is to roast Sarah Boone all day.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Welcome to the party, Candace. We are just getting started. This is a bit of a Well, it's a recap of everything I did in the first couple months that isn't copywritten. That said, I see I'm 12 videos in to a 35 video playlist, but we've got some longer videos too, and I've left a few things out. So we've got lots to see. All my initial videos were less than a minute long, so it's not going to take us long to get through those. I start doing longer videos around 15, 16, 17. Again, from comments in the chat like, hey, why don't you make longer videos? I'm like, I'm having a hard time making minute-long videos, like filling the whole minute. But I took the challenge, and I think there's some fun stuff that we've got set up to share too. Let me just take a quick peek at the drink count. I'm 4 minutes away from popping this bottle. All right, we've got 15 in the chat. Good. There's some people here to help me enjoy this bottle, so I'm not drinking it all by myself. This was the first channel advertisement I did, so this was just a pure, hey, watch Dan D, not so much a Sarah Boone roast. So, again, it's the sign that I was feeling a little confident. I'm starting to feel like, okay, my channel has a voice. My name's Dan D. This is who I am. Put it out there. Anybody watch these kind of videos? This one I'm paused on, actually. I've watched that one a few times. Jason Stevenson, Guided Sleep. I sometimes will find these super relaxing. Most of the time I find them annoying, especially if I haven't fallen asleep and the video ends. I'm like, oh, fuck. Wasted a half an hour. But other times I just get into it. It's basically a voice that, if they're good, kind of leads you on an internal journey. They close your eyes, now tense up your feet, feel all those muscles, now feel all that energy go, now just move further up your body, get all that strength in your legs, just tighten them up, and now release all the tension. And they do that through the whole body, kill a lot of time, and by the end of it you feel like you're kind of floating on a cloud in your bed, and just kind of let your day-to-day rehashing of the day's events go away while being relaxed. But anyway, sometimes this shit doesn't work, and that's what the second half of this video is about. Because when these don't work, where do you go to fall asleep if you're on YouTube? Yeah, it's a different search. Starts with an S. That's before I had my my premium. This is a good video here too. Let me just check in with the chat. You guys are lively chat here. My goodness. I am a little bit out of sorts. I think I've been smoking too much. I haven't even dipped into the drink. Okay, I'm up to the blue-eyed white dragon, but that was like 2 videos ago. Oh, I'm bad host. Okay, we're caught up a little bit. Care for JC does listen to sleep stories a lot. He used to listen to ocean sounds. Now I listen to scary stories, says Roberta Real. There's something about like murder in the evening, and I've heard Summa talk about this too, like the lulling lullabies of entitled women screaming in the back of a cop car. I liken it to, there's something relaxing about it not being my problem. If it was, someone that was in my care or, was a customer when I was in retail, then it's like, oh God. But hearing those noises when you don't have to deal with it, there's something quite soothing about it. So, I think that's one of the things that attracts me to true crime. This particular video, kind of fun one. If you hate when Sarah says 10-10-7-7, 10-10-7-7, just, rote repetition. This is my little my cutesy way of saying my birthday, and I say it everywhere now that I've picked up that cadence. Judge Cranick fucked her right here. I didn't fuck her. I gotta watch my language. It's screwed her over. Screwing over is just another way of saying fucking. Had her over a barrel. Yeah, that's... Okay, stop it, Dandy. Stop it.
Hi, ma'am. You can take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SRAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Everything was fine and dandy.
That was way more intense.
This is a call from Sarah Boone.
That was way more intense than I expected.
Facility.
Holy shit.
All calls are subject.
Settle it down. Holy fuck. Thought I would just do a little boop. To you, to my subscribers, to the members, to the early followers, to the latest people, to the people who haven't even seen me yet, to everyone who supported me. I raise my glass. You guys are the best. This is a video where I took audio from Summa's video and just animated it myself because and it kind of led into the 911 call that I animate later, but this was almost like a test project.
Recording and monitoring. Your call has been accepted. You may begin your call now.
Three. And forgive me for asking you, for having to ask you this, but the judge at family court is not being nice to me. And I was hoping that you could send someone over there to tell her to be nice to me.
You made it. Yay. Or have you always been here?
Through the world today, Sarah sure does lie a lot.
All right, I'm gonna sing along with this one too. While I've got a drink. Me, 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 me. Faking your way through the world today. Now, I'll tell you how I remember practicing this one. Was I sang it at the highest possible, just so that I could come down to something that felt reasonable. So my original version of this was like, faking your way through the world today, Sarah sure does lie a lot, which is almost impossible for me. But then it made faking your way through the world today, Sarah sure. Oh shit, it's a little alliteration here. Faking your way through the world today, Sarah sure does lie a lot. That's to rhyme with spigot. Here we go.
Way through the world today, Sarah sure does lie a lot. Taking a drink would feel great, but the cops offered us bigot.
Wouldn't she like to get away? Oh shit, that's got the Cheers music in the background. Damn it. Maybe if I just play it for 10 seconds at a time then. This is one of the ones I did to the karaoke backtrack. No, we're not gonna fuck around. Copyright's a bitch. It's just not worth it. There is AI Summa. I just took a screenshot of her. I'm getting better at AI at this point. Interpreted it, asked for the sci-fi version. That's what it gave me back. This is in response to a video that Summa was doing. What would you write to Sarah? If you could write a letter to Sarah, what would you say? 200 words or less. And she just wanted people to type in the comments what their message to Sarah might be. So I was inspired by this. I wrote, I think I wrote it to the letter. Like if it was 200 words, I wrote exactly 200 words. I immediately did this and was so excited about it that I did my own video of me reading the letter. And this was actually my first long form video. It's still only 2 minutes and 49 seconds, but this was my first longer video, and then Summa included it in her read of other people's letters, and that was a very exciting moment for me as well as a new creator. So let's enjoy this while I sip on some champagne and wallow in my accomplishments.
Here's the assignment, the project, the assignment that you don't have to do, but I would like us all to do it.
I hope I haven't missed any gift memberships until now, but we have Bedtime Lullabies, JLC. 5 gift memberships going out to Sandy Jameson, Ann Janaski, who is from Alberta, my neighboring province, Carano Blit, Trifling Temptress, Emily Flotilla. You've all received... Oh, did I miss Sandy Jameson? No, I've said them all. You've all received a gift membership thanks to Bedtime Lullabies, JLC. Thank you. I really love people growing the community with gifted memberships, and it just makes me feel good to see you guys sharing with each other, and everyone moving up to bloody keyboards and Drunky the Bears in the chat. That's pretty cool. Pretty exciting. Let's Summa start again here.
Here's the assignment, the project, the assignment that you don't have to do, but I would like us all to do it. It's going to be hard because we're limited. If you had to write Sarah Boone a letter and keep it to 200 words or below, what would you say?
I eat wings whenever I want, and burgers. Sometimes together I call it my burger wings meal. Sometimes I get 2 orders of wings. I call it a wings meal. I don't even wait until Friday, or for Brian to give me money. Do you want to know, please, why this is happening? Why are you getting hundreds of 200-word letters from Summa Cum Loudmouth fans? It's because George is dead. I don't think you understand, please, exactly who you are. You are not an excellent mother to your son.
Oh, wow.
You don't even excel at lying, yet clearly very practiced in the art of.
Hanging participle.
We call those hanging prepositions.
Preposition.
So please, I'll leave it like this. I'm leaving it like this. You are perhaps the most openly malicious criminal to have recorded her own crime, then rejected a plea offer in exchange for a life sentence. Your hubris is exceeded by your mediocrity. The only good that has come from your enigmatic life is how you have brought a community of true crime fans together in our shared hatred of you, like a sort of kintsugi. Like if ugh was an emotion, we collectively ugh whenever we see you, and it brings us together. I laugh, Summa laughs. It is funny, we both are laughing. The organized crime that is social media is all laughing at you. 3-point back. This was the perfect length, but now I'm over by 10.
10. Yeah, that's my first foray into long form video production.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Well, I stretched it out a little bit too, because I was like trying to get to 3 minutes, and I'm like, no, I can't just do that. This is maybe my best early work. What are we at for views on this at this point? Really, just 507? I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, this is the definitive way to watch and listen to the phone call. some of the artwork, it would be better if I kept the same image of Sarah. That said, what I've retconned is when Sarah looks attractive in the photography or in the illustrations, this is Sarah's memory of how things happened. Her true memory, but still her memory, her colored version of it. When she looks disheveled and like really, that kind of crosshatch shaded, grimy, that's kind of the omniscient reality picture of her situation there. So, but that said, I think that this call is only available on a black screen. And personally, this was the first one where I felt I was doing a real service for the community. Because anytime, if you want to listen to the call, I haven't edited it, I haven't shortened it, I haven't cut anything. I've just illustrated it, which kind of highlights some parts that you might miss listening to the audio. So this one's 8 minutes, 35 seconds. It's a lot of the stuff I learned in the video I did for Summa, as well as the one I did illustrating her fake phone call of Sarah complaining about the judge. That's weird. I feel like both I need a drink and the drink is causing my throat to not be as good as it normally is. Oh well, chasing the dragon. Here I go. Let's check in with chat before I start the phone call. 77 likes. Oh, I'm like on the stream. How the fuck did we get 77 likes? 10-10-7-7 likes. That's right. That's awesome. But yeah, this one I think is a resource. Miss Emily Flotilla is a mod for the reporting live for my sofa chats. I have seen that name before, so very awesome that one of the gifted memberships is going to an established member of the community here that might take another peek at Dan D in this crowded true crime market. That's cool. That's super cool. All right, let's listen to the 911 call, and again, I haven't watched this in a while, and I need to take a step back and appreciate some of my earlier stuff because I've both come a long way, and I don't know, I don't know, I don't need to pat myself on the back. I'm gonna give myself a strained arm doing this, but here we go. Listen. Shh.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what's the street name?
France, Frantz.
And the apartment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Poor fire department. Like, my boyfriend's dead. Yeah, we'll send fire. Send a coroner. You can just picture them like listening to the call as it's coming into the station. I don't know what we're going to do on this one, but okay. Going out to a dead boyfriend call. So this one, this is the look that I kind of picture. This is almost reality to Sarah's house. That cross-hatching style of shading is, I really like that, and I wish that I did the whole thing in this look, but I wasn't that skilled at making AI stay consistent. It was treating every project like it was a whole brand new prompt out of nowhere and kept no memory of previous stuff, so it is what it is. But this, I really like the look. This kind of, I think, is close to the reality, and especially even Sarah's hair. So many AI gets her hair wrong. I bet that's exactly what her hair looked like during the 911 call that we don't see.
Hi, Rich. What's the location, Mercy?
That's good.
No, please don't leave.
47.
That's the best I could do for Brian at that time in my AI career. But yeah, having him leave, I think that was, you just hear that very brief second on the call. No, please don't leave. And that's when he's saying, fuck that. Nope.
France Lane, apartment 3.
France Court.
France Court.
Yes.
The spot on here, the binoculars, that is where France Court is. And if you can see all these streets around it, none of them are Mackenzie Drive. So, yeah, at least there's that. Sarah didn't know where it was, but it doesn't look like it's. Maybe it's one of these unnamed streets over here, but whatever it is, it's not near Mackenzie Drive.
Okay, is it near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
I even looked up Mackenzie Drive and couldn't find it. I don't know why he's using that. Like, everyone hangs out on Mackenzie Drive in Winter Park.
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And like Tealwood Park Apartments is, oh, okay, we've got to, we'll send out the bat phone to Tealwood Park. We get calls there all the time. We know how to get there. Oh, 3, that's actually where we get the calls to. Okay, I'm going to let it play.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case and we were playing. And
Okay.
But kind of hide and seek kind of thing, so.
Sorry to interrupt again, but fuck it, it's my show. I can do what I want. I bought my first membership on YouTube 2 weeks ago, and it was because I just got my first payment from YouTube, so I'll have another little celebratory drink of champagne. Last month was my first payment. I just made the $100 threshold for being able to get a payment, and the first membership that I purchased I bought a YouTube premium membership, the family membership, so my mom's in on that, and then I bought a membership to Summa's channel, which is just a little token of my appreciation.
I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase, so I don't know what.
But yeah, my first YouTube money, first to Summa, then to me, and I'm still going to be kind of stingy. I'm drinking champagne, talking about being stingy. I was in debt about 20 years ago and have turned things around, but I'm also very careful about spending money I don't need to. So I respect, and that's why I don't want to activate super chats or super gifts. I'd much rather people give gifted memberships, and then the people who aren't buying them because maybe they're in the same financial situation I was 15-20 years ago, maybe those people get gifted some memberships and get to be part of the fun. And yeah, that's how I feel about that.
I don't know what happened.
Well, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, he had an aneurysm on what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. So we're getting up there too. All right, okay. Okay,
now?
This would be from Sarah's point of view. This is what she remembers. So, looking good in her pink shorts. Oh, I'm cute. I got my nice tidy kitchen, have all my art on the walls. So yeah, this would be Sarah's memory of the event. But that said, you notice how she's not helping George. She doesn't have the phone on speaker. So, it's a true memory, not her imagined memory of the events. But that's why she comes off looking so good in this picture in my retcon of this video.
Okay, man, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase.
He still thinks she's hanging from somewhere, hold on, what's going on? What do you mean you found him dead? The next question he's going to ask how old he was. I don't think he wanted to know how old George was. I think he thinks he's talking to a child right now, and maybe that child locked another child in a suitcase.
I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the person, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right.
42-year-old male. All right. So I think there was a piece of him. He's still trying to get up to speed. It's so out of left field, even as a 911 operator, that he's trying to catch up to what the fuck has happened. What is she claiming to have done? Yeah.
Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's officer out there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this one. No, I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
That nonchalant standing at the phone.
He's purple.
Okay, listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me, okay?
No.
Do you have an AED available?
No.
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his... Okay.
There's the reality cam. Yes, I'm right by him now. Yeah, the grunge. You can see George just off camera. This was the difficult one to get AI to animate. So rather than, ask for a description of the scene, I said to show a disheveled woman talking on the phone in a, grungy, grimy New York apartment. There's a blue suitcase on the floor and a pair of legs from a man who is sleeping in the next room extending through the doorway. And then AI's like, oh yeah, no, I could draw a picture of a man sleeping on the floor. That weird shit that you were asking for before put you on an FBI watch list. But yeah, I could draw a sleeping guy, Jesus.
Ma'am, listen, is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff.
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows, okay.
Yes, I did.
All right, okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay.
Tabby LH, good to see you.
Compression to him, okay? All right? Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. If I look at him, you can tell.
Okay.
Please! Okay, you're gurgled.
Okay. Listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand, okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
I'm doing it.
Put your other hand on top of that hand. We want to pump his chest.
I don't know how I got AI to do that one. This picture is like basically him out of the suitcase. I think that I said that the guy had his, I might have asked for a contortionist, whatever it was when I got this picture, even though it was completely different than the other pictures I'd commissioned of Sarah. This has like these weird pink Buster Brown shoes and a full pink outfit, kind of attractive. But yeah, I was like, well, I'm not going to get it to draw a crumpled up man, like literally crumpled, like that's in one of the videos where he's like, the word you want me to use is crumpled? Yes, you crumpled on the floor. I think she was trying to say crumbled, but I'm kind of jumping all over the place. But it's one of the cell phone videos that she recorded. She was coaching George to say something about that he crumpled. And yeah, to get this crumpled man that was one of my strokes of luck with AI. But we'll continue. I'm pausing a lot. This is a commentary video, by the way, if you guys... But I'm commenting on my own shit, so yeah, fuck it. If you don't like it, then you're probably not here.
Hard and fast. Go to the twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for
Doing
me.
it again.
Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I love this video because this is exactly what I think was happening. There is a little bit of evidence because she says something about there's still a cigarette lit inside that she wants to get when Kayla Rodriguez and the first responders first show up at the house. She's like, it's lit. Just, you can get me the lit one, right? So she's probably like, when would you have time to light a cigarette in between? I'm doing CPR, they're at the door. So she was smoking, talking to him, then went to fake doing CPR just as they're coming in the door. Oh, come in! It's open! And because of that, she abandoned her cigarette, which she's still pining for today. I just got those.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is nothing.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here fast.
Another obvious giveaway. We've talked about this before, but now it's come on, hurry up. It wasn't come on, hurry up when she first called. It's like, my boyfriend is dead. Not my boyfriend's dying, hurry. Not my boyfriend, I don't know what happened. Maybe he's dying. She started the call with a casual, my boyfriend is dead. Now that she's being asked to do things like touch him or possibly give CPR that, it obviously she knows it's not going to save him, but the operator thinks it might. She can't even, she's disgusted by the suggestion. And, oh, this is horrific. Can you stop making me touch him?
Can't. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping it down.
I do like that he gets mad at her, though. That's one of my favorite things about listening to this call. Don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
That said, here's a video idea. I don't know when my next CPR upgrade class is, but I'm going to record myself with the CPR dummy trying to do CPR and have this conversation or, some version of that. But basically how out of breath you would actually be of doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Staying alive, bop, 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 staying alive.
Still doing it.
All right, just keep pumping. Just count on a second call with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man.
Okay. I'm just tired from that. Not tired, I could do it for longer. But my voice, I'm pausing, I'm breathing in between taking, I couldn't talk like Sarah is right now. Because I just did some exerting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just even keeping up with the breath pattern is slightly exhausting. Lying liar. You lying liar.
Okay.
He's dead and he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it.
Still doing it. Still doing it.
Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Just don't make me count.
That's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. All right, you're getting there as fast as you can along with the sheriff's office.
And then she later brags and then he was helping me do CPR. And he was helping me do CPR and helping me count so that I could keep focused. And he was helping me do the CPR. And all she does is obstruct. We all know this. I don't know why I'm going down the same roads. Sometimes that's an alcohol thing. I'm drinking a little bit. You go down the familiar ruts. That's kind of fun. We're having a revisit. Fuck it. I'm not going to explain going down ruts. But yeah, I'm going down the familiar ruts. I'm complaining about the familiar stuff. But that's fun because I remember loving these videos when it's oh, they're going off. They hate Sarah as much as I do. I love Summa. I love Danielle.
Okay.
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay?
Believe me.
We were playing hide and seek.
All right, I understand.
That's when he gives up. He knows she's lying and there's nothing he can do.
Okay.
Please hurry. This
Right,
is
okay.
Hurry.
horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I think that video would be just great though, like having the CPR Annie, and I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4. What happened? I'm like, what happened? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kentu Sukaroi is in the house. If you've been watching March Madness, or if you've been annoyed by the fact March Madness is on every fucking channel right now, you missed out on March Madness Sarah Boone style. Kentu Sukaroi is the winning name out of 16 handles that were suggested in the chat, in Summa's chat. Up to 48 great names got named. It got whittled down to 16 by Kentu Sukaroi. Those names all went into 4 different brackets. People voted on them on my channel. It was a great community building event. Kentu Sukaroi took the name that was voted on by you and this community. Welcome, Kentu Sukaroi, to the chat. We're having a good time tonight. Woo! Everybody's having fun tonight. Everybody's Wang Chung tonight.
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, he said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
All right, just keep on pumping his chest until they think over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Enjoy those last drags, Sarah. It's the last ones for about 6 hours.
I am.
Okay, you're doing a good job.
Open.
It's open. Come in.
Can I stop pumping now?
Can I stop pumping now? Yeah.
Yeah, let that thing go.
You've done a great job, Sarah. Stop. Don't hurt yourself.
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last time. We were playing hide and seek. He hit another. It's okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him.
I'm surprised Sarah didn't pipe up. That's what I've been telling him. Actually, really surprised right now. Oh my God. Can you talk to the 911 guy? He's been making me touch him. Fuck. I said he was purple.
Yeah?
She's gone.
And so we're there, obviously.
But anyway, I stand by it. I think this is an actual... I think the illustrations help really, keep track with how the audio moves back and forth when multiple voices talk. I think this is the way to engage with this call as the primary source, because I didn't change the audio. The audio is exactly as it is on those black screen videos that also have this. So if you know somebody that's wanting to listen to the 911 call, suggest Dan D True Crime, because this is an artifact for the whole community.
Any kind of metaphors? No, not that I know of.
None that I know of. None that I know of.
Hello?
Hey, man, the firefighter's going to take care of you now, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
Alrighty. Oh, man, we still there?
Nope.
Hello?
He's out on the front step.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Until it wasn't. So this one, if you remember Mad TV, very popular alternative to Saturday Night Live. Wasn't live, it was all recorded sketch comedy. But they had a bit called Lowered Expectations. And Lowered Expectations was a dating site for, the hot people can go on the hot people dating site, and it's very easy for hot people to pick up other hot people. But Lowered Expectations, that was a dating site for the rest of us. That was the site that, you knew going in. There's some issues. with that in mind, this is Sarah's profile, as I imagined, on Lowered Expectations.
Lowered Expectations.
Client 101077, Sarah.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
Thank you, Sarah. We do the intro.
I get told everything but a white woman.
I understand. Why don't you tell us a little about yourself, Sarah?
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like,
AI went wild with the different looks too. There's some of these that are like very attractive versions of Sarah, but they suited the composition I was looking for. There's others that are super ugly. And what I kind of see this one as is the many faces of Sarah. In order to attract a mate, she must have her moments where she appears like this woman that's on the screen now. Normal, kind of enticing, like, don't know what her red flags are, but willing to mess with her until I find out. And then we get another look in, like, probably the next scene.
almost everything.
That's great. Now why don't you tell us a little about your life?
This one, she looks like a boy.
I don't like being non-complimentous, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control.
So, you're a non-drinker?
I mean, I can get, like, maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
So what do you like to do to have fun?
Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep.
Anything else?
I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book.
All right, Sarah, if that's everything,
Kentu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kentu Sukuroi.
Everything was fine and dandy.
This is my first post-credit scene. That music is licensed through Power Director, but I'm still pausing it to split it into 2 5-second bits that could be fair use commentary on the licensed music in case the license expires or some shit like that. But I'll just read this slide. Kentu Puparoi, the art of applying your shitty life to other damaged things to make them shittier and more stinky. Kentu Puparoi. Kentu Sukuroi can be glad that Kentu Puparoi was not among the choices for the change your name to this vote. I like Kentu Puparoi. I thought this was going to catch on like Fetch, but it did catch on like Fetch. It didn't catch on. Fetch isn't going to happen. I'm still trying to make Fetch happen. Is anyone else out there trying to make Fetch happen? It's never going to happen. Fetch is never going to happen.
Welcome.
Oh,
this is If I Was Sarah Boone's Editor.
So this is kind of nice. This is a relaxing one. If you've been, if it seems a little discordant, we've been out of sorts a little bit. I put a little jazzy track in the background. I really should do more of these. This one, I got more subscriber growth from this, more positive comments from this. Let's see. Yeah, 207 likes. Well, 51 comments, so not more, but lots of positive comments. It's the first one where I think I've really felt comfortable being me. And even then, I use this illustrated version of myself. So I don't know if I started doing live streams at this point, so people already knew what I looked like. And I was like, well, fuck, cat's out of the bag. But still, I didn't want to do on camera, you know, I'm not an actor. I can make AI make my expressions better than, match the ones that I want for the video better than I can make them myself to. So that's why I do it. In any case, I think this is just a kind of solid, relaxing, fun video. And now that I'm watching it, why haven't I done more of this? It was just like, I was like, okay, that was awesome. Don't need to redo that again. Did that as good as I possibly can. Let me try something completely different. Yeah, let's enjoy this. Maybe this is going to inspire me to do. Because, yeah, here it is. It says letter 1 in the description. But I haven't done anything else since. And Classified Crime. Shout out to Classified Crime. She's provided me. I've got, like, probably 12 letters. And she says there's more. But, you know, that's chronologically the first 12 letters. I read one of them, and I think I read one of them on a live stream. So I've squandered the gifts I've been given. Let's watch this, and maybe I'll remind myself. How I remind me of what I should have been. Not a Nickelback fan. Don't really know that song.
The concept is as simple as Sarah's writing is convoluted. I will read the original letter, then summarize main points, petty grievances, and total reading time. Then, in my rewrite, I will effectively present Miss Boone's main points and gloss over any forgiveness gold. One rule I will follow is that I will not add information or research corrections. For example, if the case...
I see people in the chat saying, I don't think I saw that Kintu Pooperoy. So it was my first post-credit scene. I didn't have any record for doing post-credit scenes. So I don't blame you if you thought, okay, seems like the end of the video, go to the next one. I had a couple people in the comments mention it. The first person who did, I pinned their comment to kind of bring attention to the fact that, hey, there's a little gift at the end. That said, I remember Kelya pointing out there was one where I did a post-credit scene and all it was a scary picture of Sarah. She's like, I thought I was going to be rewarded for staying. Jesus. So, yeah, you never know. I'm a trickster. I can be a bit of a jackalope. You don't know what's coming.
Is non-existent as quoted. I will edit it out completely, rather than trying to find relevant case law. This is an entertainment post designed to show how poorly Sarah Boone and her supporters mismanaged her message.
So at this point, Classy hadn't provided me with anything. This one is the one where she like, hey, I can give you the letters. So what you see here on the screen is I screenshot Dreading, I screenshotted SKR. I basically Frankenstein the letter together out of screenshots that were posted from other channels that had the letter, because I was like, well, the letter itself isn't copyright. Their version of it certainly is, so I'm not going to just steal their version, but I could probably, you know, comment on their screenshots, and I did give credit to any of the channels that I was watching, but at the same point, that's what I think Classy reached out and was like, you can just have the original documents and not have to do what you're doing. So, but I don't mind. I kind of like being an open book. I feel like I'm the Wizard of Oz, particularly because my dog looks like Toto. But I like giving a peek behind the curtain and then just pulling the curtain back up and acting like I never gave a peek behind the curtain. This is, you know, this is a serious show and this is a proper studio. And it's actually, you know, well, right now I'm house sitting. This isn't even my house. I'm at someone else's house, just chilling. Cats that don't even know me, but they like the fact that I give them temptations all the time. They were really good sous chefs during the lemon pound cake. Both of them made just a little appearance, but, you know, didn't overstay their screen time. Lola's a bit of a camera whore. Don't tell her I said that. This is when I started learning how to do consistent AI pictures.
Today, we are looking at the April 20th, 2022 letter. To my knowledge, the first letter in the series of Sarah Boone letters. I'm reading this from Dreading's Crime and Psychology.
So what I started doing now was just taking a picture and then asking AI, hey, imagine this character doing XYZ. And then that started getting me a consistent version of, you know, whatever the main character was of the AI art that I was doing. So I think from this point forward is where I kind of learned how to keep my art style consistent through a whole clip, which, woohoo, good for me.
YouTube page from a video entitled Every Single Sarah Boone Letter in Chronological Order compilation. I was unable to find a PDF of this letter online.
So that's where I'm totally open. I couldn't find a PDF, so I've kind of made copies of other people's work. If you look at the words, like it's exactly in Sarah's writing, but there's occasional, let's see, there's points where the AI cheats and just kind of writes the word and it skips letters and stuff. This one looks good. Some of them, I see mistakes in them and I'm like, where the fuck did that mistake come from? It's just an image, but it replaced it with text somehow.
Honorable Judge Wooten, thank you foremost and in advance for your invaluable time and concern in this very unexpected and incredibly confusing matter. I'm writing in regards to the requested withdrawal, most importantly, of my attorney, Mauricio Padilla.
So now the concept of this particular video was that I was going to start reading all of her letters and then rewrite them using my journalism experience. So, you know, less is more. When you're writing something for a journalism audience, you're trying to write, you know what, about a 5th grade level, you might take complicated ideas, but you want to write them in a format that's at least accessible to the majority of the readers of your newspaper. So, you know, it's not about being complicated unless you're in the editorial pages or in business and you're talking about, you know, niche subject matter. A good journalist is one who can explain things simply, not more complicated. Anyway, I thought that would be a great way to look at her convoluted letters and distill them to their essence. And this particular video I did well. A couple of the other letters that I looked at, I was, oh fuck, it's a piece of work to find any fucking sentient thought in this letter. And that's probably why I moved on to other shit. I'm lazy.
And his/my team filed 4/18/22 along with a continuance. Forgive me if this is the wrong approach in contacting you
Beth of a salesman. Woo.
But I wanted you to be fully aware of the magnitude of my shock and disappointment in the betrayal of Mr. Padilla, as I have not underlined in any way by anyone been provided any explanation for the aforementioned withdrawal, etc. I unfortunately had to learn of these documents by my former husband when I was calling to speak with my son. After making a commitment to me as my attorney over the past 2 years, underlined, and 2 months, underlined, ongoing, underlined, to fully and sufficiently represent me, also made me believe we were a team. I am completely blindsided. Nonetheless, and how this was and is being handled by a, quote, professional, I do not understand. With that being said, Your Honor, I am graciously requesting and present please at this hearing on Friday, April 29th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. so I am able to learn more and also explain the ongoing legitimate hindrances I have been facing, along with my inability to amply progress in the preparation for my upcoming trial and future. In my opinion, these concerns are what spurred these requests by my attorney in the first place. It is undoubtedly of the utmost importance to me to fight for my truth, and in which I thought my attorney was doing also. Thank you, beyond measure, for your very needed assistance and understanding. I am flying blind. I don't know the process.
Speaking of flying blind, I feel like I'm doing an AG tactical impression here. It's getting late and just I can't even see my eyes because I'm up on the screen, but But yeah, I can feel them. I'm getting a little heavy. Having a good time though. So if you're having fun, if you've got insomnia, whatever your reason is for being here, I'll be here for a while.
Procedure or protocol for any underlined of this, since I have never underlined been in the current situation, brackets with an S, situations I am in. I am eager to meet with you to further explain any and all questions or concerns whomever may have. Please know, with great emphasis, that I just want to move forward, underlined for emphasis, especially for the length of time already being incarcerated, and remedy this entire predicament, however that may be, in the best possible manner, having my best interest and security above all else. Again, I thank you profusely. I await your response with further direction in order to be in attendance and proceed forward. Exceptionally grateful, Sarah Boone.
Okay, so let's just, where are we?
So, a quick review.
So that was 5 minutes of video to read, well, the setup for the video as well as the letter. I think I get my response down to about 1.5 minutes. So let's continue.
The original had 5 paragraphs.
Ooh.
The majority of the text.
Slow down. Slow down. I gotta maintain and focus because I'm feeling it.
Being in a single paragraph on page 1. There are 2 pages in total to this letter. The main points are: her lawyer withdrew, she doesn't know what to do, she wants to attend an April 29th hearing. The side points are forgiveness gold, she feels betrayed by Padilla, upset about learning about the withdrawal through Brian, and that she's flying blind. She's new to being charged with capital M.
So 3 main points and 4 forgiveness gold points. Let's see how I can turn this 5-minute letter into a concise bit of well-written prose. I'm an expert, especially when I'm sober. Come on, Dan D, what do you got?
Here's the rewrite. Dear Judge Wooten, I am writing this in regard to the withdrawal letter by my attorney, Mauricio Padilla.
Good.
I was surprised to learn this news from my former husband before being officially notified by the court.
That's good.
I feel blindsided and betrayed by Mr. Padilla's request to withdraw
Forgiveness
after
gold.
more than 2 years of representation. I would like to formally request to be in attendance for the April 29th, 2022 hearing. I am learning as I go. If you have any materials for defendants without legal representation that are designed to help them follow basic courtroom protocol, I would be happy to review them. Thank you, Sarah Boone.
Wow. Yeah, all of that. That would have been a great letter. It would have been on point. It would have addressed some of those concerns. Blowing smoke up my own ass. Yeah, Dan, that was a great letter. But I'm really that far removed. Like, I'm so in the moment of creating new videos, it's really easy to forget what I've done. And good for you, Dan D. I like what you do. Keep doing what you do. That's... Fuck, I gotta do more of these. I gotta do more of the editor series.
A little stats recap. The new letter is 4 paragraphs, only 1 down from the original, but significantly shorter in length. It fits in a single page. And the AI review is: your rewritten letter is clear and effectively conveyed.
I've kind of stopped using the AI voice. I call it AI. It's not AI. It's like me running it through a voice synthesizer that turns it into a robot voice or whatever. All my voices are my voice. So even when I'm doing a female voice or whatever, it's just my voice. So in the one, like the journal where I'm doing a Sarah voice, it's me doing my Sarah impression and then kicking up the, turning it into a female voice and then pitching it up as well. And then sometimes speeding it up. But But it's all me. It's all me.
Sarah Boone's main points. Here's the AI opinion. Comprehension, perspective. The letter is well structured and easy to understand. Boone's main points are clearly stated. She's surprised and upset about her attorney's withdrawal.
So I basically just ran the letter that Sarah wrote through AI and then sent AI my letter and asked it what it thought of, my summary of the original letter. And I didn't, if it was going to give me shit, I would have let AI give me shit because that would have been funny too. But of course, AI is sycophantic. It's going to tell you you're great. And this didn't disappoint. It was like, this is nice. That's how you write a fucking letter.
Wants to attend the hearing, and she's seeking resources to navigate the court process without representation. Word count, 79 words, down from the original, indicating effective summarization. Grade level, approximately 9th to 10th grade, based on the Flesch-Kincaid readability test. Mastery of English. The letter represents a good command of English with proper grammar, spelling, and punctuation. The tone is respectful and articulate, suggesting Boone has a relatively high level of education and language proficiency. This has been the first episode of If I Was Sarah Boone's Editor.
The first
I hope you
episode.
enjoyed the content. Look forward to the 58 page.
Now, so the 58-page letter, that's what I was going to build to. That's right. It's almost the reverse problem. Like, one of the big things I didn't like about Saturday Night Live, and I was a comedy fan, I definitely enjoyed a lot of Saturday Night Live, but I didn't like how they ran ideas into the ground. And I do just the opposite. I'm like, hey, you're going to see, here's the cheerleader sketch, and you'll never see it again. But I tease like everything's a series, and then, it's like one of one.
Letter that will come, soon.
Dandy True Crime Headquarters.
The final tally. The original letter took 3 minutes and 44 seconds to read. The new letter shaved 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay, that's good.
Off that time, while retaining salient info and touching on her forgiveness gold. Tune in next time for If I Was Sarah's Editor.
So for people who are waiting for another episode, it's been 4 months. What do you think I should do them like once every 4 months? 5 months? I should probably do them more often than that. Oh, fuck. Memories. Beth of a Salesman wants to hear me freestyle. It's not like I can just go off of a beat and then like... My name is Dan. I live in a can. I like to eat bran. It keeps me on the can. I can't really do that, but I might be able to scat. Might be able to bebop. I'll look for an opportunity. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so sweet. Oh, that's it. I like that. So I basically took... This was my notes where I was working on it and condensed her whole thing to the things in red here. Those are her main points. That's what she actually needed from that letter. All the rest of it was bullshit. I hate this person. I'm mad at this person. Why didn't I find out about this first? Blah, blah, blah. This little screenshot, and that's good that I get a chance to pause on it because this is why I included it in the video. For the whole video, this is all the information. The gold, this is her forgiveness gold. She basically wants to get in a little dig. She wants to I'm learning as I go without legal representation. Feel bad for me. So that's all she really needed to get in that. Her whining for 2 pages about it totally diminishes the value of her wine. If you're gonna whine, just have a little wine. One little bottle. Not a big fucking magnum. Just a little bottle. I only have, oh shit, I'm almost done this wine. Let's Maybe I can finish it. I think this is the classy way to hold it while you're holding a joint. There we go. Bottle of wine. Bottle of wine, fruit from the vine. Bottle of wine, bottle of wine. But yeah, this letter, it gets in everything she needs to. And that little bit of a dig. Look, I'm learning. You guys are being dicks. I'm just trying to fucking figure it out here. This is a serious case. This is my life. This is forever. This is forever. Forever.
A long, long time ago.
This is from my appearance with Classified Crime. This is my very first guest appearance with any other creator. I made this short from her video. It's still an unproduced video. That's why it says preview only. It's a very touching piece that I want to make sure I do right. I don't want to be trite with it. And at the same time, I don't know why I said it at the same time. I think I say that a lot of times when I'm just trying to think of the next thing to say. I don't want to be trite with it. It's the real focus is George in this video. When my videos are focused on Sarah, it's very easy for me because I'm just shit talking Sarah, and it's delightful. It puts a bounce in my step. It gives me the energy to get out of bed every morning. But advocating for George, it's a little tougher because you really have to remember his struggle, and what a horrible, I can't imagine a more awful way to die, combined with having that shrew needling you, heckling you, like, he's an absolute saint for just begging for his life and not literally, you know, like sounding like the girl in the bed on The Exorcist. Anyway, so I wrote this poem to the sound of American Pie, which is a Don McLean song about the day the music died. And it in itself is a sad song. It's nostalgic, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's about, you know, very talented young musicians being killed at the peak of their career, at the infancy of their career. So it's already heavy, and in that sense, I think very appropriate to this situation because it gives it the gravity, it gives George the respect he deserves, and still, you know, sticks it to Sarah. So, you know, with that introduction, we're just going to listen. It's basically a spoken word version of it. You can definitely hear the cadence of the song. And, you know, if you know the song, you'll hear it in the background. Can you still remember? I started as a straight read, and this was just something I was working on when Class C invited me on the show. And I said I'd be, you know, I'll preview a premiere. No, whatever. I'll give a peek behind the scenes at my, that's something I'm working on. And I think doing that made me really feel, I don't know, protective over doing it right when I release this. And so in any case, this is a working version.
A long time ago. Can you still remember? A long, long time ago. Can you still remember how that pro se Sarah made us smile? Kranick knew he had his chance, and boy, he made James Owens dance. And it made me a little happy for a while. February 2020 made me shiver with every Sarah he'd deliver. Bad news in that tight space.
Yep.
He couldn't leave the suitcase. I can remember that I cried when I heard the sound of his tortured cries. Yet something touched me deep inside the day that George had died. So bye-bye, suitcase Sarah. Go die. Drive your Kia into the Sia if you're let out to drive.
That fish still portrays won't impress your boy's mind. He's singing, this is the day that George died. This is the day that George died. That's that.
That's really beautiful.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to slow it down a little bit. This isn't something I normally do to myself, but I'm drinking anyway. And I think for whatever reason, I feel like 75% would be the way to appreciate this. Time ago, can you still remember how that pro se Sarah made us smile? Kranick knew he had his chance, and boy, he made James Owens dance. And it made me a little happy for a while. February 2020 made me shiver with every Sarah he'd deliver. Bad news in that tight space. He couldn't leave the suitcase. I can remember that I cried when I heard the sound of his tortured cries. Yet something touched me deep inside the day that George had died. So bye-bye, suitcase Sarah, go die. Drive your Kia into the Sia if you're let out to drive. That fish still portrays won't impress your boy's mind. He's singing, this is the day that George died. This is for the day that George died. That's that.
That's really beautiful.
I just realized how fast I talk. I slowed it down to 7. Because that sounded almost perfectly normal. Fast talker. Thank you.
Really.
I believe she should have met.
This is interesting. Okay. We'll take a bit of a pause here. This is... Well, okay, I know what this is from. Let me check in with the chat a little bit because I've just let the phone go black. Oh, fuck. I've missed a lot of chat. Okay, so I tried to freestyle. That happened. Memories. Okay. Jazz. Candace saw Woodbridge at the liquor store. Rest in peace, George. Indeed, Billie Jean. Okay, we're caught up. This looks like it is from one of my very first... well, not first... But this is when I was going live without a camera. And at this point, I was... it was overnight, and whatever it was, I checked in with the Reddit subreddit that was Sarah Boone Continued. Probably the first time that I really was checking out the site. Well, no, not the first time, because I knew that there was stuff there. So I figured anything they were talking about there was part of a bigger conversation. And when I was doing my, little music videos, if something was bitched about enough in a conversation tree, whether it was in the comments for a Daniel Chavon video, whether it was in the comments on Reddit or in Summa's, I knew it was a conversation that would be like kind of fun to address in a video. And where was I going with that? Well, anyway, I'm on Reddit and I saw these screenshots of Lana texts that were posted by the brother. And I just did, I was maybe a month into creating. When does this say this was done? 4 months ago. And I'm 6 months in, so 2 months in. So I'd done some live streams, but I wasn't going face on my live streams as often as I was not. It was much more me talking, and then I'd flip on my camera for like 6 seconds. Hey, here I am. I'm a real person, not an AI voice. Okay, now I'm turning that off. So the last thing I want to do is look at myself while I'm talking to all you guys. Anyway, so I got these Lana texts, and I sent out a message to Classified Crime, and I'm like, did you see these? Is this like, am I crazy? Is this new news? She's like, I haven't seen that before. I'm like, fuck, I kind of want to go, live with this. How do I? But, I don't want to be, a fool and like go live with something that is like bullshit. So I start madly, I'm looking at the post. I click the name. I reach, back into the guy's history. Let me just switch to the camera where I'm going to be full screen on this. There we go. Okay, and let me just hide myself so I can't see, but you guys can see me. Anyway, so I'm checking out this guy's Confederacy of Dunces is Lana's brother. So I check out his profile, and it goes back. Like, it's, at least 20 years old. Like, he might have joined Reddit when Reddit started, as far as I'm concerned. In any case, it wasn't something that was created in the wake of Sarah Boone. So immediately I'm like, okay, so it's an old account. Maybe he just hijacked an old account. Can I believe this is legit? Like, am I going to go... I don't want to make a name for myself on my growing channel as the guy who got sucked in by, a Reddit post that was bullshit. But he seems like a geologist that, worked the coast, wasn't close with his sister for a long time, and then they kind of got back in touch through texts. And I get the sense, because I was estranged from my brother for a while, and then we reconnected. It took the tragedy of my dad dying that really brought us back together. That's another story for another time. But regardless, I'm so glad that we have reunited. And I think that's just a feeling. Maybe I'm putting my own spin on it because it's me. You're going to view life through the lens that's yours. But I see a guy who was estranged from his sister and just wanted to build a sibling bond again. And they were talking in chats, and he had all these texts. And he's a Reddit guy, so he plays video games. He's pretty active talking on his own forums. He's also active talking about rocks and geology, shit that my grade 11 geology doesn't allow me to understand. All I know is that he knows more about rocks than I do. Seems pretty legit there too. You'd have to be quite the undercover spy to do 15 years of talking geology just to set up a Lana scam. So at that point, I believed this is the guy. He's talked about. He posted a picture of them in the 90s, and anyway, I that took me about an hour to do. Like, I was just really, really researching it, and it kind of reactivated all my old journalism training. I took a 2-year college diploma course in journalism, worked in the industry briefly before moving into retail, which was more lucrative than journalism. There's a lot of competition for few jobs. And anyway, that's rambling again, and I guess that's what we're here for. But the Lana thing got the juices going. It made me feel kind of like a journalist again, more than just a shit talker from the sidelines posting parody videos like I really had something to say. So I decided, fuck it, I'm going live. I'm going to go live. I'm going to read these posts, and, fuck it, I'm going to be the first one. There's a lot of people out there, and this was right after Third Rail launched their videos. So, I remember I was in a Summa chat when somebody brought it up. She played a little of it at the end of a video and then deleted it because, who are these guys? And I don't know if this is going to get copyright stricken. But I remember feeling like I'm glad that I didn't get in on that, because that was I still don't want to get my hands on that. I'm much happier shit talking all of their shit from afar. But anyway, because of the wake of that, I didn't want to, give people shit for following Third Rail and then get sucked in on, something on Reddit because I was a fool. So I felt like I did my diligence. I felt like, okay, I've researched this. I can share it with people. And this is what this clip is from. I don't even know what this clip is. It's just a short. But I took it from reading the text that the brother posted on Reddit. And as far as I know, it is the brother. Nobody's come out and said it's not the brother. One thing I have to say about the information the brother releases is I respect that he just releases it in full. He'll comment if people directly question him, but he just lets it speak for itself. He's not trying to promote an agenda. It's much more of, I'm on Reddit. I know you guys are crazy for Sarah Boone information. Here's some shit I found on my phone. Take it. He's not trying to control what people think about it. People will say kind of very hurtful things about his sister. And he says, you're entitled. That's your opinion. You're allowed to have it. So I've kind of gone on a rant here, but you guys, on a ramble, I'm sure you guys are signed up for that. In any case, let's have a look at this. This is the highlight. I think at this point, I thought it was her sister, but she doesn't have a sister. But I knew it was a sibling, and for whatever reason, I had that incorrect and corrected it in the morning. But, ooh, a little champagne bubble coming up. Okay, let's just let it play. And I'll try and drink it back down.
I believe she should have manslaughter, but the bat made the issue quite different.
Oh, I've got it
said
on
in the
50%.
trial-
I'll bring it back up to full. I'm like, that doesn't sound like me. So this is from texts between the brother and Lana, and it was basically when Lana was telling the brother, hey, I'm done with Sarah, and here's some crazy shit about her. Now, the full context of this is she was telling a lot of stories to a lot of different people. And if you look at all the different texts that have come out, she definitely was given one picture to brother, another picture to Tanika, another picture to Sarah. So, have no illusions. She's not a street dealer in any of this. But I still think the brother has an authenticity of just like, I don't care what kind of crazy shit you're into. Just, I just want to be in touch. Tell me what's going on in your life. I'll talk about rocks. You talk about Sarah.
I believe she should have manslaughter, but the bat made the issue quite different. She said in the trial that George got his arm out of the suitcase and was trying to get free. She said she picked up the bat and jabbed his arm back inside. Untrue. His arms and fingers were fine. I got a hold of the autopsy, and his head and shoulders were bashed to shit. I didn't tell her that. Response. She started thumping on him, huh? Lana. I'd seen the autopsy. Yep. She lied on the stand. Response. Did the coroners point out the discrepancy? Lana.
Hey,
that's the end.
D&D True Crime here. I was hoping to interview you about these phone calls that are being made.
Okay, this is now where I start. I don't give a fuck about Third Rail anymore. I was initially like, who are these guys? Why are they releasing videos? Like, are they scary people? They've sued Tanika? Like, Tanika's a nice person. She seems pretty established. Should I be worried about these guys? And then I think this is just where I was like, fuck it. Fuck it. These guys seem like they're just chumps. Why did they get involved with helping Sarah? They deserve anything that's coming to them for helping Sarah. Fuck it. I'm just gonna... Well, just like I poked the bear, and that's not a euphemism for sex, poked with a long stick, like 40-foot pole. I decided to start poking the documentarians because I started, same thing, using my journalism. I looked into their website, the Delapine Creative website, and what a piece of shit. Any of you can look it up. You can type Delapine Creative into Google and look at their website. And it looks like a GeoCities kind of, like if you... I don't know, took like the basic format, like, you know, hey, we'll sell you a website and, you know, it'll have hyperlinks and it'll all be built in and you pay us $40 a month. One of those shitty websites. And the links all link to these generic, weird, you know, Financial Times type articles that are about nothing, but just make them seem slightly more relevant than a website that has no links to anything. They seem like charlatans. I can't, I don't know what they do. I don't know what their specific thing is. Maybe their thing is that they have enough money that they can afford to throw small amounts of money at tons of schemes, and only one of them needs to pay off, that the other, you know, the others can be a wash and it doesn't matter. I feel like they don't like me. I've seen comments where it feels a little pointed, and at the same time I think there's a recognition of any active battle with me could only raise my profile and lower their position. So it's a weird situation. I try not to give them any extra publicity, and for a long time it was like, nope, not touching it, not talking about them, not even talking about the stuff I hear about them. But this is the point where I was like, well, fuck it. This stuff, everyone's talking about it. Like, you know, I can't watch my Sarah Boone content without knowing about what's happening in the phone calls. I'm going to do my own phone calls. I don't believe these phone calls. I'm going to do phone calls that are better than their phone calls, and they're going to be fake, but maybe they'll make the fake phone calls sound even more fake because you realize that, you know, Dan D's phone calls kind of sound real, and I know they're fake. So if Dan D's phone calls are fake and sound real, maybe these phone calls are fake. Let's listen to this one. I've got 5 of them queued up here, so we can talk about a few of them. This one's only a minute and a half long. This is my first dipping the toe in the water of poking a second bear.
Hey, it's Dan D, True Crime here. I was hoping to interview you about these phone calls that are being released. Did you authorize the release?
Just cool. Glad to see you.
Anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
Okay, so just so you know, there's a YouTube...
So, little pause. Beth of Salesman says, you were nervous about the tech or about the whole thing? Yeah, all of it. So on the one hand, I wasn't expecting to do this as, you know, a channel to be monetized. I thought at best I would get, you know, a couple hundred subscribers, and I could just have a fun time doing videos for myself, and not just for myself, but the videos that I kind of wished were being produced as a Sarah Boone content fan. And that's where I'll differ with Jess Coast. Obviously not a Sarah fan, but at the same time, I've been following the case solid since the trial, casually for about 2 years before the trial, but really solid since the trial. Most of the trial time, it was because I was really engaging with the community, and I just saw both, you know, really sardonic, dark humor that I appreciated the intelligence, I appreciated the quickness of a few commenters. I remember seeing Route Irish in caricatures chats during the original trial, and, you know, laughing at a lot of stuff he had to say. And yeah, just started noticing that this was a real community. So prior to this, I never chatted in live chats. I never, you know, I watch YouTube like I watch TV. Like, I'd put it on the screen. I didn't want to interact with the community. Fuck that. I'm not a huge people person. Even the people who are close to me kind of laugh at the way that I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't want to see people. Like, I need like 15, 20 hours away from you all just to work up the energy to be entertaining for the 4 hours you see me. And there's no diss to them. I love all my family, but I'm definitely energized by the time I have alone. and it lets me, be on for the group. But if I had to constantly be on, I would be like, that's enough of this. Like, this is crazy. Give me some time alone. So anyway, on that note, what was Beth of a Salesman's? She was asking if I was nervous about the content, or nervous about them or the technology. It was a little of both. I didn't know enough about YouTube to really know what I was allowed to do, what was, fair use, what was, parody, what wasn't. And, I just applied my skills. I went and, looked into it. I looked into what YouTube's terms of service are. I looked into US law for fair use. There's a different version for Canada. I think it's, I want to say fair consideration. Whatever it is, it's almost the same thing. It's the equivalent. I'm going to switch back to my full camera here, but then switch it off. Fuck, my eyes are like, oh yeah. Like two piss holes in the snow, as my mom used to say. Regardless, I'll just hide myself so I don't need to see how far things have gotten. What am I going to say about this? Oh yeah, so it was both nervousness about, my fucking up what I'm building. Like, at this point, I've become just big enough that I'm like, am I throwing it away if I take chances? And I'm still small enough that I'm like, fuck it, what do I have to lose? I'm not making money off of this. It's an audience, but at the worst case, I get kicked off the platform and, I had a fun time. People will be like, I remember that Dan D guy. That was pretty crazy how he stood up to the assholes that tried to help Sarah for a year. And personally, their relationship with Sarah has always made me feel a bit icky. I give Tanika way more grace with her relationship with Lana because of how novel it was. I could see myself getting sucked in if I was covering the case as a new channel and suddenly had my connection to have like a super unique inside, like, oh my God, I can, somehow leverage this into content that nobody else can produce. So I think there was some attraction there that seduced Tanika, and I'm just speaking of, I'm speaking of this much of a bottle of champagne, with this much less than a bottle of champagne. So I'm just talking out my ass here. I can't speak for Tanika, but I think that was probably, if I was in her position, I could see being like, oh my God, I'm going to go next level here with this, unique connection that I have. I guess the parallel I would have is like, Cowboy Criminology. I was able to make a relationship with him by featuring his material. Now, he's not a narcissist. He's not part of the problem or anything, but I'm super excited about it because it's this unique relationship that I think is going to help set my channel apart from a lot of people that are talking about similar things, but not going to be able to talk about it the same way that me and Derek can talk about things as a duo. So where am I going with that? Oh, that's why I'm on full camera. Beth of a Salesman's comment. Am I worried about the tech or so I didn't want to overextend myself. I didn't want to put myself out there where I was going to make enemies out on YouTube. And then I realized what these guys are doing, there's an element of it that's just not ethical. And I can have my opinion on that. And I think if I suppress that opinion, I'm not being true to myself. So to exist on this platform, I needed to kind of express myself as far as what do I think of the calls that we don't know all the information. We don't know what they're editing out. We don't know what they're adding in. We don't know why they're releasing in the order they do. Is it just, are they trying to make money back that they lost on her? And even if that's the case, why should we be the ones that are helping them recoup their costs in dealing with Sarah. Like, the whole thing is just really weird to me. And instead of being conflicted about it, I decided to start doing videos that were, I don't know, just let me express myself, so I got it out of my system. The interesting thing is, these videos were far less popular than the editor video that we watched a little earlier. That one went crazy. Like, I got about 2,000 views off of it right away, and I never did another one of the series. This one was getting like 100 views, 200 views. I did 5 of them in a row. This, I was like, yeah, now I'm having fun. Here we go. YouTube!
And they're posting these highly edited...
We're going back. So the concept here was that I was going to do my own documentary on Sarah. It is happening. That's really happening. But this was my first version of me calling Sarah and pitching the fact that, hey, I'm your guy. Fuck those guys. Talk to me. Tell me about those guys, but I'm the guy to tell your story.
Dan D, True Crime here. I was hoping to interview you about these phone calls that are being released. Did you authorize the release of these calls?
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
Okay, so just so you know, there's a YouTube channel, and they're posting these highly edited conversations between you and some guy. He says he was your friend. Well, I guess not really your friend, but he says you gave the copyright to prison call audio?
And I don't even remember doing that.
Wow. Well, this is crazy, because they're building this whole channel around these calls. They're talking about how you were guilty the whole time, but they named a duck after you, so you gave them the rights to your journal and phone calls and in the video.
I understand, because I don't remember that.
Well, this is incredible. I'm going to post this call to my YouTube channel once I get a chance to edit it, unless you're opposed to that. Plus, I need to send a few texts out.
So, is the texting thing something about me?
Oh yeah, 100% it's about you. My friends are not going to believe you granted me this interview.
I'm texting
about
you right now.
Thank you for doing this, by the way. Are we good? Do you think it went well today?
Everything was fine and dandy.
This is going to sound crazy, but how would you feel about doing a documentary together?
I don't think you all understand who I am.
Well, yeah, that's the point. We could ask you questions like, what kind of mom are you?
I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay, great. Well, we can talk about that. And then, we'll do some background, maybe talk to your teachers.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student.
Okay, that's great. But, we could talk to a teacher from a class that you maybe struggled in. Show your human side.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student.
So, no human side?
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student.
And just to be clear, who owns the copyright to this conversation?
You all.
Okay, us all.
You all.
I don't know why this one seems so fast to me. Am I getting fucking loaded here? And it seems like I'm on fast. Who owns the copyright? You all. No, that's normal. Holy shit. The cartoon in the upper corner, that's mocking the slideshow of deadly animals that you see in the turd rail videos. And just to be clear, who owns the copyright to this conversation? You all. Okay, us all.
You all.
Why don't I use that font for the close? That's pretty cool. I used it once.
Welcome. This is the
okay, this is my, I did this video, and because I think I did such a good job of their opening stupid sepia-toned animal montage, my click-through rate was almost 0 on this video. It was like people watched the first few seconds and then were like, I'm out of here. This is a piece of shit video. So you'll see in the next video I do of this series, I put this montage at the end. But here we go.
In a series of calls, ostensibly from my attempt to produce a documentary with Sarah Boone. These totally not faked calls are putting us toward a rail of understanding more about how Sarah Boone's mind works. Please remember that any money I send to her commissary is inconsequential and doesn't really count. Know that. This call occurred on December 16th, 2025, and totally is not faked using interrogation footage from 137.00 to 141.00 of the Law and Crime YouTube video.
So this was faked using footage from 127.00 to 137.00 of the Law and Crime footage. Don't believe the voiceover, he's lying.
The following audio compilation is exclusive to Dan D True Crime.
And that's the great thing about parody. So this might be public domain audio, but once I make a parody out of it, now it's my copyrighted. I was the one who came up with this unique vision of this call. So technically, if Third Rail takes my stuff, it could be considered a copyright if they just kind of present it as is without adding their own twist to it. So I've never touched their material directly. I've always just kind of commented on it. But it's just kind of funny to me that as parody, I actually have a copyright on my unique vision of that parody, whereas their shit is, you know, they're presenting it as news, so then it becomes fair use.
Sarah, it's Dan D again. You remember the documentary I was talking to you about?
Yes! Yes!
Well, I just wanted to follow up. A few things. I just finished setting up my visitor account. I went ahead, I ordered you the healthy breakfast package with diabetic glucose packs on the side.
The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
Well, I mean, I've been following your case for a while. I know that you reject breakfast, and
The animal sounds are because at one point, Peter and or Jules, probably Peter, said something about, I'd get out the calls more frequently, but, you know, we're editing. We got to get out the sounds, you know, there's the animals at the farm in the background. And that was one of my immediate bullshit. You got animals in the farm in the background. That just makes the footage more endearing. It makes me, they got rescue ducks. Listen to that. Wah, 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 wah. So I started putting way too many animals in the background of my calls, as though, you know, I'm not as sophisticated as the documentarians, so I can't remove animal sounds like they do with their calls.
About your need for medical sugar.
You don't know me.
You don't know me.
You don't know me. You don't know me.
Meow.
You don't know me. You don't know me. What time is it, please?
It's about 9 a.m. Pacific time. That must mean it's getting close to lunch for you. Do you mind if I ask some background questions for the documentary before you have to go? Like, you know, how do you feel about the life without parole sentence?
And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Punishment enough.
Okay. Don't worry, we'll get there. But first, I just want to ask you a few questions that, you know, you can sleep on and think about.
I think that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all I see.
Yeah, that's it, Jesco. So for a while, I was paying attention on Reddit. They were posting snapshots of the Patreon chats. And I think there was a Q&A that Reddit did where Third Rail answered it. And one of the questions and answers was like, if you've got all these calls, why don't you just release the calls? Like, why are you editing them? Why are you setting them to video that has nothing to do with the audio? You know, why? Is basically. And their response was, you know, we have to go through. Sometimes they're talking about legal stuff. We have to edit out, you know, you can't break the lawyer-client privilege. And I get, you know, okay. We were bleeping out names, and they said they were bleeping out names, and they'd release son's name at least on 4 or 5 calls prior to the Q&A about, it takes us a while to release calls because we're bleeping out names. And it's like, you're bleeping out Nicole's name. Everyone knows who the fuck Australia is. Like, beep in Australia. Well, you just bleeped out half of the information. Fucking waste of time. But that's what I think was going on with the calls, and that's the context of why I was starting to do these parodies of it, because it was like, what a bullshit reason for not being able to get out more than a call a week. If you've got a bank of calls, you could, just like the 911 call, like I don't know if you were on earlier when I showed the illustrated 911 call that I did, but if you have the raw audio, you release the raw audio. You let the YouTube creators take your raw audio and make video out of it. Make it special. Make it, clippy. Make it, Paul from the sofa bringing the squad down and talking about it with Roscoe, R.I.P. in the background. Like, it's content. But by crushing the content down into your specific narrative and then giving that to creators, all they're going to do is either pick it apart or present it as is, which is way worse. Like, I don't like that. But you don't give the creators very much option other than to make you look like shits, or you make your content look like shit, or to just be, fully up your asses. So of those 3 options, 2 of them aren't good, and the third one isn't going to build them a YouTube following. Not who am I to speak? I'm not where they are. But that said, my fans seem to enjoy my content. It seems like their fans are split. There's a lot of people who are watching their content that just shit talk them. And I'd much rather have 800 people that are glad to be here than 2,400 people. And, 800 are still glad to be here, but the other 1,600 shit talk me.
So that right there says something.
That's why I have this video going to the background of this, because it has nothing to do with the call, but it's exactly like the way Third Rail does their calls. I see there's 2 minutes left in this. That's going to give me enough time to do a 10-100. I haven't gotten up since I cracked the bottle there. So I'm just gonna drain. I remember this call. I actually made this call, so you guys enjoy it. I'll be back in minute and 20 seconds, maybe minute 30.
I mean, yeah, I guess maybe it suggests that you have a little remorse. Do you feel bad about what you did?
No, oh God. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm still down here.
Yeah, I think you've expressed that point ad nauseum. Hey, that's some new Latin for you. Add that to your collection. Ad nauseum. Now you know ad nauseum.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless.
Well, geez, I mean, he has been dead for more than 5 years. If you did have to live with him now, it would be...
punishment in itself.
Exactly. A punishment in itself. It sounds like you've really had a great opportunity to reflect on things with the time you've had in there.
I'm through with alcohol. And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Actually, speaking of stupid things, you have to admit that the hide-and-seek story was one of your stupider stories.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Oh yeah, I get that. It's just that it's almost above and beyond stupid.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Okay.
I'm all red-faced like an alcoholic. I didn't realize I was down here.
Before I go, I just want to make sure I have your permission to use all of this audio on my YouTube channel.
Yes!
Yes!
Okay, great. Well, I'm just going to give a little closing bumper for my fans. I hope everyone's fine. I'm Dan D, and this has been an exclusive phone call with Sarah Boone.
Yes!
Yeah, Jess Coast says, I don't understand why they didn't release them in order. And I call the order they released them in chronological. Damn. That would have been sweet if I just nailed it. But I call the order that they've released them in chronological Batman. But yeah, chronological order is the order that they've released the calls. Most people would release in chronological order, but they've chosen chrono-illogical order to release the phone calls. Clip that. That was perfect. That was how to do it. All right, that's a good way to do the tagline there. I didn't want to throw another clip in on top of the clip, so I think I just threw in everything is fine and dandy in text. Calls 4 and 5, this is where I really kind of lean into it. So at this point, but I only have 4 on here. Maybe there isn't a 5. Well, 4 I must fucking kick their ass. Maybe 5 is coming. Let's see. No, I don't have 5 in here. All right, well, enjoy call 4. This is the last of the calls I have queued up in this playlist.
Welcome. This fake phone call is intended to highlight untold truths about the perils of trying to make your first documentary by contacting an obviously guilty criminal. Join Dan D. True Crime as he rides the third rail toward greater insight into the mind of Sarah Boone and all those who provide her comfort and aid.
This call was recorded on December 22nd, 2022. My apologies for any barnyard noises. I'm still learning how to edit these calls.
So that's where I explicitly say, just so you know, I'm doing this because of that bullshit barnyard thing that you said on Reddit.
Hey, Sarah. I know we only just started talking recently, but I was hoping you could tell me a bit about the previous guys you were working with. They seem like rank amateurs to me, and I'm speaking as a rank amateur myself. Did you ever have hope in these guys?
I'm trying to help him because I had hope in him.
We'll pause there because this is a fun scene anyway. Carolina Hurtado makes a good comment. I'm going to try and read it, but it's more than 4 lines long, so I'm definitely going to trip over it. Peter and Julian aren't dumb. They released the last email to gain subscribers. Starting up a YouTube channel isn't easy, and in my opinion, they're going to continue to release phone calls. A year of phones. I believe that, and at the same time, my opinion is that they shot the wad. I think they used the best at the beginning, and I think that they misunderstood how the journals would be consumed by the Sarah Boone audience. I think that they had such disdain for us as consumers of true crime material that they thought that the journals were going to be gold. I think they thought that the journals were going to make them rich because we wanted to hear lurid tales of, like a Harlequin romance almost, or like a 50 Shades of Grey. They thought that was where the money was. So they were going to use the calls to suck people into their Patreon where they could get, the stuff YouTube won't let us play. And then they released those first journals and people were like, ugh. Like if ugh was an emotion, that was the emotion they had. That was the emotion that was given to them when they started releasing the journals. People were like, yuck. That's fucking disgusting. Like it's not believable, but it's also in such poor taste. Man's dead. Why are we relitigating this? There's no basis for it. There's no corroboration. This, isn't based off of facts that were released in court. This is based off of fan fiction that she wrote for no other purpose than to get Dr. Julie Harper to give her a battered spouse diagnosis. So the whole thing, they misread that. I see that as I brought up before the TSN Turning Point. It's a sports show out here, but whenever there's a baseball game, whatever sports game, they call it the TSN Turning Point. And it's that critical moment in a game where it goes from being anyone's game to, okay, this is in the bag for whichever team won it. I think that was the TSN Turning Point for Third Rail. I think when they thought those journals were going to be the moneymaker and they started releasing the phone calls as free content as a way to kind of, drum up attention that they could sell the journals to, that backfired 100%. Most people didn't want to hear the journals. They were like, okay, I guess I'm paying for something, give me the journals, but I'm not excited to see the journals. I'm not, whoa, these are awesome. Nobody was stoked on the journals. Like, they were mostly put off. Like, they're not enjoyable. Like, it's not, even from a context of trying to understand Sarah, they don't add a whole lot of value. So I think that was the fundamental misunderstanding, and from that point on, they've been playing catch up. I think they've been trying to, cycle back and like, oh, okay, well, if you like the calls, we still have more calls. But they shot the wad. All their good calls came at the beginning where they were trying to build interest. So now they're cobbling through what they have left, and it's not as good as what they put out. And what they put out hasn't been great. There's moments, there's definitely things that have penetrated the zeitgeist, but I wouldn't say that there's anything that is nearly on scale with anything that came out officially, like her court, her trial, her letters, all of the stuff that's on the official record. There's nothing on the official record that is less interesting than, well, there's not nothing. Okay, let me put it another way. There's nothing that Third Rail has that couldn't be matched or beaten by something that's on the official record. Sarah's got such a pervasive, such a it's multitudes of materials that Sarah Boone's provided us with. So much of it is on the official record that we don't need this off the record, I've edited it myself, here's my spin on it, put it out there. It would have been much better if they put out all their material, said if you want to use it, add us as a collaborator, and add us on a collab, and we'll take 50%. Our channel will build to monetization based off of people using our material. That's fine. We don't have a voice in the matter. We're just recouping losses. Here's all the material, raw footage, make videos out of it. Some creators would do like I'm doing and illustrate it. Other creators would act it out, and other creators would parse it out and do the etymology of words, and there would be a lot of content that could be made from the raw, untouched files. But these bullshit cobbled together, well, here is, call 15. That's actually the 12th call. That's, before the third call. It's complicated for no reason. Anyway, that's a fun ramble. Oh yeah, I'm sitting back in the ramble chair. I'm going to switch back to the watching my own videos chair. Here we are. Got my arm up. Jailhouse phone call 4. Let's just go back to the beginning. I think we lost the contact. We'll stop after the montage, though. We don't need to watch the fucking montage. Fuck their montage. We need a montage. Montage.
Hey, Sarah. I know we only just started talking recently, but I was hoping you could tell me a bit about the previous guys you were working with. They seem like rank amateurs to me, and I'm speaking as a rank amateur myself.
Did you ever have hope in these
I'm
guys?
trying to help him because I had hope in him.
I had hope.
And he was trying. He was really trying.
I'm sure he was trying, but did he actually ever do anything? I mean, did he send down a videographer or, at least storyboard his vision for your documentary?
This is coded, but this is me asking the questions of the documentarians. So what did they do to advance the project of a documentary? Because I'm just a guy sitting in southeast British Columbia, Canada, 5,000 kilometers, 2,000 miles or more, probably more, away from the situation. And I've gotten further with my documentary than they've gotten with theirs. And they had connection with the subject.
And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking.
Drinking? Wow, I hadn't heard about that. How did you feel about the drinking?
So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go.
Okay, this is where I accused them of drinking. Yeah, so there's no evidence that the documentarians are alcoholics, but for whatever reason, Sarah's audio was going about her and the alcohol. So when I was replacing the audio for it, all I could do was accuse her documentarians of being drunk. So that's out there. But it's parody, so, I'm protected, just like Afroman's protected. Lemon pound. Oh, fuck, I've got lemon pound cake.
That is crazy. That you need to worry about your documentarians drinking instead of working on your story? How did you cope with that?
Oh, I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else.
Didn't it make you want to drink when you knew they were drinking?
I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink.
What about an occasional wine?
The occasional wine, whatever.
Or maybe if it was a weekend.
A weekend.
That's when you have a good time.
Woo!
OMG, we're finishing each other's sentences. Almost like lovers. Hey, try this one. The best thing about getting blackout drunk is...
You don't have to wake up the next day.
That was awesome. Hey, how would you feel if I called you tomorrow at 9 a.m.?
I have to wake up the next day and do things. Well, I have all this stuff to do.
Really? Tomorrow at 9 a.m., you have a bunch of stuff to do? I was hoping to talk to my director of photography about a shooting schedule. He's really eager to get this moving.
He doesn't know how to, maintain himself.
I'm not sure that's fair. He's a pro. He can do 25 things at once while still keeping track of the 25 other things.
I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done.
Hey, Sarah. Not everyone excels at everything like you do. Give him a break. I think he's quite skilled.
He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would not literally, but had smoke coming out of his ears.
Actually, he is a bit of a pothead, so that may have been literal smoke that was coming out of his mouth.
So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it.
Okay, well, just give him some space to work. The next time that happens, why don't you...
I'm going to go get something to drink.
You can drink prison wine while you're on a phone call?
So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink.
Okay. We are getting a little off track again. Tell me about the documentarians. Did they seem like they enjoyed their job?
And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And I broke his heart.
So I was running out of raw footage to put behind the call, and I just threw my hairstyles montage. This was originally done as a short to the music from the musical Hair. Long, beautiful hair, she's got it, he's got it, hair.
Because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up, and his manager was awful.
So the documentary guy had a side gig working in a retail store? Wow. Times must have been tough for that creative agency.
So I think that
had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much.
Wasn't he able to confide his feelings to a loved one?
His ex-wife is bonkers.
Ex-wife? Whoa. Okay, that's news to me.
So again, this was just Sarah's audio. I have to work with it, but it basically implied that Mary, she's out. She's like, I've had it. I don't know why the fuck you're talking to some crazy bitch in a prison in Florida. And now my name is being dragged in the mug. Goodbye. I'm out. And yeah, so she's talking about George's ex-wife, but the selection of audio, this is the Carrot Top look. That's a really good. AI didn't know what a Carrot Top was, so they literally put a carrot in the hair.
Do you think it was stress from the relationship between you two?
She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job?
So once you explained your financial situation, did the documentary guys contribute to you at all?
And he's still trying to take care of me and a bill here or there.
Okay, we're running a little low on time here, but I need to mention this before we end this call. Did you know that the prison calls released by those first documentary guys are starting to turn people off following you at all?
This was a real point. So there was a Reddit thread about this where a few people that were obviously very invested in the case to be a regular Reddit user were just saying like, I used to really be obsessed with this case, but every new call that comes out from these guys, I'm just less interested. It's not as compelling as the rest of the material. And this is what I see as the biggest danger with their material, because there's something inauthentic about it. People, I think, the more they engage with it, the less Sarah Boone becomes the magnet, and the more people are like, well, what else is out there? There's other crimes. And there's nothing wrong with expanding your horizons. But I think as far as farming content out of Boone, which is, I came along late. I'm looking for the last meat on the bones. So I don't mind, being open about the fact that I'm trying to get the last bits. That little admission just totally threw me off track. Well, in any case, yeah, so I just think this new material, I think it's really not serving the purpose of really mocking Sarah. I think there's way better material to mock her out of the existing material. I think the family law case got less attention than it should have because this came out immediately after. So instead of us, because really, that's another one that's really gold. The trial, the family law trial where she's attending on phone, hear me out, sitting in the benches on the Sarah side with nobody at the table in front of them. There's a lot of great absurdist humor in that trial. And for whatever reason, it just got backburnered because the new calls were the new thing. But that's another thing that should be revisited. I'm talking about going back 35 years to revisit Betty Broderick, but revisiting the family law trial from beginning to end, there's gold in there, and we haven't even properly mined it. We're already like, give us new stuff. Sometimes the stuff that exists, you got to just take the time to mine the gold from it.
And then it's all backfired on me. It's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
Yeah, it is severe. If nobody cares about you, my documentary is dead in the water. Let me read you this Reddit comment. Okay, I found this on the Sarah Boone Continued subreddit, and here it is.
This is one, I don't know what it did to her cheekbones, but Kelly said, make her a vampire. I asked AI, turn this picture into a vampire. That's no longer Sarah, is it? That's just a beautiful woman that's a vampire. She'll suck my blood. She'll leave me as a drained husk, but, I'll smile. Yeah, that's no longer Sarah.
Many great insights shared in this sub, as well as some fun conversation.
Sarah Antoinette.
Now that I've listened to several of the new calls, I've realized
Lenny.
my distaste
Beavis.
for Peter's approach / involvement
Butthead.
makes them on balance more frustrating for me than insightful. Again, this is just
The Chelsea capsule. Give her a little length, little body. She's not going to like the fact that Chelsea's hair makes her look 300% better.
personal take, no judgment whatsoever for anyone else here. I have a wide range of interest, and my deep dives usually ebb and flow naturally. But Sarah has hung around in my head past her expiration date.
Eddie!
She's not a nice person.
Yay!
She's not nice.
Now, we got no reason to believe that Kim left that comment.
She's just not a nice person.
Be that as it may, if no one cares about you, I can't justify spending money I need for cat food on your documentary project.
See, and then it's all backfired on me.
I hate to end the call this way, but can I just get your permission to use your audio on my channel?
Yes!
And please, if you don't mind, please, close this out with my tagline.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Well, thank you for being so accommodating. I can't wait until phone call 5.
I do phone call 5. I don't know why that's not in the... We can add that if we're still looking for more content before I close this.
DDT.
So this is based off of the K-Tail records. At Christmas, I just started like, okay, I'm going to start doing Sarah Boone inspired Christmas songs. All of them are on here on this playlist, so get ready to revisit Christmas 3 months later. But I really had a good time writing different versions of it. First, coming up with the ones that I was like, these are the ones I'm going to sing 1 or 2 bars from. But not being committed to having to do a whole song parody, it really freed me up to like, just, oh, that's a really clever, recognizable verse. But then being able to come up with the titles for the stuff that came up in between the songs that I was singing for, I really like this concept. I'm looking forward to next Christmas to pick up a few of the tunes I haven't done, like Good King Wenceslas. We 3 kings were traveling.
Presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Lowell, 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 Lowell. This is the place where she will dwell.
But that's not all. You'll get All I Want for Christmas is Wine, The Holly and George's ID, I Won't Be Home for Christmas, and everyone's favorite,
Last Christmas, I gave you a bike. The very next season, I said it's my bike. This year, I'm saving my fruit
to give it to somebody special.
Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. No Holy Night. Sentencing was the most wonderful time of last year. It's beginning to look a lot like Boone lied. And we can't forget
Mrs. Boone, I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot spoon. Ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Subscribe to Dandy True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season. Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska, void where prohibited. A dramatic reading.
This was great. So this comment was left after you guys left probably 30 to 40 great comments on a video of mine. I don't even remember which video it was, but whatever it was, everybody was like, oh my God, loved it. Dan, loved you. You were fantastic. My mom was even kind of making fun of me, like, you really like these YouTube people, eh? And I'm like, they love me, Mom. But anyway, so after a bunch of you commented and just like, filled my heart, made me feel like, okay, I'm doing the right thing. This comment came up. And it would have hit a lot harder if it was the first comment on the video or the only comment on the video. But they didn't even have the foresight to look at all the comments I was getting on the video before putting this comment which I now read to you in a dramatic format.
The YouTube comment. You are obsessed, dude. Third rail has its onset of issues, but I suggest you stay in your on rail. You are not entertaining or funny. I will speak to the bozo who told me to check you out. Taking Sarah way too serious. She's nobody. Go read a book.
Give that one more.
You are obsessed, dude. Third rail has its onset of issues, but I suggest you stay in your on rail. You are not entertaining or funny. I will speak to the bozo who told me to check you out. Taking Sarah way too serious. She's nobody. Go read a book.
So I would just go upstairs and read a book or ride my bike. Go read a book. I actually had a job that for a while I was reading business books and summarizing them into Cole's notes for business people that didn't have time to read books. Put me off reading for a while, to tell the truth. But
that was a dramatic reading of a YouTube comment.
Everything was fine and dandy.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you...
I won't be home for Christmas because it's life without parole. Or is it parole? Krennic never said. So I'll be here for Christmas. I won't be home, I say. Christmas Eve will find me safe inside my cell.
For a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as Ronky the Red-Nosed Bear Clown. Can't get drunk but still she does. All of the other bears frown, watching her catch a buzz. But that's not all. You'll also get Christmas in Lowell. Will Sarah get run over by a reindeer, please? And I sing for Wing Wings. Plus this classic. Wish list with questions for scoundrel detectives. Wine glasses full of Woodbridge white wine. Smoking and drinking in pink shorts Muldoons. These are my favorite fun things to do. Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Here comes Kim a Carolyn.
Here comes Kim a Carolyn, a Carolyn, a Carolyn. Here comes Kim a Carolyn upon a Christmas morning.
That fish soap season. And walking in a winter park wonderland. And we
walking in a winter park wonderland. In the lane there's a wood bridge. Someone's saying it's Gary Goodridge. Sings a love song as we come along, looking for Woodbridge under a bridge.
Forget. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash.
Okay, we're going back to this one. This is the Carol of Intimacy from Saturday Night Live that I've re-envisioned into the Carol of Give Me Money by Sarah Boone. It's based off of the Carol of the Bells, and it's that song that's like, have a very, very Merry Christmas, have a very, very Merry Christmas, da 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 da. But anyway, I do it as, there's 3 tracks I've recorded over myself. The first one is, give me some cash, I want some cash, give me some cash, give me some cash, give me what I want for Christmas, give me what I want for Christmas. So listen for those 3 lyrics now that I've broken it down for you.
You can't forget. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash.
What I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas.
Give me some cash, I need some cash. Give me some cash, I need some cash. Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season. Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited. NK Did It suggested this in a comment, and I'm going to try it.
Now, that's a really good point. So, Addie is me says, it's good to know that you're good at getting word of mouth, even if that bitter person is mad at them. That's what I was kind of in the comments made a point of. Like, thank Bozo for me. I don't know who Bozo is that recommended you to my content, because clearly you're not a fan. But there's somebody out there that was such a fan of me that they didn't give a shit whether you were a fan or not. They told you, hey, check out Dan D. This is some good stuff. So somebody out there like either wanted to fuck with Nicole and was like, hey, check out this guy. You'd probably like him. I don't like that. That's garbage. Whatever it was, it's pretty awesome that somebody recommended this person to me. I think it's more likely it was just somebody trying to act as though they were a stranger and trying to, affect the comments. But I always give those comments the pin of shame. You'll be up there pinned as the first comment that anyone sees if you say something shitty. And, live by it or delete it, whatever you want to do. But I'm not ashamed to drive engagement, even if it's negative. What we're going to watch here, the song Oh Holy Night? I think Eric Cartman sang it as a South Park thing. NK Did It, one of my early, I think still one of my mods, suggested I do this version of Oh Holy Night. And I didn't think it was ready for prime time. This is an unlisted video. So if you haven't seen it, the reason you haven't seen it is it's unlisted. It's in a couple of playlists, but it's not available if you just look at my channel page. And you'll probably see why by the time I press play.
NK Did It suggested this in a comment, and I'm going to try it. It's a bit of a metronome going in the background there. Oh, holy crap. Another lawyer's quit me. Oh, holy crap. Another lawyer's quit me. Oh, that's rough. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it as high as possible now that I've stretched. 1, 2, 3. Oh, holy crap. Another lawyer's quit me. No, that's...
Okay, gonna try it live again.
Oh, holy crap. Another lawyer's quit me.
Okay, that was as high as I could go, which obviously I couldn't hit the notes I was going for, but they were up there.
But either. So let's see if I start low and give myself somewhere to grow. Oh, holy night.
I get the lyrics wrong when I get the melody right, but here we go.
Another lawyer's quit me.
Oh, holy night. Another lawyer has quit me.
Abhor the sound. James Owens, he is gone.
Abhor the sounds, for James Owens, he is gone. And sleep through the night.
This is getting a little self-indulgent. Am I?
And sleep through the night. Another one. It is getting self-indulgent. I agree. Past Andy, we should move on.
What's this though? DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as
Paul Klink, NYC. You are my 802nd subscriber. Thank you for helping me grow. I appreciate it. I'm going to shout out Paul. Paul is, you got to embrace your criticism. And Paul joined an early stream of mine where I was streaming off my 2007 HP laptop that I got free for signing up for a cable package. And the fan was like, and everyone was so kind. Nobody said nothing. Paul was like, what the fuck is that sound in the comments? And I didn't see the comments till the next day. He's watching on replay. So his first comment is, what is that sound? And I responded to it like, oh, sorry, it's my fan. I'm, trying to upgrade things, but, it is what it is. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get better. And then a few minutes, I've tried. I can't listen to it. Sorry. So I was, I appreciate you giving it a shot. I wish, it could be better. Come back in a few months. And I've seen Paul in the comments. I've seen him checking out the videos lately. I'm not that much better, but I'm a little bit better. There's definitely no fan hum. So thank you, Paul. I appreciate the criticism. When it's good, when it's well meant, when it's like a constructive comment, like, hey, I'd want to watch your video, but I don't want to watch it because XYZ, tell me. I can take it. I'm a grown man. And I remember, Paul, the other reason that his name came on my radar is because Summa called him out. He posted a video. I think it's a video with Eli. So if you want to see a video with, I think it's Eli from Kim and Eli. Paul, you can correct this in the chat. I've had a few to drink tonight. I've had, this is the empty bottle. This is what's remaining from the bottle. So that's what I've had to drink minus what you just saw. Anyway, whatever, Paul has a pretty cool interview that's on his channel that is nowhere else. So if you're in the chat and you want to check out unique Sarah Boone content, subscribe to him now, check him out later. Stay with me for now. But yeah, that's my little story about Paul Klink, NYC. We're going to go back and rewatch this video in its entirety because who can remember the last 15 seconds? I can't. Not me.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as Violent Night, Lowly Spite, Sarah's Guilt, In Plain Sight. But that's not all. You'll also get favorites like It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like LWAP, Straight A Student, and Please, If You Don't Mind, Please. And who can forget this John and Yoko classic, All We Are Saying.
This is a duet I'm singing by myself.
Is give me some snacks.
All we are saying is give me some snacks. Talking about the dragon, want the dragon, ramen and the dragon, noodles, the noodles, give me lots of noodles.
With the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more, like a Flying Monkeys Christmas in Wales. All I Want for Christmas is Pink Shorts. Away in a Prison. And we can't forget Hark The Herald Sarah sings, please can I have George's ring? Subscribe to Dan D True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season.
Hello, Barry Adams in the house.
Alaska, void were prohibited.
Phone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation.
Barry Adams, have you had a chance to see your Barbra Streisand parody song that I included you in? Barry Adams was extremely generous in a previous live stream. Gave out 50 gift memberships. Cheers. So I did a short video. You can see it in my shorts. I can't play it because it's got music, but it's Duck Soup, Barbra Streisand, and every time they say Barbra Streisand, I switch it to a little Barry Adams. Very catchy little song. Big thank you to Barry Adams for helping grow the community. I raise my glass. What we have here is the second of the dramatic readings I did. So this is using the material provided by Classified Crime. Classy gave it to me. I did a live reading of this, but I was supposed to summarize this. I was supposed to turn this into a proper letter. Instead, I just really fucked around and had fun with it. It's near Christmas, and I'm just sitting up in the attic with my phone on vertical, really acting out a Sarah letter here. Or a phone call, because I've got my hand up in that like, if you've ever done improv, that's a phone. Well, okay, what the fuck am I doing here? No, it's still a letter. Why am I doing a phone symbol? Okay, we'll try and figure out why we're doing a phone while I'm reading a letter.
Phone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation, I asked what?
Okay, that's it. It's a letter about her talking to Brian in the dorm. And it's like, I'm trying to talk to you in the dorm, and you make me beg. Okay, let's just enjoy this now. Set it up.
Phone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation, I asked why? Why are you doing this to me? Fully, completely knowing that I have no one, nothing. And how meaningful it is to be called Beep's mother.
I bleep myself from saying son's name in the script there.
It is to be called Beep's mother. And his response was simply,
It will make you say yes now. If you keep doing as you have been doing, everything will be fine.
And the Academy Award goes to Dan D with his rendition of Sarah Boone and Brian. So we're going to go back on this, but this fucking transition. Look at that. I'm a fucking thespian. So I'm enacting Sarah whining and crying and whatever. And then she puts on in the letter, she quotes Brian being cold, like, well, now it'll make you do what you need to do. So watch me just do the and change character here. Fucking master thespian.
It will make you say yes now. If you keep doing as you have been doing, everything will be fine.
Okay, that's just the after.
This, in turn, has compelled me to now. This, in turn,
phone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation. His response is simply.
Here we go.
And his response was simply. His response is simply.
It will make you say yes now. If you keep doing as you have been doing, everything will be fine. This, in turn, has compelled.
This is from later in the same reading. I did 3 shorts from this reading. If you can't see me, if it feels like there's just a floating head, I'm wearing camouflage in this video. So just imagine that there's a torso there if you can't see it. But if you're a deer, you probably don't even know that there's a body connected to that head.
me to now bring attention to some of my concerns in the egregious decisions he has made prior and during my incarceration, as well as from my son personally stating, quote, Dad's laziness, empty promises, and disappointments.
Paul Clink, New York City, asks who would play George in a movie. I personally would put forward Bad Bunny. Not to be political. If you saw Happy Gilmore 2, you may be with me where I think it's a piece of shit movie compared to the original. And at the same time, I think one of the shining points of the movie was Bad Bunny as the caddy for Adam Sandler's Happy. A lot of the movie felt really contrived, like they were just working in jokes, working in appearances, working in cameos. I wasn't impressed. I'm still glad I watched the movie. I wouldn't, go as far as to say there weren't bits where I was like, oh yeah. But I'd much rather watch the original than rewatch Happy Gilmore 2. All that said, Bad Bunny was delightful in it. He was, if the whole film was, little happy bright spots like that, I probably would have liked it a lot more. He's charming. He's a good entertainer. He's Puerto Rican. I think he would do a fantastic job as a sympathetic George. So yeah, I would put Bad Bunny forward as George in the movie. And I think he would probably do a good job with basically, you'd only have a limited chance. You'd get to act yourself out in the cell phone videos, but you'd basically be DOA. Like the film would start with you already, done. And then you would have to reprise yourself in like courtroom footage and that sort of thing. So it'd be a strange role to take as an actor, but he's not really an actor. So, but at least comfortable enough to do SNL, comfortable enough to do live performances. So that's my vote.
Beep knows without any hesitation or doubt, I will do anything, anytime, anywhere, all within reason, to help him. Which is why I, as his mother, have been his go-to person in many ways, for many things, throughout his life, including while being incarcerated.
Before we get to this one, there's a comment I pinned in chat. It's from Barry Adams. Question. We watched Corey Richins and the Walk the Dog. We have to take vague notes so you remember. And whenever I read that part, I read the, quote, so you remember part snide and slurring like one of two. Aha. Oh, that's good that you put one of two. I wouldn't have even known to look for the next message. I was almost going to read it as half. I was just, half. Well, that's perplexing. Okay, 2 of 2. Like Sarah was drunk berating George, so you remember. So a little bit of gaslighting on the one hand, but yeah, trying to work like Corey Richins was like, okay, I need to put this out there and you guys need to fucking get it. Fucking get it. Get on fucking page. I don't know how Walk the Dog, it must have been an internal code, but it's basically, like I remember, God, what was the movie? Was it called Wag the Dog? Political movie with Dustin Hoffman where he ends up like getting really in with gangster rappers, and the idea is instead of the dog wagging its tail, the tail wags the dog. And if you can get ahead of things politically, regardless of what side you're on, you can be the one who manufactures the consent of the public. And it's some pretty high level shit for a guy who's drank a full bottle of wine. You know what I think I need is a fucking tall boy. What I have here, this is 420 Honey Lager from Shaftesbury Brewery. And I think it is right about time to crack that because I'm getting a little high and mighty with my ideas. I might be thinking I'm smarter than I am. We'll play this and we'll see if I feel as smart after a sip.
Because former husband is bored and bitter. Totally unfair. And the cruel ego trip is disgusting. Nice. And nothing to be proud of. What is the point? There is nothing left other than my dignity, which he will never have. What would our son say? How would he feel knowing the truth? And there's another pause, and I'm going to pause that because I think she's stealing from Whitney Houston there.
Oh, no.
No matter what you take from me, you can't take away my dignity. 'Cause the greatest love of all is happening to me. Now what I need you to do right now is think back to yesterday.
All right, we'll take a pause. The greatest love of all is happening to me. Billie Jean, I read it as half. It's totally, I was reading it as half right up until I was about to say it out loud. And then I caught myself like, oh, one of two. I went to college. But yeah, I think walk the dog was wag the dog. Okay, so you guys you knew where I was going with that, even though I kind of lost my own point as I expressed it. But yeah, I think there was for whatever reason, that became walk the dog with them. But it was a little code word expression. She wouldn't have written it so big at the top of the letter if it wasn't supposed to be, hey, wake the fuck up. Beep, beep, Richie. Walk the dog. Hello. This is where you help me. I'm Corey. Corey with the good hair. Corey with the side part. Help me out. This is a fun one. This is from a longer video. But let's just count wine with Sarah Boone.
Now what I need you to do right now is think back to yesterday and just count each glass of wine you had from the beginning of the day right to the end out loud. So just visualize each drink and count it out loud.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Jesus Christ. That is a lot of freaking wine. Did you say 32 glasses? How are you even alive?
And it's funny that it's more believable that her CPR counting was her counting glasses of wine from memory than it was her doing CPR. Like if you had to, bet 50-50 on which of those two things was happening there, it's definitely more believable that she was counting wine glasses than doing CPR. Because she wasn't doing CPR. She wasn't counting wine either, but which of those two things is more believable for that cadence of counting? Just go back a few seconds.
32.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, 1 second.
That is a lot of freaking wine. Did you say 32 glasses? How are you even alive?
Billie Jean says, walk the dog is code for get the story straight or make a plan. Corey did not come up with it. No, where else have I heard walk the dog? In journalism, like you sometimes will see that with an interviewer and they kind of walk an interview, like they'll basically walk the dog, kind of they'll trick the person down hey, I'm just taking you for a walk. We're just chatting about shit. And now they've answered 4 questions about one thing, and the 5th question is like the gotcha. And they've already come so far down that path, there's no getting away from the gotcha question. Thank you, Billie Jean. Yeah, that's right. I have heard the term before. But it did remind me of that movie Wag the Dog, and it feels like there's like a connotation of this is it, we're affecting the outcome here, and it's a trick phrase that only we know. We're so clever.
Wow. Welcome.
Oh, is this the last one? This is the last one. We can still watch more shit, but this is the last thing I've queued up. It's also the most popular video. So this is full shout out to But I Don't Think About You. She's on Reddit. I say she, because I assume. I think it's anyway, it's not about debating gender. But I Don't Think About You is a user on Reddit that takes the jail calls and doesn't transcribe them, but reimagines them in a sense of reality that isn't captured in the actual call. So I was enjoying reading these, just reading them so I could know the context of the calls. And I didn't really know where reality started and parody began, but they were entertaining. I really liked the writing style. And then this jail call came up, and I was like, oh, fuck this. I'm illustrating this. I'm reading it. This is going on the page. Part of what gave me the fuel to include this on my page was that in the comments, somebody said, wouldn't it be cool if somebody on YouTube did it? But I Don't Think About You said, oh, I would, I give it advance, Tanika or SKR. If they want to use it, they can. And I'm like, well, I'm not them, but this is kind of like an open invitation. If I do a good enough job, then... Anyway, if you look in the comments, I think the pinned comment for this video is from But I Don't Think About You. Full endorsement, love being featured. So that's great. I took a risk. I was like, at worst case, tell me that, you've got a YouTube channel and you're trying to create on your own. I'll give you the collaborator credit. You can even claim the video as far as monetary rights. But this user doesn't have an active YouTube page, just very active on Reddit. Very happy myself to feature this, and it plays into kind of my YouTube strategy. My strategy is an abundant strategy. It's not about I want, my piece of the audience. It's let's build this audience. Let's, everyone grows. All boats rise in a rising tide, and a rising tide floats all boats. I think that's a more poetic way of saying it. But yeah, have an abundance mentality. Really believe in the fact that by lifting everyone else up, you're just lifting yourself up. And I want people to trust that, if I think somebody's doing a better job with content than me, I'm going to shout them out and let people who watch me say, oh, yeah, that was pretty fucking awesome. Thanks, Dan. I'm not going to do better than everyone at the stuff that they're the best at. And there's going to be some people that can't do better than me at the things I'm the best at. So I'm happy with that, and I'm more than happy to share credit and share who I'm interested in. And if you like them, if you don't like them, you make your own decisions, but I'm going to make a pillar of my channel shouting out other channels and building a wide net, a wide umbrella of support. And shout out to all the channels that have been there for me and helped me grow. So I've definitely given back on that. This is about a 20-minute video, so even though it's the last video, we've got some time to settle in. Let's just really enjoy this here. I'll take a look at the comments as we let her start.
Should be a fun one. But first, full disclosure. This is not my original work. Full credit to Redditor, But I Don't Think of You,
for writing the content that I will be presenting in a dramatic read format. I don't personally have a Reddit account, but in reading the public post, But I Don't Think of You gives her prioristic blessing to SKR or Tanika's 2 cents if they were to read her satirical summary. I hope this reading does But I Don't Think of You proud. I will be happy to share collab credit if But I Don't Think of You is on YouTube. A little background before I begin. The subreddit, Sarah Boone Continued, is a very active and knowledgeable Sarah Boone community on Reddit.
Shout out.
For some time now, But I Don't Think of You has been preparing satirical summaries of the boondoggle content to make the content more palatable. I've been enjoying these summaries every time a new one is posted, but the summary of Call 11 stood out as inspired work. I was going to do this with the AI voice changer, but the closer I got to matching Sarah's voice, the more I wanted to stick crochet hooks into my ears while listening to my read.
The crochet hook is not an original piece of art on the Electric Larryland album cover. That was a AI swap that I was able to do with. That is a real album cover, but it's a pencil being shoved into the ear, and that was on record stores across the country with the song Pepper. Sherry got with Sharon, and Sharon got disease. She was sharing Sharon's outlook on the topic of disease. Mikey got a facial scar, popped him in the leg. Should have been a better shot, got him in the head.
Instead of matching her shrill, annoying bleats, this read will be in my normal voice. A piece of me thinks Sarah would be annoyed to hear a James Earl Jones rendition of her voice. So here we go. But I Don't Think of You's satirical summary of Jail Call 11, hoping for a futuristic blessing of this dandy read. Jail Call 11. Mirror morons and other improperly used terms.
I love this one because since this call, I've had so many opportunities to bring up what mirror neurons are. I've talked about mirror neurons to people who know nothing about Sarah Boone. So now all of a sudden I'm like a micro-esque expert on mirror neurons and how they work in the brain. If you want really interesting, this is a total side. There's a series on YouTube. It's a Stanford lecturer. His name's Robert Sapolsky. Sapolsky. Brilliant guy. Talks about high-level concepts in the most approachable, down-to-earth, like almost the way that Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about astrophysics. This guy talks about neurology. There's a lecture series from him. I think it's 17, 20 videos. So if you look up Stanford and Robert Sapolsky, you'll get this series of fascinating lectures. It's basically just him. It's a 4th level psychology or whatever, graduate level psychology class, sociology class that you're getting for free on YouTube just by watching it. Maybe you don't have the basis to totally appreciate all the concepts that he's going into on that, but if you look it up, and you guys, I'm gonna continue bullshitting about it now too. So anyone who's interested, go look it up, set up your playlist, subscribe to it, and then come back. I'm gonna take at least a minute and a half before I get back to the video. I've used it as sleep content. I've used it as I can't sleep, so might as well learn something while I'm up. I've used it as graveyard shift. Well, I'm up for 6 hours. Let's just put this on in the background and I'll pick up bits and pieces. It's fascinating. It's approachable. It's not at a level you can't accept without prior knowledge. At the same time, the more you listen to it, the more you pick up, because you're like, oh, that's what that part's getting at. And there's definitely parts that you don't understand at all because you don't have the medical background or whatever prerequisites they took in order to get into this course. But all that said, mirror neurons and neurology, the fascinating field. And I think there's a lot of scientific understanding of people like Sarah that can be gained through understanding of neurology and just our basic, is it nature versus nurture, or do we have free will? There's some fundamental questions that can get to the nature of some of our most complicated human beings, and yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Robert Sapolsky, Sapolsky. He's got a crazy beard. He's got an epic beard. If you see a professor with a beard, looks like he's 30, and his beard looks like he's Dumbledore with glasses, you got the right guy. Anyway, that's my shout out to Robert Sapolsky. Some great books by him too, great lecture series, but look up the Stanford series if you want what got me hooked on him. And now let's learn about mirror neurons from But I Don't Think About You, read by Dan D.
Fade in. We open on a prison payphone, and a golem-like creature in profile crouched before it. It wears the standard prison uniform, and its only distinguishing features are the hairstyle, a mop only seen on prepubescent boys in the 1980s, and the striking resemblance to Jabba the Hutt. The monstrous beast sits picking its nose and eating its treasures. Its pale blue eyes are as empty as a corpse, with brief flashes of anger so terrifying they earn the NC-17 rating and epilepsy warning. Additionally, if you are or ever hope to become pregnant, please be advised that looking at this creature directly in the eye can lead to acute uterine expulsion syndrome.
That sounds painful.
Additionally, those with a penis should proceed with caution, as there have been reports of sudden penectomies, where the victim rips off their own penis and throws it into a garbage disposal or wood chipper to ensure that reattachment is impossible. Viewer rejection is advised.
That's pretty extreme.
Cut to Saba the Cunt. Hello? Are you available?
Saba the Cunt is one of the badges for, I think it's one of the things you can use in chat. I'm going to check that out right now. Yes, indeed, you can use Saba the Cunt in chat. If you've wondered what that is, that's Saba the Cunt. And that is, for members. If you're a member, you can throw up a little Saba the Cunt in chat. If not, you have to make do with, I don't know, what's the closest thing we got to that? It's not a... There's not a lot of options. Yeah, so if you get gifted a membership, you can throw up a Saba the Cunt in chat whenever you feel like it. That's just like a bonus that's for you.
I've called you 94 times in the past 7 minutes. I've squandered your unearned gifts of tablet credits. And if I'm unable to feed off the kindness of my post-prison pals daily, I'll have no choice but to eat the world. Are you okay? Is your friend okay? I've remembered something you said that didn't involve me and my money, which means you owe me financially. Oh, your friend is in the hospital and probably won't make it? Well, at least you know they're being taken care of while they die. I need stamps. Now. My other griftee has an impounded car and some sort of small being she feeds. So she's tapped out. Or just being a selfish bitch and hoarding my money so she can live. Did my useless transcribed ravings get delivered to the court? Or did you fuck it up, as per usual? I made copies of the lunatic letters for that black lady with the robe. $49.65. And mailing was $17.85. Now there's a lien on my asshole account. You told me to tell you how much it was.
I'm just following orders. Open that fat wallet and clear my debt. I'll give you virtual blowjobs for a year as payment. I know that you're tight financially. That sounds like a personal problem. I'm negative in my account, and Brian still hasn't signed away my son's right to avoid seeing me face to face. Son started high school yesterday and thinks I'm to blame for not being there to hold his hand and drunk drive him.
How out of touch? Like, we know how out of touch Sarah is, but let's just all have a good time enjoying. How out of touch should she be? Kid's a teenager. Last thing you want, mom, like, oh, hold my hand. I'm scared. I'm going into grade 9. Fucking, she thinks her kid is like still the 4-year-old. I want to be a cop. Okay, night-night, termite.
And from school. He's a little bitch. And now his big bitch father wants to
man up, bitch.
Me to actively fucking up his life for only 30 minutes a week? It'll be nearly impossible. I need unlimited access at Brian's expense. At least until son gets a fucking job. Direct deposit into the Honey Bun Fund is the least he can do, since I pushed him out of my demon puss. Oh, and I'm surrounded.
So we'll just go back to that. The demon puss here, I was pretty inspired by this. I wasn't sure how to animate a demon puss, right? But it turned out what I took was one of the emojis and just had a zoom in on the teeth. Where is the demon puss? They're not even showing it to me on the Zoom.
Expense. At least until son gets a fucking job. Direct deposit into the Honey Bun Fund is the least he can do, since I pushed him out of my
So I figured a demon puss would have teeth. But this, the tongue, the close-up, this is just the emoji of the, like the Macaulay Culkin. But what a great visual for a demon puss without triggering the, this is obscene content on YouTube alarms. It's just a friendly emoji. Chicks love emojis.
Puss. Oh. And I'm direct deposit into the Honey Bun Fund is the least he can do, since I pushed him out of my demon puss. Oh. And I'm surrounded by big black bitches.
For the record, this is what Meta AI thought big black bitches would look like. I didn't ask for any particular type of big black bitches, but I asked for big black women in prison uniforms, and this is what they gave me. So these are not real big black bitches. These are Meta AI's version of big black prisoners.
Black, Peter. Black. I'm 5'3", 71-pound, undiscovered supermodel.
Supermodel? Look at her side-eyeing. Like, what, you don't think I'm a supermodel? Wearing a fucking corset, leather corset here. Don't make me side-eye you any worse than I can with this hairdo.
Superior race. They all act like I'm Hispanic. They make me wake up at the ass crack of dawn and clean the dorm toilets. It takes me 12 minutes and fulfills my requirement of having a job in prison. It's humiliating and incredibly dangerous.
Everyone knows that black people have disease.
So I shot this all in my normal voice. I was like, I'm just going to read it straight. And then as I'm editing it, I'm listening to this and I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't say this. I can't have this out there. Like, somebody could clip these parts. So basically everything that sounds awful, I changed to the AI voice for Sarah, because I was like, I don't want there to be a version of my voice out there if I run for politics in like 20 years. Well, you said that you think all black people have diseases in their asses. I didn't say that. Well, roll the clip. So, here we go.
And fulfills my requirement of having a job in prison. It's humiliating and incredibly dangerous.
Everyone knows that black people have diseases in their asses. It's a crime that segregation never went away.
The fire ants continue to feed off my dandruff
Deb
and
Richardson,
general crust.
hey,
And
good to
no,
see you.
I can't say anything to the melanin monsters in my dorm. It's so easy for you to say in your air-conditioned barn with your barn with air conditioning, and I'm in a barely air-conditioned lockbox with chocolate creeps, not by choice or through any fault of my own.
When But I Don't Think About You wrote about the chocolate creeps, obviously I knew she was talking about the big black bitches. But I immediately thought of the cavity creeps. I don't know if you guys remember, we make holes in teeth. We make holes in teeth. It was like, I think a commercial for Crest or Colgate or something like that. But the cavity creeps would be like there with pickaxes looking to make holes in your teeth. They were very methodical about marching in. Anyway, when she says chocolate creeps, I immediately thought of the cavity creeps, and there would be chocolate amongst the cavity creeps. Chocolate causes cavities.
At least I'm a very humble person. In your air-conditioned barn with your barn with air conditioning, and I'm in a barely air-conditioned lockbox with chocolate creeps, not by choice or through any fault of my own. At least I'm a very humble person. That's really why they all have a lock and sock with my name on it. And
bullet with my name on it. A bullet with the name on it. No, she's got a lock and a sock with her name on it. It's really not much different, but yeah, it shows how low Sarah is.
I'm a very positive person. Positive I don't deserve any of this shit. My prison punch cup is never half empty. It's as dry as the Sahara Desert. I know that you have a real life in the real world with your air conditioning and your people who didn't murder their boyfriends. But I really need you too.
I need you.
For moral support. And by which I mean tapping into your retirement funds or selling your wife or something so that you can feed my transfer addiction to sugar and shitty letter writing. My useless asshole brother keeps sending me only $15 and $20 and is about to have surgery for some shit I can't remember. I need you to reassure me and find old ladies to swindle out of money or something. I am part of your budget now, you broke ass bitch. Meanwhile, I just keep busting my ass while I'm temporarily an inmate. And I don't want you to think that you are my only victim.
This is an example of a video. I shot this over the course of like 10, 12 hours. And every time I came to the microphone, I sound different because the room is different. So I know there was one commenter that's like, is this an AI voice? You sound different like every section. And I'm like, no, I'm a real person. But, you know, I'm just a guy that's trying to just figure out this crazy world. But as a meta commentary, isn't it interesting how I sound just as choppy as the jail calls from the company that is putting out jail calls as raw audio that isn't raw audio? Isn't it weird how their audio kind of jumps all over the map the same way mine does? And I'm faking it, and I'm not trying to cover up that I'm faking it. It's about being funny, so, you know, there's no point in me spending another 20 hours trying to cover up the fact that I'm faking the phone call when I'm faking the phone call. Like, it's not like I'm faking that I'm faking the phone call. But yeah, I think that it's a very interesting point that my obviously fake phone call sounds a lot like their is it fake phone call? So that's the meta commentary I'm making with these posts.
Literally reached out to people I knew in elementary school also. I am scraping the bottom of the barrel so fiercely that the shame a normal human would feel would drive them to self-harm.
Even in my darkest hour, I want you to know, and God knows, that you've got me.
So here's another line that I won't say. Carolina Hurtado says, your political campaign would never know it's you, Dan D. True Crime. I think as crazy as shit is now, it's just going to be crazier in the future. So the way, like right now, every time I post a video, Gemini AI scans the entire video, not just the transcript of what I say, but how I say it, and interprets whether it's, is it educational? Is he encouraging people to hurt themselves? Is he, there's a whole bunch of things that go into what the AI read of it is. And it takes it like 3 to 5 seconds to figure out, a video that might be 20, 40 minutes long, might have taken me 8 hours to make. In 3 seconds, it's like, okay, I see what you did there. You're quite clever the way that you did XYZ. And it's really neat how you did, ABC. Your fans will really enjoy blah, blah, blah. And holy fuck, this is crazy. So I don't think it's crazy at all that the stuff that we're doing now, they'll be able to voice print the same way that they fingerprint. And, they're going to be able to take audio that's been uploaded at this point of the internet 10 to 15 years from now and use that as, that's definitive proof that XYZ said this. And then I would have to use, I think it's rule 106, the rule of completeness. Like, well, if you're going to accept that, you need to play everything from Dan D. True Crime, because only in its full context will you understand what I'm saying in video 3 for 12 seconds. So it's going to take us 3 weeks, but I want to hear every single thing I've ever said. And can we pause whenever I have commentary? I would love that. I have to admit, doing this kind of thing, you have to have a little bit of narcissist in you. I definitely do. I'm not going to pretend I don't. But I've been low enough and humbled enough that I know that I'm not shit. I know that I have an inherent belief that I am shit. But I've also been low enough to, you're not shit. Fucking, there's a dime a dozen. Everyone's like you. So I realize that, it's just sort of an inherent belief. It's good when you, need the confidence to get up and, just do your shit. But also, I feed off of the energy. It's nice to have people like what you're doing. And I think as long as I stay humble, as long as I appreciate it and don't get too big for my britches, it's all going to be a good ride. So let's see what I wasn't going to say here. Let's go back about 10 seconds.
Would drive them to self-harm.
Even in my darkest hour, I want you to know, and God knows, that you've got me. My feminine wiles and tiny blowjob lips have put you eternally under my spell. The musk that emanates from my clam, con, chlamydia will keep you my slave forever.
You know what? Just for you guys who are here with me, that was pretty terrible stuff. I think the only thing I did with that was speed it up. So if I slow this down to 0.75, probably will sound like my exact voice. Let's see what happens.
Have put you eternally under my spell. The musk that emanates from my clam, con, chlamydia will keep you my slave forever.
Okay, that's not my voice, but...
Want to hear more proof of my general shittiness?
Excuse me.
When I went to make copies of the quotes he gave me for my heirloom, the nearly vintage Kia, and other nonsense that hasn't a chance in hell of being addressed by Judge Jackson of the Hair Braiders. I tried to Houdini the bill away from the eyes of my kidnappers, a.k.a. the state of Florida, Taliban branch. The walnut in my throat I felt from knowing that your money was being used for, quote, legal work, rather than a do-it-yourself Brazilian butt lift, you have no idea. This is my sad voice dick stick. My only trick left to squeeze blood from your turnip asshole ass. You're asking me which of Lowell's accommodations I prefer? That question is dumb as shit. But I'll take the air-conditioned annex over the main campus, fire ants and all. Even with the big black women that I see at every turn, they hate me. They hate me because they're of the devil, and they know that they're going to die in this prison.
They hate me because they ain't me.
I continue my fight for freedom.
Black people just don't understand the struggle to be free.
Sometime you should.
Okay, but I don't think about you. You put it out there. I'm just, the actor. I didn't write those words.
Look up mirror neurons.
Here we go.
That's the problem with these women. It
was like 20 minutes
Black
ago.
people just don't understand the struggle to be free.
They do understand.
Sometime.
I think they understand. But I said it.
You should look up mirror neurons. That's the problem with these women. They see me, white and gorgeous, forever youthful, full of promise and the opportunities of a beautiful life laid at my tiny hooves. And they're jealous as hell, because they could never be me. Well, maybe don't Google that. It's not at all what the science says, but science is stupid, and I'm white. Capital W, capital H, capital I, capital T, capital E, white and always right. Listen. I'm telling you this as my best friend, my brother, my future husband, once your bitch of a wife dies in an unfortunate accident involving a suitcase. I'm sad. That's a human emotion, right? I've seen people acting sad and people give them money. Is there a reason why you're not on your way to donate plasma or sell a kidney on the market of blacks? Can I get another job in prison?
Fucking
stupid. Are you serious right now? No, you donkey rapist. I mean, technically, yes. But the other jobs I could get, I absolutely refuse to do. And no, I can't work in the goddamn kitchen either. I'm level 4, suckers. They have knives in there. And people think I'm dangerous. Sharpest thing I'm allowed to have is a toilet brush. God, you're a moron. And actually, I'm grateful to God for the job I have now of toilet wench. Because from sunup to sundown, I have the time to work on my family law case. It's a blessing from Jesus, and I take that graciously provided opportunity to sit on my lazy ass and beg for money from every person unfortunate enough to have ever crossed my path. I work myself to death and curse the God I use for sport. I am more deserving of praise than he is anyway. Want to hear my wisdom for the day? People are in prison for a reason. Sometimes they have black souls and empty hearts, and their families don't want to deal with them anymore.
This applies to all black people and every other person that doesn't have a lifetime membership to the KKK, like me.
Turning now to my bitch list of the day.
I just added another half hour of stuff to the playlist here, so yeah, don't go anywhere.
Here's the remainder. Officers hate me. Inmates hate me. My son hates me. And God hates me too. I can see your patience waning, and my clumsy attempts at subtlety have failed. So I'll end the call with this. Please send me money. Please send me money. Please do your fucking job and give me all your money. And I said the word please, which holds as little meaning to me as any of the Mexican shit that George used to say. But I know you'll understand and do your godly, husbandly duty like you always do. I'm hugging you through the phone, which should be taken as exactly the threat that it is. And I'll call you back later, please. And again after that, especially if I don't get my goddamn money. I will haunt you like a bill collector on commission. And will do until the day you die, or I finish plucking the meat from your very bones. Whichever comes last.
I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I feel like I can do a Sarah Boone impression of bones. Picking the meat from my very bones. I don't think I'm getting any of the words right except bones, but bones. I don't know why she says it like that. Trying to pick the meat from my very bones.
I love you. Ta-ta for now. Fade out. Okay. So, in retrospect, maybe I should have used the voice changer so all that crazy shit wasn't said in my normal voice.
So that was me. Basically, I'd finished reading it and I just realized like a lot of that shit was pretty fucking crazy. And by what's on the screen now, by the time I edited it, I'm like, I'm not just leaving that straight where I'm just like, black people have diseases in their assholes. Even that I had to put an affectation onto the way I said it. Yeah, so that's what I did.
But full respect to But I Don't Think of You and the whole Sarah Boone Continued subreddit.
Good people there.
To the finest and dandiest out there, I hope you're all fine. I'm Dandy, and this is the end of the video.
Stick around, we're not done.
There's outtakes.
Oh, there are outtakes. I fucked up a lot.
A mop only seen on prepubescent boys in the 1980s.
Additionally, those with a penis should proceed with caution, as there have been reports of sudden penectectomies, where the victim rips off their own penis and throws it into a garbage disposal. Garbage disposal. Where the victim rips off their own penis and throws it into a garbage disposal. Additionally, those with a penis should proceed with caution, as there have been reports of sudden penectectomies, where the victim rips off their own penis and throws it into a garbage disposal or wood chipper to ensure that reattachment.
I get the fucking disposal part right, and then I say reattachment wrong. It's one of my longer videos at that point, and I was just trying to like, come on, man, get through it. You're just speaking words, man. You can read.
And some sort of small being she feeds, so she's tapped out, or just being a selfish. My other griftee has an impounded car, or just being a selfish bitch and hoarding any money she can, so she can live. Why am I having so much trouble reading? Meanwhile, busting my ass while I'm temporarily an inmate.
Temporarily an inmate. I love that line. More credit, but I don't think about you. I'm busting my ass while I'm temporarily an inmate, and you're just fucking taking your time, sending emails on the outside with your fucking family and fucking Mary and all the fucking people that are in your free fucking life. I'm in here doing the best I can.
You're my only victim. I've literally reached out to people I knew in elementary school also.
That's weird.
I am scraping the bottom of the barrel so fiercely that the shame a normal human would feel. Wrong. Redo. I am scraping the bottom of the barrel so fiercely that the shame a normal human being would feel. I am scraping the bottom of the barrel so fiercely that the shame a normal human would feel. Why is this so hard? This is my sad voice, Dick Stick. My only trick left to squeeze blood from your lump. It's not lump, it's turnip. This again.
This is my sad voice, Dick Stick.
This is my sad voice, Dick Stick. This is a fucking pretty scary, sad voice.
Trick left to squeeze blood from your lump.
Lump?
It's not lump, it's turnip.
Why did I say lump?
This again.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Nope, that's the next. Okay. Haha. How do I go back? That's Mob Reporter. So Mob Reporter is the site I used for...
This should be a fun one.
That's going to work. Is the site I used for the Russell Williams video. It's still a site that if you haven't subscribed to them, if you want the raw interrogations without the commentary, great site. I'm using them because it's a great place for me to go to get the stuff to react to without stepping on someone else's reaction or, piggybacking on their edits. I can just have the raw footage and, have it be my transformative take on the original material. It seems like this is a repeat. I just did this to refresh the playlist. These are slightly more recent. Well, not that. This one came out January 12th. The next one we're going to show is a journal. So this is basically, I lost it with the journals. I was like, I'm fucking done. These are bullshit. They keep putting out these fucking journals. And if the date is January 12th, I bet you can look that up, and they must have put out a journal on the 10th, and it triggered me. Forgive me, I am but a human, and I got triggered. I was like, fuck, they just keep putting out these fucking journals of bullshit, and I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. I got my own channel. I've got something I can do about it. I'm going to put out a journal of bullshit, but it'll be funny, and the bullshit will be about other people. Maybe it'll be about the same people who are putting out journals of bullshit. So this was probably as far as I'll go as in the criticism. So, it's out there, but at the same time, I think this is one of the things that really excited me about the Afroman trial. If you listen to this post that I'm about to play for you, and listen to songs like Randy Walters is a son of a bitch, or Michael Newland is a flag, or Lisa licks 'em low, I think I'm fully within my rights making these opinion comments about what I think of the journals. And I think a lot of us share these opinions of the journals. So not only am I expressing a personal opinion, but I'm expressing an opinion that's out there in the community that hasn't been expressed. And that's why freedom of expression exists. So artists have a way of making these things at the forefront. So let's take a look at Dan D's version of a Sarah Boone Slanderous Journal.
Dear Dan D, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to discuss my experience with the documentarian team that promised me everything and delivered me nothing but minimal snacks and phone calls that solved nothing. I was not able to watch any of your videos, but I have the pictures you drew for your Paint the Town Red video, and I knew you were on my side. I love your suggestion that I call the writings memoirs instead of journals. I love your big words. So I don't know what to say or how to say it, so I guess I'll just start by telling you that the one who was flirting with me, he was married.
It's like, how much hose do I need to blow smoke up my own ass? But that's exactly what I'm doing in this.
He didn't tell me he had a wife until the very end, acting like he loved me the whole...
Well, let's go back for
Mary. The one who was flirting with me, he was married. He didn't tell me he had a wife until the very end, acting like he loved me the whole time. Why buy me honey buns if you aren't going to build a relationship with me? It's not fair.
Not fair.
By the way, if you want to apply for my visitor list, I've included it with this mailing, and I'm using my last stamp on.
I've included it with this mailing, and I'm using my last stamp on.
It's no surprise that the Sarah duck is wounded. Ugh.
So, that was a bad jump, Macy. There was a couple of levels to that little bit of content there. I'm going to replay it and see why I thought to stop it, but...
It's no surprise that the Sarah duck is wounded. Ugh. So, I hope that I'm not out of line saying this, but
So in the journals, the allegations about the first date were so out of line and so out there that in my journal, all I had to do was allude to the fact that, well, whatever happened to the ducks, I'm not even going to tell you. It's disgusting. But let's just say it was like my first date with George. So the only reason my first date with George would be a thing, like, you know, to think that something untoward happened to the ducks would be because you know about the material that was released by George. So any harm that they may claim is done by this video alleging untoward actions towards ducks is only fueled by the fact that they put out material that buttresses the statements that are in this material. So this material has no value at all if they don't put out their material, which has no value at all. But because they put out their no value material, this material has some value debunking that material. But to claim any kind of defamation or false light, any of the claims that are made in this video are directly related to the claims made in that video, which are bullshit. So that's not a catch-22, it's like a catch-2. I caught you.
I think those guys had any documentary experience at all. They don't know an f-stop from a DUI stop.
Nobody said anything about this in the comments. Do you guys know that joke? Is there anyone that's here in the chat? I thought that was one of my most clever terms and phrase. They don't know an f-stop from a DUI stop, these documentarians. Just take a second. Does anyone know why that would be funny? No, you don't want to read the journals, Billie Jean. The journals are shit. The journals were basically something that Sarah wrote. So don't even consider them journals. When I said they were memoirs and made Sarah say, oh, that's a great new word, it's not about them being a new word. It's about them being a more accurate word. She's remembering history, calling it journals. But a journal is something that you write in a contemporaneous fashion. So, you know, you finish your day, you write in your journal, you go to bed. Now that journal is a reflection of that day's events. And whether, 9 months go by, 7 years go by, you can pretty accurately depend on your journal to be factual because you wrote in it day by day. You have no reason to lie to yourself. So that's why it's a journal, as opposed to memoirs, which are, kind of autobiography, more fan fiction because we know she's a liar. So an autobiography by someone who's not telling the truth, it's not really an autobiography anymore. There's no such thing as an auto-documentary. Like, there's only documentaries. There's no auto-documentaries. So, she's not writing the story of her life. But that's what her journals are. They're these bullshit reimaginings of past grievances, past harms. And she writes it up like it, changes history, like it's some sort of, little magic wand. Well, there it is in black and white. I've written it, and experts have looked at it, so now it's an official record. George was the bad guy, and I'm just in jail as an innocent woman. Poor Diabla Blanca out here stuck in jail. Poor Diabla Blanca.
Most important thing, Dandy, darling, is having someone like you on the outside that I can trust to tell the untold truth. More letters to come, especially if you top up my commissary so I can buy more paper. Oh, and if you don't mind, please reach out to that guy making those parody songs.
That's me.
And give him a professional fuck you. Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone.
Memoir you have listened to is 100% fiction. The only reason this fan fiction is being published is as a response to journals being released that are full of slander and lies toward the deceased JorgeTorres and his living friends and family. By publishing this parody of those journals, and including falsified facts that are too ridiculous to be believed by a reasonable person, Dan D hopes to show how hurtful it can be to have unsubstantiated lies.
This is to cover your ass. And for what I was talking about earlier about how Gemini reads the scripts, by putting this kind of stuff in the script, so I can go into YouTube Studio and there's an AI, chatbot kind of thing, and you can ask it, how are my videos doing? What's my channel health? You can get, tips and tricks from the YouTube chatbot. But one of the things it tells me is like, your videos give a good analysis and you break down like, I don't know if it's just blowing smoke up my ass, but the more it tells me that, the more I put this kind of back end stuff in the video where I just say it outright. I'm doing this video to say this is bullshit. I think it's bullshit because XYZ. I think XYZ exists because of A by ABC. And I think if we look at A and we really think about B, then C is self-evident. And, by structuring my arguments in this very upfront form, whatever YouTube is doing to scan the videos is going, this is a good video. This is good content. I understand what he's doing, and good for this guy. That's my interpretation anyway, but I think that's what I'm getting towards with what I'm doing in my little... and maybe that's why I've grown so quickly for a relatively new channel, is they're really leaning into AI for analyzing new channels, and I'm leaning into chat with AI about what I'm doing, and like, hey, just so you know, this is what I'm doing. I'll let you in, Mr. AI bot.
Just on the internet. Dan D True Crime has no evidence that ducks were harmed in any way, and any allegations thereof are completely spurious and should not be believed by any reasonable person. As parody content, clearly defined as fiction, Dan D is not subject to the actual malice standard, which may be applied toward the publisher of fiction who have presented it as fact. Publishing a journal of fiction that the creator knows is false, or was published with reckless disregard for the truth, could leave a creator in danger of losing a defamation suit.
Oh yeah, I'll get back to the f-stop. So that was the joke. I said that they don't know an f-stop from a DUI stop. I did journalism right at the end of analog, just as they were switching to digital, so I got no training on any of the digital apps or whatever, but I did learn the actual nuts and bolts of like editing by splicing tape, so shooting photography by knowing what f-stops were, and f-stops basically allow more or less light into the camera. I'm not an expert on f-stops, but I know they exist, and I thought that was a great takedown of the documentarians that they don't know an f-stop from a DUI stop, because thanks to Tanika's 2 cents, we know that they know what a DUI stop is. And so if they don't know the difference between those two stops, well, that's just a little clever turn of phrase that points to Dan D. This video I have queued up, this did fairly well for me. This was another instance of me feeling like I had a voice and feeling like, okay, let me extrapolate, let me expand, let me say what's on my mind. So there was a lot of talk at this time of basically, is Lana getting a vindication arc? If you feel anything that is less than Lana's awful, why do you feel bad towards the documentarians? So this video is all about that. I don't absolve Lana. There's a lot of very reprehensible actions that Lana took. It's just that I have a lot more sympathy for where those bad decisions came from than somebody wanting money. I just think that money is if money is ever the most important thing to you, you're doing something wrong with your priorities. Like, I can see how money's a means to an end. I can see how money can give security, solve basic necessities. So I've got no hate for that. But there's got to be a point where money is useless, where you realize that it's just a construct. And anyone that pursues money above all else, and I see that as the root of where the documentarians are coming from, it's just such a shallow motive. If you have enough money to be making the stupid decisions to try and get more money, it's indefensible. I can see a poor person, trying to take an opportunity to make a buck. But if you've already got a few bucks and your thought is, I'm going to go befriend a murderer and, make money off of her case, why are you even asking for sympathy? Own the fact that you're a fucking predator. Own the fact that you're a remora living on the back of a shark. Like, it's, disgusting. I'm going to go take a 10-100 break. We'll let this cute little video play for the first few minutes, and I'm sure I can get up to speed. I mean, I made this content. I should be able to catch up after a minute.
The video is going to be a bit different. First, welcome to Dandy True Crime, a Sarah Boone mockery channel. Instead of your regularly scheduled program of Sarah Boone mockery and musical parody, we have an easy listening reading of comments made by Dandy True Crime in the comments of videos from other creators. I am presenting my comments in video form to add to the wider discussion. In this breakdown, I will justify my strident stance towards the third rail releases, as well as my more nuanced view of Lana's actions and her role in Sarah's comedy of horror. We'll start with my opening comment. One issue that seems to come up often is people compare. I'll add my thoughts to that conversation. Judging purely by their actions in helping Sarah Boone, despite seeing the same interrogation and body cam footage we all saw, their actions are very similar. Both aided and assisted her. Both took real-world actions at the request or dry beg request of Sarah Boone that are morally or ethically questionable. Both were attracted to help a sociopathic narcissist. And then in brackets I include, I'm not a doctor, opinion, not diagnosis.
I got called out by Lumencraft, who's a Redditor that pops up in my comments from now and then, but he's like, don't disclaimer yourself. You're allowed to have an opinion. You don't need to say that shit. Don't be that guy. Narcissism is just you can say someone you think they're narcissist. You can't diagnose them as having narcissistic personality disorder, but, say she's a narcissist. Don't try and couch it. So I've owned it since then. But shout out to Lumencraft for calling me out on that and making me stand by the courage of my convictions.
That said, the difference to me is clear. Lana was motivated by her loneliness, a desire to be a part of something, to be an underdog champion, maybe even some simple ego boost such as internet clout, infamy, attention, etc. One thing Lana was not motivated by was making money off Sarah by posing as a friend. Which brings us to the creatives. Were they lonely? Facing terminal illness and trying to create a legacy? Or were they motivated by trying to make money by pretending to be Sarah's friend?
Is the stream dropping out for anyone? I just saw a couple of notes in my stream health where it said it's not receiving data, but guys are still commenting. It seems like you're enjoying it. So Yeah, okay.
Lana is a complicated, nuanced figure with plenty to answer for. But with some empathy and compassion, she can be seen as a human being. The creatives are as shallow as their IMDb credits. They went into this 100% aware.
Another one of my lines I'm really proud of. The documentarians are as shallow as their IMDb credits. Because when I heard that there were real documentarians, and this is again when I was looking at it through Tanika's coverage, Tanika's 2 cents said, you know, these guys are documentarians, blah, blah, blah. We've got the internet. Even if you're, you know, a mediocre documentarian, you would probably have some footage, like, you know, a test project, something you've done. They had nothing. There's like, you know, it's not like, you know, it's Jules Delphine. This is, you know, the documentary about the Brooklyn Bridge, or, you know, some high school or college project he did. There's nothing. There's, you know, his IMDb credits are as deep as mine.
Sarah Boone, by their own recent admission, yet still expect to be treated as neutral content creators with a story to tell. To me, the contrast between these parties is clear. If the creatives want to be seen as transparent, they need to start being transparent with their releases. The idea that barnyard background sounds need to be removed before releasing a call is one of the most ridiculous things they've said.
That was when I first got pissed off about the barnyard background sounds. So that was 3 months ago. I started doing all of the phone calls after that. I have a phone call queued up for this, my last phone call that I did of the fake phone calls. So I'm sure there's going to be some barnyard sounds coming if you've missed the animals.
Classic.
I don't know if this is Peter or Jules, which one of them works on the farm, but AI, I think, did me a solid with this little bit of artwork here.
Crime had a video where her dog sneezed in the background.
Snoopy!
The comment section loved it. So to summarize, Lana, motivated by human emotion.
Michael's here.
Which includes some very shallow ones. Creatives, motivated by grift. Only grift. Still grifting. Following that comment, I was asked, what about the text messages when she was debating writing a book? If she wasn't disabled or lonely, would it be different? So we'll get to my next replies. First, I just think facing mortality is a situation none of us can truly understand until we are in it. I don't agree with her choices, but I can emotionally connect with her reasoning. I can't say that about the aspiring documentarians who thought they got a Princess Leia message from R2-D2 telling them they were Sarah's only hope.
Dear Telepine Creative, you're my only hope. I don't have any lawyers or anyone that can help me, but you, two people with no experience, no talent, no ability, you're the only ones who can help me. Please.
And on the book, I write, on this one, I think she was just flippantly lashing out at Sarah through her brother. Quote, oh yeah, she doesn't want me talking to Tanika? What if I just write a tell-all book? That'll show her. End quote.
So I really believe that too. I don't think Lana ever had any intention of writing a book. That's just my opinion, but I think from reading her text messages, at best, it was like I could write a book in the same way that, you know, like a scorned wife might say, you know, oh, I could talk about some stuff he did, which watch the Betty Broderick. If we binge it, that's going to be the kind of stuff she gets into. But yeah, I don't think Lana ever had any intention like of writing a book as much as it was like, she's fucking stupid. I could write a book. But that's just my interpretation of that.
think with Lana, profiting off Sarah was just a potential way to say goodbye. Whereas I feel like profit was the beginning, middle, and end of the creative's role in Sarah's story. Another commenter says, I disagree about the documentary guys. P has a farm for discarded animals and donates the money earned. I respond, I have no criticism for that aspect of his life. Aside from, why would he waste the time and energy that he could put into the farm by appeasing Sarah? I'm then asked, what is the difference between when they chose to profit? As though one who went in to make money at the beginning, middle, and end is there for business, while the other is a friend turned foe.
Barry Adams says, anyone can write a book about Sarah, but would Sarah go upstairs and read that book? If you want something that'll help you get to sleep at night, if, we've got some insomniacs up with the crew tonight, got some early risers that maybe want to go back to bed, just close your eyes and picture Sarah sitting up in her bunk reading the book from Larry Powers about her life. Who the fuck? This guy came in with Hear Me Out? Fuck. I don't even get a piece of this story? Fuck. I need to ride a bike. I hate reading books.
I answer this. I think the biggest difference right now is that the creatives care what we think about them, and they're trying to launder their reputation. Lana is dead. Any posthumous grace I extend to Lana does not need to be automatically applied to the creatives. I follow this up with, I think Brian has every right to be more upset with Lana than the creatives. I add in brackets, I can't call them documentarians just for wanting to make one, or else you can call me President Dan D. That's the end of the bracket. But I'm not Brian. Taking a 10,000-foot view of things, I see their motivations and actions as shallow, while Lana's actions may have been more egregious, but to me, her motivations were more sincere. The problem for the creatives is that they are seeking absolution for their actions and eventually financial support from the same community they alienated by actively supporting Sarah for a year.
Bingo. That's the biggest problem. So it'd be one thing if they just did their own thing and never came onto YouTube, never came on and said, hey, join our Patreon, we'll give you tidbits, you guys are Sarah Boone fans, we got the Sarah Boone shit. It's really disingenuous the way they came into the market. It's like the relationship between drug users and their drug dealers. It's a symbiotic relationship. They need each other, right? The drug users know that the drug dealers aren't their friends, but they know they're providing a service, and so there's this uneasy tension. But when a new person comes into town, isn't the drug dealer, but is like, hey, I got a new drug, and try the drug dealer or the drug users instantly are like, that guy's he's not good news. I don't like the current people that are supplying me. I don't like the fact that I'm an addict, but I also know that this guy coming in out of nowhere is a grifter, and he's just coming in. He's not my friend any more than these drug dealers are my friend, but he's even worse. He's trying to get me hooked on his shit. I don't even know what his shit is. As bad as my problem is with my shit. Anyway, that's how I see them coming into this market. They're coming in with shittier shit. They're trying to sell it to the people that they identify as the market. They've seen what Tanika's numbers are. They see what some other creators' numbers do on their Sarah Boone material. And they thought they could take that market. They didn't want to be part of it. They didn't want to grow it. They didn't want to, be part of the community. They wanted to come in and take their piece of the pie and, hey, we own this now. We've got the new material. Fuck you guys. No, Not fuck us. Fuck you. Professionally. But fuck you.
I don't hate the creatives, but I will mock them because their actions are mostly laughable. I may have hated some of Lana's actions, but in death, I will not mock her as heavily because I can empathize with her humanity. And as a final clarification on the book profit, I add, I don't think Lana ever intended to profit. The lack of any deathbed memoirs serves to prove that. She may have said, quote, I could write a book, end quote. But that's much different than, quote, hey, I'm Lana, and I'm an aspiring writer, and I want to tell the world your story, end quote. To wrap up, I'm just going to read a bit about the ethics of single source reporting, then speak to how reporting on Lana's brother's texts differs from reporting on third rail self-edited material. The following is from an AI overview on the ethics of single source reporting.
This is an interesting thing. I used an AI voice for it just to reflect the fact that this isn't my own writing. I'm basically just reading what I got from an AI summary. But this is a really, if you're up, you're looking for knowledge, this is a very knowledgeable bit. I needed to be re-educated. I took ethics as part of my journalism training, but it's one course amongst many. You don't have a lot of opportunities to use it at the college level. But there's an ethical conundrum about using information that comes from a single source, especially when that source has a vested interest in controlling the narrative. So an example of this would be like Monsanto is, a big company, they do chemicals, whatever. If I'm a journalist and Monsanto says, hey, this is a report about how well we're doing with pollution and XYZ. If I just produce that report and say, hey, I got this report, Monsanto's doing really well with their pollution controls, there's an ethical issue with me using that information because I should know at very minimum, without even looking up whether it's verified, I should automatically assume that it's not good. This information from Third Rail is no different than that. This is single source information where the raw data isn't even there. You don't have the metadata to say this is a complete phone call. You don't have this is how we got it from Department of Corrections. You can even, you can look, it's the same as any other call from Department of Corrections. All that information is stripped from it. It's their stupid little edit and cut with deadly creatures and bullshit. I'm glad that I had a few drinks. I've been able to open up about this. I lose track of my train of thought, but I'm glad to be getting this out here because fuck them. Fuck these guys. Fuck this information. It's ethics. And, so let's listen to AI explain why you shouldn't do what I just explained why you shouldn't do.
The ethics of single source reporting involve a careful balance of the public's need for information against potential harm to individuals. Journalists must verify the information,
hey, Sue Dostal,
determine the source's reliability,
I'm not going anywhere,
and prioritize transparency by identifying the source whenever possible. When anonymity is necessary, the source's position and knowledge must be clearly described to justify the reliance on a single individual and protect credibility. Next, I asked AI to provide an overview of when it is unethical to report from a single source. It is unethical to report from a single source when the information is likely to be biased, uncorroborated, or potentially misleading, especially if the source has a clear agenda. Reporting from a single source is unethical when there is significant risk of the following: misinformation. The source could be intentionally or unintentionally providing incorrect information, as seen with government leaks or sources trying to spin a story.
bias. The source may have a vested interest that skews their perspective. Lack of verification. The information hasn't been checked against other sources, making it inherently less reliable. Lack of context. The single piece of information lacks the broader context needed for a complete and accurate
It's on Billie Jean. I can stay up. I can do it.
Incomplete or misleading information. The single source may not have the full picture, and their information could be used to create a false impression or misleading narrative. Creating a false impression. Presenting information from a single source without additional context or corroboration can create a misleading impression for the audience. Ignoring other perspectives. Relying on only one source ignores the possibility of other equally important or even contradictory perspectives on the same issue. In these situations, ethical reporting requires seeking out multiple sources to corroborate facts, provide different perspectives, and ensure the information is as complete and accurate as possible. So let's do a quick compare and contrast. Lana is dead, therefore not actively trying to curry favor, and her initial motivations were friendship, belonging, trying to be a part of something bigger.
I definitely said that super deadpan. Let's compare and contrast. Lana is dead. I don't know why. Gallows humor. It's a tough niche we hang out in here.
The creatives are not dead.
They're not dead.
And they are actively trying to curry favor within the community.
Uh-huh.
Their initial motivators are money, grift, and YouTube money.
And, you know, as much as I appreciate the YouTube money, it's super awesome that, you know, I'm at that point of my career. It's not worth me selling your soul over. It's not worth telling lies, getting in bed with a murderer virtually through the phone with a hug. I see the numbers their videos are doing. It's not, I couldn't sell my soul for that. I'd rather do videos, well, like my other channel, Dan D Reads. I haven't done it for a little while, but I was reading Robinson Crusoe to like 3 or 4 people, thanks to 50 people from this channel that signed up to that channel, just so that I'd be able to do live reads. But yeah, life isn't about, well, maybe for some people. For me, life is about doing things you enjoy. And whether, you know, you can do it with 6 people who enjoy you doing it or 600 people, that's way better than doing something you don't like for, you know, twice as many people or 10 times as many people. So that's why I'm out here. That's why I'm glad that you're here with me. Let's watch the end of this video.
With these considerations in mind, Dan D True Crime will not be reporting on any of the materials directly, but will address the larger conversation about the veracity and trustworthiness of pretend documentarians and their edited documents. I hope you all are fine.
Brisbane.
I'm Dan D, and this is the end of the video.
Not the end of this video, though. Yeah, I don't have a ton of sympathy for Lana. It's just more in comparison to the documentarians. So it's a weird line to take, but at the same time, I think it's important to draw because I see a lot of community just being interested in the new material and not really questioning the documentarians. So that's why I feel like it's more important for me to, you know, raise these issues. And at the same time, Lana's dead. So it would be different if she was alive and making content. I'd like to think that I would be criticizing her content in the same way. Like, hey, let's remember she did XYZ, you know, whatever. But she's dead. there's, she's not affecting the conversation in the Sarah Booniverse. We can definitely question her past actions. I'm, not above doing that. And I think there's been a lot of, because of my advocating for Lana in certain respects, I've heard very good arguments against stuff she's done, and I agree with it. So I'm definitely not opposed to that conversation. And I don't have a lot. I'm not losing sleep for, Lana's role in the whole thing. But it really bothers me when I see people like, oh, well, we should thank these guys because, we wouldn't have anything to talk about. It's like, no, we'd have plenty to talk about. We can have a conversation without having these grifters phone calls with Sarah. So I'd like to think I'd feel the same if Lana, was suddenly turned into a super grifter and had her YouTube channel. Nothing happened with her kidneys. It turned out she was lying, just like Sarah lies. I think that I would be equally critical. But I think there's just a certain sincerity to her shallowness that doesn't exist in the documentarian shallowness. I think their shallowness is truly shallow, where Lana's has some complexity and depth that's at least interesting to me as a person that is interested by human behavior and nuances. And, we're not all the same. We're all generally the same with the same genetic material, but, there's such variance amongst the human species, and that's what brings me to true crime in the first place. So, but it's a great point, Addie. I'm not really, trying to go out on a limb advocating for Lana as much as I just think it's a really interesting way to view some of the current players in the Sarah Booniverse right now. And here's a call that will probably help express that.
Your full name, followed by your IQ, your fired lawyers, the number of Snow White's wards, and number of fire ant bites on your scalp to continue this call.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
Hey, Sarah.
Please say... Oh, God, I can't even remember all the things I put there. One of them was say your IQ and the number of fire ant bites on your scalp. So two of the answers are 10 and 77. What was the first thing?
Fired lawyers, the number of Snow White's...
Number of fired lawyers.
And number of fire ant bites on your scalp to continue this call.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
Hey, Sarah. I've got to apologize. I don't really have too much time today. One of our rescue ducks was attacked by fire ants, so I need to go out and buy some wine for relief.
Chardonnay?
Oh, it has to be Chardonnay? Okay, got it. Hey, Sarah, darling, could we just talk about your day on February 23rd, for your documentary?
I love
If
that.
I remember, at 4 p.m.-ish, you were...
I'm going to say 4-ish. We had...
Barry Adams is Lan-agnostic. So, just like in religious circles, an agnostic is not quite an atheist. Like, an atheist needs to have the courage of their conviction that there's no God. A theist is any of the people who believe in a God. An agnostic is basically, fuck it, I don't even care to think about it. It's not going to affect my life one way or the other, whether there is a God or there isn't a God. And his feelings towards Lana are Lan-agnostic. Probably just to give a shit. Fuck it, there's nothing to spend my time on.
Bottle of wine.
Bottle of wine.
We painted, we drew, we did puzzles and art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And when you were displaying your Drunky the Bear persona for your neighbors and anyone who could see, where was the best...
We usually sit on the back porch, because we smoke, and you're not allowed to smoke inside, so...
And can you tell me literally what you were doing out there?
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay, it's a little more general than literal, but let's move on. Did either of you...
I've definitely had a lot to drink, because I'm listening to this and I'm like, fuck man, slow down. But I'm obviously talking at my normal speed in my videos. I'm a little bit slowed down. I feel like, yeah, that's okay. Maybe I should have just kept that in my head.
Anything? Was there ever a time even when one of your stomachs was full?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Wow. I mean, that seems pretty unhealthy. But let's just pick it up from there.
From there, just waiting. We were puzzled out. We were painted out. So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before.
Okay, hide and seek. I get it. It's a perfectly normal game for two grown adults to play in a tiny townhome.
How white are those legs? Like, her legs almost match the color of James Owen's hair and gloves.
Did you ever try hiding in your upstairs closet?
This is pretty good too. Mr. J gets in there and then realizes, hold on, they're sinking their own case. I'm going to back the fuck right back out of here.
Actually, a great hiding spot.
Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell.
In your upstairs closet? It's usually a great
You know what, fuck it,
spot.
I don't need to be
I
here.
don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell. Like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Hold on. You both hid in the closet?
Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Whoa. YouTube's a family platform, Sarah. I don't think we need any more details there.
You're both in the closet, just enjoying each other's company.
Let's move on. Tell me about the suitcase. Why was that downstairs?
And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were getting ready to do donation.
Do you normally donate perfectly good suitcases?
Because it's not a very good suitcase.
So I was going to donate the perfectly good suitcase because it was not a very good suitcase. Classic, Sarah. Classic.
Offense, but that is one of the most imbecilic things I have ever heard.
Try and raise it.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
How did George end up in the suitcase?
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean enough to where his little fingers were out there. And
Addie's Me says a great point. I wish the detectives had known Suitcase had gotten in trouble for putting her son in a suitcase. So if you're new to the Sarah Boone saga, that's a little piece of insider baseball that we generally know as hardcore fans. That it was Florida Child Family Services was called because she posted a picture on Facebook of, hey, we're going to the amusement park that's nearby. Look who's coming. And it was, little son packed in a suitcase and, ha, ha, ha. But somebody has said, that's dangerous. She's putting her child in danger. Must have put a report and they came and told her. And this is where I think, she's not an organized killer. She's a disorganized, opportunistic killer. She might have gone her whole life without ever killing anyone. But the minute she had an opportunity to exert her little power fantasy, she took it. And maybe it's because that piece was in the back of her mind. Like, this is a way you're like, oh, that actually does cause. Okay, well, if I ever get in that situation again, I'll know I can take care of it. But it's a really interesting side detail. And I think Chelsea gets credit. If she didn't know it, she definitely asks about it. She's like, if you put son in there, wouldn't you let him out? You love your son, right? You'd let him out if he said it. Maybe she knew it and she was, pushing. And if she didn't, good for her for instinctually kind of knowing, like, this is a fucked up bitch. She's probably done fucked up shit like this before. This wouldn't be the first time she's done something crazy. Like Chelsea's, no fucks given from, I think, 5 minutes into the car interview at the scene. At this point, she was like, at -5 fucks. Scott still had like a fuck and a half left to give at the beginning.
whatever, but still having a good time and whatever.
Okay, correction. That was the most imbecilic thing I've ever heard. So, can you tell me again why it is that you aren't guilty?
I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep.
Thank you,
I
Sudo.
fell asleep.
That is wild, Sarah. I really don't know how you sleep at night.
I woke up this morning.
So you are able to sleep. Wow. That is wild. You have used up all available time. Your call will now be disconnected. This is one of a series of unverified phone calls between Dan D and Sarah Boone. Dan D is working on a documentary about Sarah Boone and is accepting funding from producers who want to make it a reality. This montage of deadly creatures was moved to the end of the video because it is so stupid and unrelated to the content that it affected my average watch time. If you want it...
That's 100% true. And this video did way better. As soon as I moved that stupid montage to the back, and I don't know that I wanted to give Third Rail that information, but, you know, if they have moved their montage to the back, everyone that enjoys the Third Rail calls can thank me for calling their attention to it. I'm going to go back because I get real snarky in this final parody of their stupid sepia tone.
From producers who want to make it a reality. Dan D is working on a documentary about Sarah Boone and is accepting funding from producers who want to make it a reality. This montage of deadly creatures was moved to the end of the video because it is so stupid and unrelated to the content that it affected my average watch time. If you want to donate to this documentary project or provide cat food for my Single Animal Rescue Foundation, please sign up for my Patreon, where I'll be hosting these calls after I delete them from YouTube. This video was sponsored by Woodbridge Chardonnay, I Have Baggage Suitcase Company, and Kia. I hope you're fine. I'm Dan D, and this is the end of the video.
You think that I did that intentionally?
All right, we'll just take a quick pause. I think I've got 2 videos left in the queue, about 10 minutes of content. Doesn't mean it's the end. Just means I have to prepare more shit if we're still having a good time. I see there's still like 20 of us here in the chat, so Sue Dostal, Dan, you made me laugh. That's awesome. I had somebody in the chat from the morning one said I made her guffaw, and out loud. So instead of LOL, that's a GOL, and that's the goal. I want more guffaws out loud. A guffaw, ha 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 ha. Carolina Hurtado says, Addie is me. They knew about her CPS case as soon as it went back to the police department. Just like they knew Sarah killed JorgeTorres Jr. Super Kelly G. I haven't seen you for a while. If you keep looking for the most imbecilic thing, you may be here a while. Yeah, that she's got no shortage of chips when it comes to doubling down on. You thought that was imbecilic? Watch this. This next video. If any of you grew up in, I guess if you were a teenager in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s for that matter, but. Judy Blume wrote a lot of novels that were sort of coming-of-age novels. Not so much for guys. We were reading Hardy Boys Mysteries. But Judy Blume wrote a novel called Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. And for whatever reason, I can't remember. I think I did another video where I did a voice that was just her like, are you there? And as soon as I said that, I was like, oh, are you there, God? So this came out shortly after. We watched it tonight, whatever video it was. It might have been the one where I was doing But I Don't Think About You's script. In any case, this is a parody of Judy Blume's coming-of-age novel, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. So it's about a teenage girl dealing with the things a teenage girl would deal with. I'm sure my audience probably knows about those things better than I do as a 50-year-old man. In any case, let me know. Do I hit the main themes of the novel? Did you grow up with the novel? Does this feel like an appropriate parody?
Are you there, God? It's me, Sarah. My Sally Margaret said that you helped her, so I figured I'd reach out to see what you can do for me, if anything. As you know, I'm a very religious person, and I always hold the Bible close to my heart, mostly to protect it from stab wounds. I'm reaching out to you today, please, for your intervention with my appeal, if you don't mind, please. I'm sure you already know how the chips are stacked against me as I sit with an empty bag the chips are from. Nonetheless, nobody here understands that I don't belong here.
Gonna pause it there for a quick second. I thought that was pretty clever. That's how she totally butchers analogies and metaphors. Like, the chips are stacked against me and I sit here with the empty bag the chips came from. They're not potato chips. The chips, it's not like a fucking stack of Pringles, Sarah.
Dora Lanker is the worst. Nobody here understands that I don't belong here. Dora Lanker is the worst. She's...
Laura Danker is the one from the books. So I called her Dora Lanker. In any case, Laura Danker, she was the big-breasted girl that was Margaret's nemesis until she realized that the girls were being mean to her because of those boobs.
Her is the worst. She's the super tall girl across the dorm, always showing off her boobs in the shower. Ugh. God, can I tell you something? If you gave me boobs like Dora Lanker, I wouldn't be using them for attention like that oversexed hag. Just so you know, I am making some friends here, but they are all so childish compared to me. They call themselves the 3 Prison Keen Sensations. Well, now that I'm part of it, it's called the 4 PTSs. We talk about periods, guards, hot meals, but they aren't smart like me. God, you are the only one I can talk to. You don't even know the things I could tell you. Oh, the things I could tell you. So God, listen, when I say the people in this jail are monsters. They are monsters. There's a reason the rest of these women are in prison. But God, if you don't mind, please, I would like to get back to my appeal. There's only 3 people who know what really happened that night, and the 2 of you all are up there in heaven. Nonetheless, it's not fair that I have to suffer on earth while George is dancing with the dogs in the sky. So I am asking you, please, to do your God stuff so I can walk out of this hellhole. Please, 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 please. I am sick of asking for bras, pads, and deodorant, God. I want to show all these bitches, please, that I don't belong here. But I can't do it without you, God. If you don't help me now, I will never talk to you again. I don't know what you want from me. Just tell me the Bible verse you want me to say, and I'll say it with bells on.
Leave it to Sarah to give God an ultimatum, right? Somebody mentioned that in my comments, and Yeah, it was pretty bang on. God, if you don't give me what I want, I won't talk to you ever again. And I know you want people to talk to you.
Are you there for me, God? It's me, Sarah.
All right, how did I do on that? No, I've got a computer. My phone is going to die. I'm doing the chat on the phone, but I upgraded to a MacBook. That was my Christmas gift to myself. It was kind of a reward for the channel being as successful as it was. So, drinks to that. Cheers, 6-month anniversary. But it was the first time I've upgraded my computer hardware in forever, like my old laptop, like I was saying with the Paul Klink story. It was pretty bad. Oh my goodness. Addie is me sent 5 gift memberships out. Drunky the Bear got one. Angel Baby got one. Crow Dog got one. Bama Green Eyes. Bama Green Eyes has been in the Sarah Boone chats for as long as I've been interested in Sarah Boone. Glad to see that. Sid I Then, or Sid It Hen, could be Sid It Hen or Sid I Then, and those are the 5 people who received gift memberships from Addie Is Me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Orders up. Well done. Appreciate the gift memberships. We're going to just keep on going. I see Cowboy Criminology's joined. Anybody who has comments for Derek, the Cowboy Criminologist, he is in the chat. If you don't see him in the chat, make sure your all messages is turned on. You don't want to miss anybody's messages. I'm going to start missing messages. I'm at 7% on my phone, and I forgot to bring my phone cord charger to this house sitting assignment. So my MacBook's plugged in. No danger there. I'm going to pass out before the MacBook does. But there will be a point where I stop pinning comments or doing little chats in here. I've got a few different ways that we can keep going. So as long as you guys are interested, I'm blown away to have 20 people in the chat. It is what is 3:33 in the AM on the Pacific Coast. Interesting little tidbit. BC has done away. We're not changing the time anymore. This is just Pacific time. It's not standard. It's not daylight. It's just the time. And this is going to be what it is. We're not changing it. So there's going to be, I guess, next October, Washington State just below us is going to be an hour off from whatever we are. So if you drive south, you're going to gain an hour instead of east or west, which is kind of weird. But it's the way it will be. And I think changing back and forth, it's stupid. Like, it was one thing when, we were, trying to save electricity as a society. It was not plentiful, but now we're almost better off running as a 24-hour society. If we had more people doing stuff at night, then it wouldn't be so busy in the daytime. So I think that's a way that we could be a little bit more sustainable, use existing resources. Right now, the streets are great. People would love that kind of traffic at 3:33 in the PM, but right now nobody's out there. You guys are out here. I'm with you. Let's listen to the rest of this video. Oh, and next we'll be going into this is a video I did for Daniel Chavon. She did a special memorial for George Torres Jr. on his birthday, and this is a special memorial with my traditional Sarah Boone mockery. So we've got that coming up in about 10 seconds.
Hi, I'm Dan D, a YouTube content creator that focuses on Sarah Boone. It's mostly a comedy channel, lampooning, satirizing, and making fun of Sarah Boone at her expense for our collective enjoyment. But there is nothing funny about the way JorgeTorres was killed by Sarah Boone in February of 2020. The sheer horror George must have felt, not only due to his position, trapped within a suitcase, but compounded by the knowledge of who Sarah was, and that she was exactly crazy enough, heartless enough, and demented enough to follow through on her disgusting revenge fantasy. When I remember George, I think of the sweet man in the park who, after being berated by Sarah on camera for her amusement, said, "Today's a good day to have a good day." Even when dealing with Sarah's petulant tantrums and tempestuous outbursts, George appeared reasonable, rational, and reserved. So, while it is difficult to compose a eulogy to a man who exists to us through our bloody keyboards, viewed through snippets of a sociopath's phone, something much easier for me to do is mock his killer. A narcissist craves attention. Nonetheless, they aren't big fans of mockery. Sure, narcissists enjoy mocking others, but when it comes to Sarah's fragile ego, her multitudinous shortcomings, and deep-seated fears, mockery is FDA approved as an essential supplement to her daily diet. What better way to mock Sarah is there than to use the tool she brandishes with alarming frequency? The dictionary. Or, more specifically, the thesaurus. As Sarah is more concerned with using big words than understanding them. While some orators flex their vocabulary to elucidate and clarify their position, Sarah only puts big words in her quiver to complicate and obfuscate from reality. Narcissist. A person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves. Alcoholic. One who continues drinking despite it causing problems. Megalomaniac. A person who believes that he or she has unlimited power or importance. Egregious. Outstandingly bad.
Bad.
Narcissist, alcoholic, megalomaniac, egregious.
I know my charger wasn't in here, but I just was looking because
denying,
I thought maybe I would find it now that I've had
the relevance,
wine.
significance,
I didn't,
or importance of opposing evidence and logical argument. Abrasive. Showing little concern for the feelings of others. Harsh, rude, or irritating in personality or manner. Rancorous. Deeply malevolent. Characterized by bitterness or resentment. An enduring animosity. Audacious. A willingness to take surprisingly bold risks. An impudent lack of respect. In a sentence, the audacious criminal had the balls of a burglar. Hubristic. An extreme, often self-destructive overconfidence that defies limits and leads to downfall. Insolent, vain, arrogant.
This might be one of my last abilities to be able to comment on the chat. Oh, if I pay attention Yeah, the chat shows up on this. Okay. Anyway, Carolina Hurtado says something really clever. For Sarah to do what she did to George, no, that was a different comment. That was also good. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm getting all out of sorts. I was in sorts. Now I'm out of sorts. I was near sorts. And now I'm gone. Barry Adams is talking about sleep. Oh, no, I've lost all. Settle, Gretel. I haven't seen you in the chat. Welcome. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Well, then that's the silver lining to this little meandering journey into Dan loses his way in the chat. All right, we'll put that down. It's running out.
Dangerous overconfidence and complacency. Self-delusional, abrasive, rancorous, audacious, hubristic.
Wow, that spells Sarah.
Well, there we have it. For someone so enamored with lexicography, you would think that she would be proud to have her name dictionaryized by Dandy True Crime.
But that's what I was going to talk about. I like to play around with big words. It's a way of learning words, like, trying to find a way. If you've learned a big word, how can I put this, how can I bring this up in conversation? But the dumbest way to do it is to bring it up in a way that no one understands what the fuck you're talking about. If you're really trying to be clever, if you're really trying, I'm looking at myself, I'm not looking at you guys, fuck me. Yeah, if you're trying to be clever with new words and, trying to flex your vocabulary, find a way to make that word approachable, understandable to your audience. Like a word I've been using in my videos, I'll say my sartorial choices for today. And then I'll immediately talk about my wardrobe, which, context clues. Oh, sartorial, that must mean about his clothes. If I just said, enjoy my sartorial splendor and sat down and never referenced my clothes, be a bit of a dick move. It'd be just me trying to be more superior than the audience. Instead, it's like, that's a cool word, sartorial. Look at him in his sartorial splendor. Hey, that's a fun word. I'll share that with other people who appreciate intellectual pursuits and wisdom and all that kind of thing. Sarah's the opposite. She wants to learn big words so people are like, oh my God, what was that word you used? I quiver when I hear you using those big words. Quiver with a shudder of excitement.
Somewhere down in the cold, black heart that is heroically cooling the unair-conditioned wing of Lowell Prison, we know she will hate this post as much as she hated Patricia Cashman's twirls, as much as she hated Kim, and as much as she hated the fact that George Torres had a family that loved him, truly loved him, in a way Sarah will never, ever experience. Rest in peace, George. Rest in peace.
So this was a touching little thing I was able to put together, and I was glad Danielle invited me to be a part of it. Don't ever want to lose focus of the victim in the cases that we're covering. One thing I'm going to take a look at, and let's just see if I can get this up in my... Maybe I could just change scenes to the morning show and it'll still be there. So I was talking about this morning. All right. That's the A block. It's not quite what I was looking for. It's pretty close. So, A block PowerPoint. Wonder if that's it. Here we go. Okay, got content lined up for us. This was talked about in the morning show, but if you're up at this time of night, chances are you weren't up fucking first thing in the morning. That was like 24 hours minus 3 from now, so it's unlikely. I think I'm the only person who was up at that time and still up at this time. In any case, what came up in the conversation was a very interesting question from Winterlake. Well, thank you, Addie is me. I still have a few 3% left on the phone, so still able to check in on chat. I should add a chat widget to this screen so that I can at least look at chat. Oh shit, the slideshow's playing. Don't worry about the slideshow. We're gonna rewind that. We'll pop it back there. There, back to the beginning. Yeah. Shh. Okay. The slideshow is getting out of sorts. Gonna bring up a chat because I can't see the chat, so I can't chat with the chat, but I can look at the chat if I bring up the chat on the main screen. So I'm gonna do that. We'll do that. What is the most visible looking chat that I can make? Probably that one. Oh, that looks pretty big too. Oh, but that's got a background. Okay. So we'll add that. Where is it? Oh no, that's a blank screen. That's no good. Okay, let's see what happens there. Video capture in front. Media in front of that. Nope, that's no good. Gotta be in front. Ooh, I'm out of sorts. Okay, we'll oh, I see some chat there. Okay, we'll just bring that back to the front. Back to the front. You will do what I say. When I say back to the front. Okay, 25E here. I can't just be singing Metallica lyrics to myself at 4 in the morning. It's time to give good content. Welcome to the stream. If you're new to the stream, there's more people here at 3 in the morning than we're here at midnight, which is crazy to me. We're doing a 6-month review of my channel, Dan D True Crime. I conceived the idea about 3 weeks before I started making content. This is, the 5 month and 1 week anniversary, but that doesn't have a ring to it. So I looked back and decided, I made notes. I didn't just hit the ground running with content. I had an idea first. So this is a little celebration of meeting the 6-month point, getting to 800 subscribers from 5. And this particular piece of material that we're going to look at, there was a comment by Winterlake asking, has there ever been an incarcerated individual who tried claiming alimony? There's just no need. It's crazy. So I was like, that's a good question. I wonder if that did happen. So I went looking. I should shrink the way these screens are so I can see the chat better. So I went looking for someone who may have done that, and Betty Broderick came damn close. Betty Broderick is 1989. She killed her husband and his new wife. It was her ex-husband, 5 years they've been separated. Seemed kind of cut and dry, she did it. There's no denying she didn't do it. She ended up being convicted of second-degree murder for both his and her lives, plus an extra 2 years for illegal use of a firearm, which is a crazy addition to a murder offense, but that's what California was doing. There's a lot of crazy things, but one of the crazy things is her husband used something called Epstein credits. It was the 80s. They didn't know what was going to happen. These Epstein credits allowed him to leverage payments he made on his loans after the fact against what she would have been given from their shared property. So it's kind of confusing. I'll kind of explain it a little bit before we go into the slideshow. But the net assets that were supposed to be 50-50 were kind of figured out at about $780,000 US in 1989. of that settlement, or of that valuation, Betty Broderick was given $33,000. And they said that because when Betty Broderick was doing two jobs and being the sole, or the primary caregiver for 4 children, while Dan Broderick was in law school at Harvard, all of the debt was shared. So every year he took a loan to go to law school, she owed half of it. It's a marriage. It's, you take the good, you take the bad, you take the both, and then you have a lot of debt. A lot of debt. So she's incurring all this debt, and you think, it's fine. We're doing it for the future. It's going to get a good job. And Dan did get a good job. He was in med school before he went to law school, so he had very unique combination of skills. He was doing malpractice law. So doing well for himself after 16 years. So well that he decided to have an affair with his assistant. It was like 21, 22. So that set off Betty. She's not happy. They have a divorce. And in the 5 years, the contentious divorce, he starts applying these Epstein credits by paying off of his loans. They're no longer together. So everything he pays off is basically dollar for dollar debt she's incurring. He pays off $500,000 in student loans. That means Betty owes him $250,000. So that's pretty fucked up, right? Let's watch the PowerPoint now, where I kind of explain. Oh, so no, the really fucked up thing though, Betty kills Dan, and while she's, while they're dealing with that, she basically claims he's 2 months behind in alimony. So can I get those 2 months? His lawyers claim that he was actually ahead on alimony. So, whether it's true or not, pretty fucking audacious to say, well, whether I killed him or not doesn't change the fact that he owes me for August and September. So that's what put her on my radar of, has anyone ever done this? And let's just watch this slideshow and see what I picked up. Oh, Betty Broderick and Sarah Boone. I compare and contrast. Let's switch it over into studio mode so I can focus. I can almost see the chat. Let's see if I make it bigger. Oh, there's no audio, so I guess I should talk. Okay, let's pause it now. Pause. 6-month anniversary. Absolutely right. Whoever, I didn't choose the best. Oh, that was Sue. Okay, thank you, Sue. Oh my God, I did not know that. I followed the Broderick case. He really wasn't asked. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting details to the Broderick case. So I'm glad you're picking that up, because I initially looked at it, was like, oh fuck, she's pretty sympathetic. Like, Sarah, no sympathy. And you'll see in the slideshow, I do her mitigating factors. But I was like, fuck, I could really come around to, hey, maybe this woman's been wronged. Then I started watching the trial footage, and the opening arguments are about 2 hours long. Fuck this bitch. She's just as bad as Sarah. So we're only a couple slides into the slideshow, but I'll let you know about the pitch I put out this morning. I want to do a Betty Broderick binge-a-thon. I want to spend 21 days watching. There's a playlist that's got all the footage. It's anywhere from like 3.5 hours long for a day to as long as 5 hours for a day. I don't think there's too many 5-hour days. It's mostly 3 to 4 hours. The audio's decent. Betty Broderick takes the stand in her own defense. There's a lot of wild evidence that's presented. We'll get to some of it in the slideshow, but let's look at some of these similarities. And If I'm leaning in like this, it means I'm reading the chat off of my little tiny screen. Look at that. I'm squeezing my head. I'm squeezing it. I'm squeezing my head. All right, here we go. Let's bring it back a touch. And I got to remember there's no audio, so I might as well recite it. It's not like... I haven't made a PowerPoint since like 25 years ago, but it comes with the MacBook, so might as well learn how to start doing these too. Bloodworth's PowerPoint was so good, it made me want to start doing PowerPoints as part of my videos. Oh shit, I gotta press play. I was like, fuck, I only set 12 seconds for slides. All right. So on the lawyers, the left-hand side is Betty, the right-hand side is Sarah. I'm going to read it out loud. I've paused the slideshow because 12 seconds is a fuck of a long time when I'm this high. Betty claimed she was unable to get divorce representation due to her ex-husband's legal connections. One lawyer declined, claiming to be about to become a judge. Tricia Smith and Daniel Jaffe initially represented her. Jack Early took over from William Hargreaves and was her final attorney for both divorce and criminal trial. So that's interesting. Jack Early took the case at the divorce stage. She'd gone through a lot of attorneys, and I guess because Dan was such a important voice in the legal community, a lot of lawyers either, just I'm not touching the case, sorry, conflict me out. So there's that lawyer similarity, but kind of weird that a divorce lawyer would, okay, yeah, I'll also represent you in your murder trial. And now let's look at Sarah's lawyers. What do I have written here? See, claimed Frank Bankwitz was a dud and Patricia Cashman was mean to her. Oh, I'm starting to see double. Okay, shake it off. Oh, shaking didn't help. Shaking made it worse. Okay, that's... Went through 8 lawyers before representing herself pro se. Oh, we're near the end of the night. By order of Judge Cranick, eventually represented by James Owens and his team of attorneys, has cycled through a few appeals attorneys for various reasons prior to her appeal hearing. Oh yeah, this is good. The text is starting to look animated to me. It's not animated, right? It wasn't animated this morning. Convicted of second-degree murder, this is Betty. Victims are Dan and Linda Broderick. Her sentence was 2 consecutive terms. This was a typo. We fixed this in the morning. The real sentence, forget what it says on screen, was 2 consecutive terms of 15 years to life. She also got an additional 2 years for illegal use of a firearm. That added up to 32 years to life, which means 32 years needed to be served before anything, I guess. Regardless of all that, she is up for parole in 2032. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's in a future slide. I'm acting like I'm smart. This is my own research. Sarah was convicted of second-degree murder. Her victim was George Torres. Her sentence was life. Her jurisdiction was Florida. Now we can look at that information for a few seconds. As far as alimony goes, Betty alleged that Dan was $28,000 behind on alimony payments. Now, for a little background, she was getting $16,000 a month in alimony, which sounds quite generous, but you realize that even though she was liable for all of that early debt, she does still earn based off of his current earnings. So if he's earning really well, it doesn't matter that he wasn't earning really well the previous 15 years. It's about the current lifestyle. So I think it was 16,000 I saw in a different thing, but 28,000, basically 2 months of alimony that she said she was due prior to killing her ex-husband. Sarah continued to fight for alimony after her incarceration. A Florida family law case is still pending at the time of this presentation. If anyone wants to check the docket to see if there's any news. Probably no news. How old was Betty when she was convicted, was one of the questions asked in the chat that I'm peeking at. I believe she was in her 40s. It was pretty close to Sarah's age. It's a great looking photo of her. Like, she definitely was more photogenic than Sarah was. But there was a lot of feeling of being gaslit by her husband, being told she's not good enough, and that there was emotional abuse she claimed in the trial. So, well, let's just read the slide here. So these are mitigating factors in favor of Betty Broderick. She worked 2 jobs, including full-time as a school teacher to support her husband, finishing med school, and then continuing on to Harvard Law School. She was the primary caregiver for 4 children while Dan completed law school. When Dan started earning significant income, he started an affair with his 22-year-old assistant. Next slide. Sarah looks like a kitchen witch. $16K a month in 1989. Yeah, so she was like, even if she was pissed about not getting her $750,000 for the house, and again, $750,000 in 1989, nothing to sneeze at. So, but there was definitely, she was pissed. She was like, I got 2 months alimony for all that, for 16 years, for working 2 jobs while you went to law school so you could fuck your little secretary. So if you've ever heard the phrase, there's no hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, that phrase got brought up by either the defense or the prosecutor in the opening because she was mad, and we see it. But that said, let's not get to that. Let's stick with the mitigating factors. Why should we be sympathetic towards Betty? During a contentious divorce, Dan used a legal mechanism known as Epstein credits to offset Betty's share of combined assets. Her share of approximately $780,000 was reduced to about $33,000 due to the Epstein credits. Dan's law school debt was considered shared debt, and by paying off his loans after the divorce, he earned Epstein credits. Even 30 years ago, Epstein, bad. Like, bad. I have a 12-second timer on these, so I'm pausing them to read them, and then we have to wait 12 seconds after. Let me kind of wait to, yeah, there we go. Let's read Sarah's mitigating factors. You know, nobody ever considers Sarah's mitigating factors. Maybe there's reasons we haven't considered of why, you know, we should be more sympathetic to her. Did you know her grandparents died before Sarah turned 50 years old? She took care of blind and deaf dogs, at least one of each. She liked to paint and do puzzles. She really got along with her victim's probation officer. Think about that while this slide loads. She's an outstanding mother to her son, self-reported. She excels at everything she does, self-reported. Her crimes were not intentional and not malicious, self-reported. She's a straight-A student, self-reported. Sarah can mitigate Super Kelly G's ass. So let's look at the criminal trial. Again, the left side is Betty, the right side is Sarah. Betty had her first trial in October of 1990. It resulted in a hung jury. Her second trial was in December of 1991. That resulted in the conviction for 2 counts, second-degree murder. She was sentenced in February of 1992 to 2 consecutive terms, this is the correct info, of 15 to life, plus 2 years for illegal use of a firearm. Next eligible for parole, January 2032. Mark that on your calendars. Sarah, her criminal trial was October as well, but 2024. She was convicted of second-degree murder. Sentencing was in December of 2024, life in prison. She is next eligible for parole in not eligible. Life or life? Like natural life or... I don't know. He didn't say. He just said, life in prison. Life in prison. Let's look at the self-snitching. Little nod to Bruce Rivers. A criminal lawyer reacts. He's going to react to all them self-snitchers. Betty did some self-snitching. We didn't have smartphones in the 80s, but we did have the answering machine. So guess what Betty did with the answering machine? She recorded messages on her victim's answering machine threatening to kill him, in addition to other crimes. These recorded messages were used against Betty in court. They were actually used in the opening arguments in court. Sarah recorded cell phone video of herself committing the crime against the victim, in addition to other videos she kept. The recorded videos were used against Sarah in court. Let's see, there's a long comment. Can I read that? Carolina Hurtado says to Barry Adams, I don't think so. I think she makes parole. I hope she makes parole. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen in my opinion. Surviving family members of Dan, Linda, that is the 2 victims, will make sure Betty stays in prison. It's way early, like we're still 6 years off from that. I think the fact that I was swayed into the Betty Broderick, maybe there's a case for her, kind of points to her, at least there's arguments. Like if I was a lawyer, I'd at least be like, oh, okay. We're not necessarily going to win, but at least there's something to argue here, as opposed to anyone who gets Sarah's case that's like, oh, what the fuck do you want me to do with this? Fucking, this is like you hit dog shit sandwich in between 2 slices of cat shit. Like, it's not good. Oh, and okay, so here's the question. And I'll ask you the same thing I asked my morning viewers. Would you be interested in a Betty Broderick trial rewatch? I think I asked this slightly earlier too, but that was the point of the PowerPoint, was to build to this. That is what the thumbnail looks like. There's a playlist from Criminal Conversations. There's no commentary on their video. They're just replaying old court TV videos. So I'd use it as commentary video, fair use, comment over it. At the same time, it's fairly new to me, so I can't see pausing it nearly as much as I'm pausing my own videos tonight. It would be more of a watch, like a half hour of it. Hey, what did you think about that? The opening statements are what made me interested in it. The opening statements totally turned me around from like, she's sympathetic. Oh shit, she's a fucking psychopath. How did she survive on the streets this long? So I think there's a lot of interesting material. It's a great trial to watch if you're just a fan of watching trials. one thing you can count on is we know all of the moving parts. We know the defense is going to put on a defense. We know she's going to get convicted. That we don't have to wait, a year and a half for the result like the Judge Jackson case. It's neatly packaged. So if I was to do this, I'll let the slide play out. It would be 3 morning shows, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday mornings, which would be afternoons Eastern time. The thinking there would be I get off work so I could come home, play, the next day in trial footage, do 4.5 hours live. We'll do it for 21 days in a row. When it gets to my normal days off, we can do evening streams, do it anywhere between, what does it say there? Well, it says approximately 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm thinking that can be flexible from like 3 to 9 p.m. Eastern. We started quite late tonight. People enjoy it. So maybe the night shows are for the international audience. Everyone gets to watch it on replay. Point would be just doing it 21 days in a row, building a bit of a momentum, having a chat that's like engaged in the same case so we can all talk about it. So yeah, think about it. I'm not going to start it tomorrow or the next day. My thinking is to start it sometime in April, early enough to have it done before April's done. So that's my pitch on that. Oh, I can hear it. I'm losing it in the voice. The phone is off. The phone is no longer working. Why do a rewatch? Let's parallels to the Boone case. Claims of victimhood, abuse, wild evidence, 80s and 90s hairstyles, outfits, better audio and video production than many trials we watch currently. Billie Jean says, I think it sounds great. Barry Adams is in. Yeah, I think it would be really good. And I think, you don't need to tune in necessarily every day, even if it's something where, 10 people are tuning into the live stream, but 30 people are, keeping track of it. I think there's some really interesting parallels between the defenses given by Boone, the defense given in the context of Betty Broderick's situation, where she's in many respects equally unlikable, and then in a whole bunch of other respects a category apart for being sympathetic. So it really depends on your lens going into it, but I think whatever you think going in, there's so much information that you're liable to be swayed by the arguments made by both sides of the case. And I think a lot of trials we've seen, like Afro Man, I really liked, but from the beginning, middle, and end, I was like, this is the guy who I believe, and that case is full of shit. I felt like Joe Pesci, like everything that lawyer said is full of shit. It's not a great argument, but sometimes it's appropriate. I don't know if I need more of this. I don't. It's doing more harm than good at this point. How could there be more slides? How many more slides are there? 3 more slides in this? I'm probably just padding it at this point, like trying to get up to my word count in an essay. Are you in? It would mean my regular Friday streams would go on hiatus. We'd have 3 weeks of just Betty Broderick streams. That said, I can talk about other stuff. I can say, hey, welcome to the Betty Broderick stream. Little housekeeping. This is what's going on. But, yeah. There'd be longer stretches between pauses because we'd really be watching it together. I've only watched the first couple days. I'd be doing some research. One of the things I will do to add value is look up historical news coverage. So let's say we watch day 1 of the trial. Day 2, I'd collect like a few newspaper clippings of what people said after the opening statements of the original trial and read like, USA Today says blah, blah, blah. Newsweek says, and kind of get a taste of the reporting in the moment, which I think could make it a little bit more, I don't know, just more transformative, more value added to the spectacle of rewatching a 35-year-old trial. And yeah, Betty testifies in her own defense, so it's not like we're going to be disappointed. Like, oh, I thought she was going to testify. We know she is. And when someone testifies in their own defense, it almost never works out for them, but it's much more interesting as a trial watch. Sarah would have been so much better off if she never testified. Let's do it. That would have been a terrible thing to happen on camera. Great flake control. You get a flake on the back of the throat, you can almost just work it right back up if you're... Don't panic. Panicking is the worst thing you can do. Let's take a look. There's something I didn't have time for. Oh shit, that's a lot of me. Okay. That's a lot of me. I don't know if I even want to be on this channel. No, we're getting out of here. Oh, that was the Russell Williams. Okay, that's back to the PowerPoint. I don't want to do that again. Oh, fuck, you guys. Okay, I think you may have called my bluff. I thought that I could outlast you, but this is growing. This is growing while I'm shrinking away. I'm faded. I'm definitely getting faded. Let's see if there's another scene set that I can comfortably jump into as a way to kill a little bit more time and have fun enjoying everyone's company here. Back into what I was doing tonight. No, that's no good. Okay, well, we'll stay here for now because this is a celebration. We're one closer to 1K. Yeah, thank you. What are we doing next? I did have... I can't even really see the chat. Oh, I can add a chat. There's that. But... oh, this is starting to fall apart now. I feel like the professionalism has gone out the window. That said, this has been a proper celebration, you know, at the end, if you remember everything. No, I'm going to have to watch the stream like the guys on The Hangover. Be like, oh my God, I fucking stretched it out way too long at the end. I don't know if you guys are in that chat or not. Let's see, maybe if I switch to there and come back. Okay, I've got somebody new in the chat. I'm gonna make it big. Sorry, you guys, I can't really see. Cowboy's here, and he says he loves Henry Lee. Who's Henry Lee? That's got to be really big. This is showing you how bad my vision is. You see how big... I normally read quite well on this show. That's how big I need the chat so I can see what's going on. That's fine. We're having a good time. Enjoyed a lovely bottle of champagne as a celebration of 6 months on YouTube. I hadn't heard he passed. That's a big loss. I didn't even know who Henry Lee is. I can't scroll up. I just added this chat widget. My phone is dead now, Barry Adams, but anything new is coming in on this chat that I have scrolling beside me, and I've pinched and zoomed it so that my tired eyes can see. It's no longer feels like a professional Dan D stream. This is bonus time. Maybe I should throw up a bonus time sticker as well. Yeah, this is not your regularly scheduled programming. A week ago, when I had too much to drink, I ended up singing the Canadian anthem as a way to kind of work towards a sign-off, but that didn't work well. I ended up singing like 2 or 3 other songs and kind of diminished the Canadian anthem at that point. Where are we? I'm looking for bonus time as a sticker. shouldn't be multitasking. I should be single tasking. But if there is a sticker called bonus time, I can throw that up. Kind of let people know this is not programmed programming. I have 2 sets of chat going. What the fuck? Is that my own chat over here too? So how do I have 2 chats? It's probably the exact same material. Okay, we're gonna hide you and keep up the big stuff. Okay, and I don't see anything about bonus in my stickers. Maybe we'll just look for bonus. Bonus. Okay, that's up there. Oh, this is a mess. I look like a GeoCities page owned by a teenager in the early aughts. Like the pre-Facebook days. Welcome to my MySpace. Thanks for coming to my page. There's a whole fucking song that's going to play on your computer, and you can't turn it off. So throw bonus down here with the fireworks. Okay. Looks like it's slightly more professional. Ocean Sounds is awake. Billie Jean's having a good laugh at with me, not at me. You know, we're all enjoying each other's company here. Neil deGrasse Tyson got mentioned somewhere at the top of my little scroll there. Okay, the 19th. You know what? That's something we can do. If we're still up, let's just start watching the opening statements. This will be a preview. If we do this as a full thing, it's just as well that I know about the opening statement. I've watched it once, but if I'm watching it drunk, it's better to watch one I've seen before. Why automatically looking up Sarah? Betty Broderick. We'll just do that. And then we'll look for the playlist. Betty Broderick trial opening. Court TV. Oh, that's from A Woman Scorned. So that's with an actress playing her. Or is it? No, okay. That's it. Full trial in order. This is what I want to stream. Fuck it. We'll do it. Because this was compelling. I started watching this and I expected I was just going to skip through. So I've given you all the reasons to be maybe a little bit sympathetic to Betty. Here's all the reasons not to. And I love the hairstyle. The hairstyle reminds me of, there was a poster for 9 to 5 with Dolly Parton and 2 other actresses. She looks like an amalgamation of the 2 other actresses.
Morning, other Carrie Willis for the people. Alberta, people ready?
No, Jack, on behalf of Elizabeth Broderick, who is present.
Order of business.
So that's Elizabeth Broderick at the far end. Let me just make sure that my video is... Oh, no, that's me. That's bad. Okay, let's switch to the watching. So that's Elizabeth Broderick at the far end. I'm glad I came back to this channel. I could have just been sitting there talking full screen. I will increase the chat because I think there's a little bit more room for that. Even if it goes over me, that's fine. That's pretty good. Sorry it's so big, but you know, if you normally can't read it, now it's big enough. Which is cool. So Betty Broderick is this woman. If you can see the hand going over the face, then it's working. If you can't, then she's the woman. It's a bunch of men sitting here. So that's Betty. And let's watch. Oh yeah, this is a good idea. Thank you. Whoever suggested let's do the trial.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with the opening.
This is 3 hours long. I think the opening statement from the prosecution is 2 hours. That's the most I'm promising you. And even then, we might just might shut it down after we hear her answering machine messages, because that was a pretty big highlight of the opening. But we get a lot of good stuff in the opening.
By the lawyers. An opening statement is in essence a roadmap for you. It gives you an idea of what they believe the evidence will show in their respective, from their respective points of view. Statements of the lawyers are not evidence. and should not be considered by you as evidence. For that reason, notebooks will not be passed out until after the opening statements. A statement of the attorneys is evidence only if they stipulate to a fact during the course of this case. If they do stipulate to a fact, you are to regard that fact as conclusively proven. Otherwise, their statements when they ask questions are relevant only in that the question gives meaning to the answer. Let me read you the jury instruction with regard to notebooks at this time. You will be given notebooks and pencils. You're to leave them on your seat here in the courtroom. When you leave each day and at each recess, you will be able to take them into the jury room with you when you deliberate.
Just quick question. I did increase the audio slightly as we came in, but let me know if the audio sounds good and balanced to me going back and forth. I can definitely make changes, but my sense was the audio was pretty good from this recording, especially in light of what we have to deal with. Let me go back to that.
A word of caution, however. You may take notes, however, you should not permit note-taking to distract you from the ongoing proceedings in this case. Remember that you are the judges of the credibility of the witness who will be testifying. Further notes are only an aid to memory and should not take precedent over your independent recollection of the testimony. A juror who does not take notes should rely on his or her independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that other jurors took notes. Notes are for the note-taker's own personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. Before we start the opening statements, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also remind you, as I did last week, to please don't visit the scene or any scenes that are suggested by the evidence in this case. Make no independent investigations on your own or in groups at all. And please remember the admonition not to watch any television, listen to any radio, read any newspaper or magazine accounts about this case. And again, if you inadvertently do something like that, please bring it to my attention so that we can address it at that time. The people, as you know, have the burden of proof in a criminal case. Therefore, they make the first opening statement. At the end of their opening statement, the defense has the option of making an opening statement at that time or of reserving their opening statement until the end of the people's case. So with that, we'll start with the opening statement by Ms. Wells.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case is about the cold-blooded execution of two people. The evidence that you'll hear, the undisputed evidence, is that Elizabeth Broderick, the defendant, shot and killed two people as they lay helpless in their sleep. And she did it because she hated them. This is a murder case. There will be no question that Elizabeth Broderick, with her own hands, wiped out the lives of two people. Two people who, just like every one of us in this room, had a right to live. But she decided, Elizabeth Broderick decided, that she had the right to take those lives away. Ladies and gentlemen, she didn't. Nobody does. And that's why we're here. Even though it might be argued to you otherwise, because it sometimes is by some defendants who
This
think
was
that
so
they're somehow
common in
special
the 80s, Sue.
or they're somehow above the law. This case really isn't any different than any other murder case.
You would see like just rows of women in the hairdress. Like there used to be hair salons in the mall, and as a kid you'd walk by and like, oh, perm. There'd just be women in there with these perfect by their standard coiffed hair that, you know, wouldn't move, but they just had to have it just so. Don't touch my hair. Yeah, hers is definitely don't touch my hair.
Which are all tragic.
Big frames were big then too, like for glasses. Those are huge.
Evidence that you'll hear is going to involve human beings. Murder is a human crime. Human beings who are the victims, people who had good qualities and bad qualities, who were loved and admired by some, perhaps disliked by others. They're just people, always. And a human being who is the defendant, who may also have good qualities and bad qualities, but who, in this case, consistently chose to solve her problems in a way that is unacceptable in our society, a society that has rules and laws that are supposed to apply to everyone. Elizabeth Broderick doesn't think they should apply to her. But if they don't, then they're not worth having. There are 2 victims in this case. Both of them were certainly not unknown to the defendant. One of them was her ex-husband, a man named Daniel Broderick. He was 44 years old. The defendant and Dan Broderick had been separated and divorced for almost 5 years. Their marriage had been long over. Dan Broderick had wanted very much, for a very long time, to simply be allowed to go on in his life, to be happy. But that was exactly what Elizabeth Broderick was determined to not let happen. The other person that she killed was a young woman named Linda Cocaine Broderick. She was 28 years old. She and Dan Broderick had been married just about 6 months when this happened.
This is the 1991
During
trial
that time,
that
despite
results in a conviction, not the 1990 trial that results in a hung jury. So if that was the differentiation that we're asking in the comments, yeah, this is 1991 and court TV footage, but through criminal conversations for whatever reason.
That the defendant was doing. They were probably happier than they had ever been. They were looking forward to starting a family. They were actively trying. Linda had her whole life,
Aquanet.
but she wasn't allowed to live it. Because on the morning of November the 5th, 1989, Elizabeth Broderick snuck into Dan and Linda Broderick's home in the early morning hours. And while they lay there in their bed, completely helpless, completely defenseless,
Have a
she
great
pointed
study
a
day,
38
cowboy.
caliber gun at their bodies and just plain executed them.
So that's pretty
What
wild
had
too.
moments earlier been a warm and peaceful Sunday morning.
It's not I was trying to help him. It's unquestioned. The act was bam, bam. Well, 5 shots with a revolver, we'll find out. But there's no question on intent or what she thought was going to happen. Like, I thought he was going to come up and have sex with me. She, went there to kill them.
Living, breathing human beings exploded into violence at the hands of Elizabeth Broderick. Elizabeth Broderick was the immediate suspect in these murders when they were discovered a couple hours later. Everyone who knew Dan and Linda, when they heard the tragic news that day, they knew that Elizabeth Broderick had done it because her hate and her mindset of revenge was something that everyone who knew her, even as an acquaintance, was very well aware of. She'd been threatening to kill them for years. Only a few weeks before the murders, as a matter of fact, she'd had a conversation with a woman named Linda David, who was a housekeeper at Dan Broderick's. And in that conversation, she told Miss David that she knew that Dan and Linda just wanted to be left alone, but that wasn't going to happen. She'd been harassing them for years, and she was going to continue to do whatever she could to make their lives miserable. She said specifically about Dan, I'm either going to make his life a living hell or I'm going to murder him. It was only about 2 weeks after that conversation when the opportunity presented itself, and she did just exactly what she said she was going to do. She went over there and murdered him. I want to tell you first about what Elizabeth Broderick did that morning. Because this case isn't just about murder. It's about what the law defines as premeditated murder.
Timelines.
Premeditated murder doesn't require weeks and weeks of intricate planning. It requires only that a deliberate, considered decision to kill be made before the actual killing. And so the facts and circumstances surrounding just exactly how she killed these 2 people are obviously the things that you're going to want to focus your attention on in this trial. You will see from the evidence that what happened on that morning was not a situation that was suddenly thrust upon Elizabeth Broderick. She wasn't, for example, confronted or physically threatened in any way by either Dan or Linda Broderick that morning, or the day before, or the week before, or the month before, or the year before. In fact, they were very afraid of her, truly afraid of what she was capable of doing. And for quite some time, they had done everything they could to avoid her. The evidence will show.
All right, I'm not sure. I think Barry Adams has written poetry here. I'm going to try and read it out loud and see if I can make sense of it while it's audible. Dan and Linda, Linda and Dan, one at his side piece, the other her man. Kim and Eli, Eli and Kim, both super standoffish, 'cause Sarah put moves on him. Sorry for the bad pronunciation, or for losing words, but it's cutting off words without hyphens. But it is kind of poetic. I like where you're going with that. We'll do that and let it play. Let it play.
What happened on that morning was, without question, something that Elizabeth Broderick specifically sought out. She went to where they were, knowing where they'd be, knowing exactly how vulnerable they'd be, and taking with her an object that's not only designed to kill, but that was loaded.
I can read that better. Dan and Linda, Linda and Dan, one at his side, the other her man. Kim and Eli, Eli and Kim, both super standoffish, 'cause Sarah put moves on him. Yeah, I just needed a second. It shows alcohol slows you down, makes you're not brighter just because you think that you're less inhibited. You're just less inhibited, a little bit dumber, which is where I am now. But less inhibited is kind of nice. You can do things with less inhibited, as long as you're not an asshole.
And ready to kill.
See, this is where it's interesting, Ocean Sounds. I think there's a lot of stuff we're going to hear that goes, oh, well, Sarah would have loved to have this.
Dan and Linda lived in an area in Hillcrest, which is called Marsden Hills. It's close to Balboa Park. It's about a 15-minute drive away. She'd gotten up very early that morning while everyone else in the house was still asleep. Her two sons, Danny and Rhett, who were 10 and 13 years old at the time, were staying with her that weekend. And her boyfriend, a man named Brad Wright, had also spent the night there. She left them all sleeping soundly, her two sons not knowing that they would never see their father again. And she chose to leave her safe and comfortable home and to get into her car and to drive across town to Dan and Linda's house. She took with her two critical things. One was the gun. It's a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver, her gun.
Not an automatic.
The other was a set of keys with a very identifiable key on it that she knew would get her into Dan and Linda's house.
How crazy is that?
The gun...
Divorced for 5 years. He's making millions a year, or at least $1 million a year, or something in that range. Hasn't changed the locks for 5 years with a bunny boiler spouse, according to his defense. 5 years? Wow. Like, I guess you just figure nothing happens in the first 6 months, nothing's gonna happen, but it's weird.
Loaded up with hollow point bullets, which are bullets specifically designed to do the maximum amount of damage possible when shot into someone. They're designed to kill.
Hollow points.
The keys weren't her keys. They belonged to her daughter, Kim. And they had mysteriously disappeared from Kim's possession earlier when she'd been with her mother. Kim didn't know where they were. Elizabeth Broderick had kept them because she knew there was going to come a time when she had the opportunity to use them.
Never mind what I said about their keeping the keys. So she took the keys from her daughter, shared daughter. So nothing they could have done about changing the locks. That maybe they did change the locks. Let's go back and forget that Dandy said that. I didn't say that. I was just speculating.
When the defendant got to Dan and Linda Broderick's house that morning, it was still very early. It was about 5:30 in the morning. It was a Sunday morning. It was quiet. It was peaceful. The entire city was basically sound asleep. And at that point, when she parked her car in front of the house, she obviously had the opportunity to think about what she was doing. This was not an immediate, rash, impulsive act. She had that opportunity on the entire drive over this. There were no distractions. There was no one forcing her to do anything. But she chose to go forward. She was determined to do it. And she made deliberate choices every step of the way. She chose to take the gun out of her purse so that she'd have it right there in her hand, ready to use. She chose to take the keys out of the car. She chose to get out of the car, and she chose to go up to their house. She knew that Dan and Linda would be home alone that morning. Dan and Elizabeth Broderick had had 4 children together. Their 2 daughters, Kim and Lee, didn't live at home anymore. They were grown. And as I mentioned, their 2 sons, Danny and Red, she left back at her house in La Jolla. So she knew they'd be there alone. She also knew her way around their house. She had never lived there. It had never been her home. But over the years, she had gone into that house when she knew she had no right to be there. She'd go through their rooms. She'd go through their things.
I've been on for
She'd
6
move
hours.
things. She'd take photographs. She'd take things, little things, all in violation of restraining orders. But that never mattered. Those were just another set of rules that she didn't think should apply to her. So she knew the layout well. And I want to show you the layout as well.
Okay, this is slightly dull compared to the answer machine messages. But
By an investigator.
I do kind of like seeing the square TV.
After the murders. So the scene has essentially been cleaned up. And it was taken during the daylight so that you could see. As you can see, this is their home. It's set back some distance from the street, not a real far distance. She had parked out in the street and approached the house.
You guys don't mind if I lie back a little bit? Make myself comfortable.
She didn't go in the front door, even though it's the most logical door to go into because it's at the front of the house, and even though this key worked to the front door. But there was a reason for that. And you'll see as we get inside the house that the master bedroom, Dan and Linda Broderick's bedroom, was at the top of the stairs, and the stairs are right inside the front door. And so if she got in that front door, there was a possibility that they might have heard her. So she chose to go around the house and go in the back door so that she couldn't be heard.
I have to give credit for 35 years ago. This is a pretty effective way of, really putting the jury in the steps of the criminal. Like, this is premeditated. This isn't a woman that just came in, rah, 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 fuck you guys. This is a woman that was like, no, don't go to the front door. Go around. Go to the side where you won't be heard.
This is the back door that she went in the house.
I think I might need the power of lemon pound cake.
You can see that it was a 2-story house. Right off the back door is the kitchen. She went through the kitchen. Went into a hallway. You can see this is the front door and the stairs. Right as you enter the front door.
Caught me on the stairwell. You know what a rag doll is?
And you can see the door to their bedroom right off the top of the stairs. Again, she didn't go in that door at the top of the stairs, even though she could have. Nothing was preventing her from doing that. And it's obviously the most logical door to go in.
Livin, living.
As you can see, from their position on the beds, if they had been awake, they might have been able to see them, might have been able to do something to protect themselves. And so she didn't go in this door.
I'm going to object again. We had
Objection.
Sustain, you just say she came in the back door, Miss Wells, you don't have to elaborate, go ahead.
She went down this hallway. And into a little TV room, which is behind the bedroom.
Your Honor, the purpose of it was to show the layout of the house. I object.
She can just, she described the path, that's permissible, go ahead.
And this is the back or the second door to the bedroom, which is the door that she came in. She had the cover of the lamp here. She was coming in a dark corner. The windows were on the other side of the room.
I'm gonna make some
She's coming in from,
Sustain, don't argue what your interpretation of the room is, Miss Wells, just showing the layout of the room and the path that been going up there.
Dan and Linda were in bed, sound asleep. It was 5:30 on a Sunday morning. They'd been out the night before with friends, having dinner. Elizabeth Broderick stood right next to the bed, literally almost right on top of them. And without hesitation, and those are her words, after she entered the bedroom, without hesitation, she opened fire and gunned them down. She pointed the gun at them and she pulled the trigger 5 times. And this is not an automatic, this is a revolver. You have to pull the trigger each time in order to shoot this gun. And you will see that it's not a particularly easy trigger to pull. And you'll also see that every one of her shots was aimed to kill. This is a scale diagram of the bedroom. 2 different pictures of the same bedroom. When the defendant entered the bedroom, she stood right about here. Linda was basically lying flat on her back in the bed. The first shot at her went right into her chest, right above her heart, right exactly where you'd shoot someone if you were intending to kill them. That shot went completely through her body and into the bed underneath her. That shot in itself would have killed her. It was fatal.
I see some of the conversation in the chat without summarizing each message specifically. There's a lot to be said for that Dan Broderick was systematically destroying her. And when she called out the affair, there was probably a lot of like, what are you ever going to say? I've learned enough in law school that, you know, I'm untouchable. You're worthless. You're crap. You're crazy. And I kind of get it. I can see how that would drive her crazy, because everything before this, it's not like Sarah, where it's really hard to find anybody that knew her pre-criminal life that'll come out and say a good word. Like, there's some people who have positive experiences with her when she was a teenager, like before she'd wronged anyone. But it's not like there's people that are like, no, I got to know her. People just don't understand. The people who do say that are people that we do understand and we don't trust. But yeah, there's nuances to this case that don't exist in the Sarah Boone case. I still got to flip them. I can't eat right away, but that's the first stage.
Dan, who was most probably lying on his side with his back to her because she shot him right in the middle of the back. And he either tried to frantically dive away as she was shooting at him, or he simply fell off the bed in response to being shot. A second shot at him missed, and went right into the wall beyond him. Linda had also reacted to being shot by trying to roll away or get away from the defendant. But the defendant shot at her 2 more times. One shot just barely missed her head, went into the nightstand right next to the bed. The other shot was right on target, right in the middle of the back of her head. That shot exploded through her brain and killed her instantly. They both were shot in the back as they were trying to get away. She had to aim at Linda. She had to change her aim to get Dan. She had to change her aim again to get Linda again. The bullet that hit Dan, who was now lying on the floor, had pierced through his lung, but he didn't die instantly. As he lay there on the floor, wounded, he tried to reach for the phone that was on the nightstand next to the bed, presumably to call for help. Elizabeth Broderick was now out of bullets. It was a 5-shot gun. She had shot all 5 of them, 2 at Dan and 3 at Linda.
Bad accounting.
But Dan was still alive and reaching for the phone. It's at this point that the evidence will show how clearly the defendant's intent was to kill these 2 people. Because when she saw that Dan was still alive, she didn't pick up the phone herself and call 911 and say, oh my God, I just shot 2 people, come quick, what have I done? She didn't just panic and run out of the house. What she did was to walk all the way around the bed, over to where Dan was lying, to where, as she later told someone, she could hear him gurgling in his own blood.
You just gurgled.
And what she did was she picked up the phone and ripped it out of the wall, literally tearing the cord in half.
These were microwave
And she
burritos.
did
Now
it in
they've
her
been
own
dressed up.
words, so he couldn't save himself. There would be no chance to call for help. She then walked out of the room, dumping the broken phone at the top of the stairs. And when she left, this is a photograph of the scene. Linda lay dead in a pool of blood. Dan Broderick was left to essentially suffocate in his own blood and die anywhere from a couple of minutes to as much as a half hour later.
That's cold.
The shot that he took actually was very similar to the shot that President Reagan took through his lung. But President Reagan was rushed to the hospital and he survived.
Interesting little detail. President Reagan, president at the time, that was the assassination attempt. Obviously rushed to hospital, got the best presidential care and survived. But it's quite an interesting detail in showing that he didn't have to die necessarily. What are you getting into there, cat? Oh, digging around in my bags trying to smell my cat.
Dan didn't have that up.
What do you need, Star?
Not once in the minutes to hours after Elizabeth Broderick left them there, while she was busily calling people to tell them what she had done, not once did she express any remorse for what she'd done, or did she make any effort to get them help. She went over there wanting them dead, and she made sure that they died. Well, what was the motive for these killings? People don't just kill other people out of the blue. There's always a reason in any murder, which is distinguishable from an excuse. We always hear in the movies that murders involve motive and opportunity. Obviously, she had the opportunity. She can't and won't deny that she killed Dan and Linda Broderick. She told too many people that morning that she did it. She called one friend and said, "I shot Dan. I finally did it."
I finally did it. That's worse than the Karen Reed. Did I hit him?
Absolutely.
She said I hit him. Did I hit him?
Most common motive there is. I said it at the very beginning. Hate. Pure, unadulterated, intense, obsessive, jealous hate. Counsel himself, I think, was the one who brought up the phrase about a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I think perhaps the phrase might more appropriately be hell hath no fury like a person scorned, because
there we
being
go,
scorned,
gender
being
inclusive.
romantically rejected, it's pretty common to both sexes.
She was a pioneer.
And being hurt, being angry, and even having some sort of revenge over it is universal. Most people put the hurt and anger behind and move on with their lives. Elizabeth Broderick chose not to. And you will see that it was a choice that she made to keep that hate alive. With her, that hate became her life. And she still feels it.
There's a bit of a lesson here. No matter how scorned, how upset you are, if you've got the opportunity to break from a person that's bad for you, that's toxic like this, just take the break. It's obviously more complicated than that, but I would take the opportunity to just cut my losses, move on with my happier, better life, and scale down a little bit. I can see people, like, you feel like you're owed, but at a certain point, what are you fighting for? Like, who cares if you have half of a shitty life, when if you just took a quarter of what you could have gotten, but you can just get out scot-free and really call your own shots. That's the way I'd go.
I do want to describe for you at least some of the background that led to these events, because you can see the building fury on her part. And not just the fury at having been rejected, but the fury at never being able to effectively get even for it. That's what kept it going. What I think you will see from the evidence is that there is a lot more to the background of what happened here than Elizabeth Broderick ever wanted people to know. She wanted, and wants very badly, to be viewed entirely as the victim in this scenario.
That's how she's like our Sarah.
In very subtle ways, setting up situations to continue to make it look that way. There is a lot more to this woman than meets the eye. There are certainly a lot of things that aren't disputed that you're going to hear. Dan and Elizabeth Broderick had been married, obviously, and unfortunately, like over 50% of marriages in this state, their marriage ended in divorce, which is not a happy circumstance.
The state is California.
They had had 4 children together, 4 neat kids. By the time they had separated, which was in 1985, Dan Broderick had become a fairly well-known attorney here in San Diego. And he was somewhat unique because he had not only a legal degree, but a medical degree as well. He was very bright, He worked extremely hard and always had, and he was known in the legal community for being entirely ethical. In fact, almost without exception, when people described Dan Broderick, whether they worked with him or for him or against him, the two things that came to mind was one, how hard he always worked, and two, his integrity. He loved the law. And those things combined to make him a very well-respected and financially successful attorney. He was, for example, in 1986, voted to be the president of the San Diego Bar Association, the local association of attorneys. And he was very involved in teaching new young attorneys about the practice of law. He was involved in teaching doctors about how to avoid malpractice suits. Their separation occurred in 1985. And at that point, it was Dan Broderick who made the decision to leave the marriage.
Addie, if you're waiting to be swayed, it's not going to happen on tonight's broadcast, because prosecution is going to make you, unless you're on Betty's side, then maybe she's going to sway you to not. Yeah, I should have been paying attention to which side you're on. I think she makes a pretty good argument. I'm staying in until at least she plays the answering machine messages. Machine. I'm really fading. But I'm staying until the answering machine messages get played. Oh, I'm losing control.
I'll talk a little bit more about why that happened in a minute. One thing you will see from the evidence is that from that point, Elizabeth Broderick was bitter in a major, major way. And what had once been described by her as an ideal marriage suddenly became something very different. From the time of their separation, she essentially went on a campaign to do everything she could to hurt Dan Broderick. One of the ways to hurt him was to try and destroy his reputation, which she knew was important to him. This was not a divorce that he was going to be allowed to have in private. She wanted everyone to hear, and even people who didn't particularly want to hear, all the details that she wanted to share. She actually developed quite a reputation around town for telling her stories, sometimes almost verbatim, to friends, to Dan's colleagues, to her children's teachers, to neighbors, to newspaper.
Barry Adams may have an authentic comment here. What have I not done with my life? Dan Broderick, Dan Markell, Dan D. I'm pushing 40 and haven't gone far or gone live, it seems. The great thing about going live on YouTube is it is accessible. If you've got an account, you've got a name, you have a channel. And even if, as long as your scale is make yourself happy, you can always be successful. Excuse me. There are limits. You have to have like 50 subscribers before you're even allowed to go live. But that's doable if that's something that's a goal. Excuse me, I'm going to take a sip and hope that it fixes everything. I'd like to do a sub thing where it's just people who are subscribers to the channel that are getting tips on how to, make a music video Christmas card for their loved ones, or out of, just a slideshow of snapshots or whatever. Like, there's lots of things that you can do on YouTube to be a creator in your own scope. And if you want to go big, the opportunity's there for that too. But one of the things that's helped keep me going is not having any predetermined idea of, to be successful, I have to have 100,000 subs, or, I need to be getting 1 million views on a video. If the people who are watching it enjoy it, and I'm meeting people and building a community, that's success to me. So, I don't know what you've been doing with your life, Barry Adams, but if you're only pushing 40, 40's young. The old man like me. Old man, look at your life. I'm a lot like you were.
She told her daughter that she was gonna ruin him.
44 and I ain't much more.
Who, right after the separation, tried to offer all sorts of support and help and suggestions for moving on with her life. Lots of marriages break up. A lot of her friends' marriages had broken up. Even they were ultimately driven away by her steadfast refusal to let go and by her need for vengeance. She was described as being out for blood, and that made people feel uncomfortable. And that started at the very beginning, and it never ended. Her story that she told most people about why the marriage broke up, one that she told over and over, was basically of a woman who had given up a wealthy, pampered life to marry this struggling, unsophisticated, even unattractive, according to her, young man, whom she then basically molded. She claimed that she put him through his schooling, that she taught him his social graces, that she financially struggled with him, and then finally, just when he became the success that she had made him, he up and left her for another woman in the cocaine.
That's the story in a nutshell.
She described it. He turned 40, and she became the victim of his midlife crisis. That's a story that, at face value, people are generally inclined to accept because
pretty good story.
Even if it were entirely true, it's not particularly uncommon. But
Smart of her to get out ahead of the defense and just tell that story.
evidence will show that there is a lot more to it than that in this case. There is a real definite amount of distortion and exaggeration in Elizabeth Broderick's accounts of things that even her children who lived through this recognized about the little things and about the big things. Little things like that Dan, who was unquestionably talented in his own right, was already in his third year of medical school when they married. All of his medical school education was paid for by his parents, not by Elizabeth Broderick.
So this is, you didn't put him through school. He was already 2 years into school. But it's medical school and law school, so I think it's 8 years each, right? Like you have to do, maybe you can shave some years off your second degree because you've already done some of the basics, but it's a long time to do both. So the fact that he was 2 years in, like, ooh, you know, she only supported him for 14 years of school, plus 2 years of him trying to get a job out of school.
When he decided to go on to law school, he didn't feel that he should take any more money from his parents. He was the oldest of 9 kids. He had a lot of other kids.
This is her getting ahead of the Epstein credits. So she's going to start explaining how he took the loans on personally, but they were a couple. And she's not really going to get into the Epstein credit part of it, but this is her explaining that he took loans after his parents paid for med school.
Put through school. And so he worked part-time, went to school full-time, and he paid for his law school education entirely by loans that he then paid back with the money that he made as an attorney, a fairly common way of doing it. If Dan and Elizabeth Broderick struggled financially when they were very first married, and they did, they both worked hard, not unlike most young married couples, it wasn't too many years before they were both reaping the benefits of his ultimate success. They moved to San Diego in 1973 when he finished law school, and he was immediately hired by the most prestigious and highest paying law firm in San Diego, right out of the chute. They couldn't have done any better. Dan Broderick immediately impressed people. By 1979, years before they separated, several years, he'd gone into practice on his own. And they were doing very well financially, at least from most people's standards. They had moved to La Jolla, one of the nicest places in San Diego to live. Their children were all in the finest private schools. Over the next few years, they were able to take trips to Europe and Cancun and Bahamas. They took ski vacations every year. Elizabeth Broderick had, in her own words, a closet full of $2,000 dresses. At one ball, she wore a $10,000 designer dress. Dan Broderick wore a top hat and a cape. They were a very striking couple to look at. People know.
Just scanning ahead through the search bar, from the way that the video matches what's happening, I think the testimony I'm looking for is going to be about 20 minutes from now. I'm also thinking that I might not be able to last more than 30 minutes from now. So, just a mental note. We'll see how that plays out. But you guys are wondering when the stream will end. About 30 minutes from now. It's a solid bet for the early bettors.
From the outside, it appeared as though they had it all. But, unfortunately, as is sometimes the case, all of these things do not necessarily make for a happy marriage. Although Elizabeth Broderick has told many people that they were both so happy during these years and that the only problem was Dan and his midlife crisis, that just wasn't true. Because in other contexts, she has admitted that they had significant problems in their marriage from the very beginning. She's admitted that they not only talked about divorce, but that she had threatened divorce, she had demanded divorce herself from the very early years of their marriage.
Thank you, Sue.
Her daughter can remember from the time she was very little,
Me
her
too,
mother
Billie
saying
Jean.
to her, "Your dad and I are going to get a divorce. Who are you going to live with?" Elizabeth Broderick has in fact said, and this may be a real underlying factor, that she was never in love with Dan Broderick. When she met him, he was a nerd. But she married him because she knew he was going to be a success. He was going to be a moneymaker, a money-making machine. And marrying him was a great investment. It fit perfectly into the image that she wanted for her life. The successful husband, the beautiful home, the picture-perfect children, the status of a wealthy social man. This case is not about why the Broderick marriage was troubled, or why it broke up, or who was at fault. Fault is a real tenuous concept when you're talking about a relationship between two people.
We were on a break.
Especially when one of those two isn't here to tell you his side, or what he was going through, or what he was feeling, or how hard he tried. The fact is that the Broderick marriage had always been troubled. And Elizabeth Broderick was never someone who was hesitant at expressing her displeasure over things.
So we don't know that that's a fact, because there's definitely testimony that the marriage actually, was fairly successful for a number of years by a lot of standards. But that said, I'm 35 years removed from it. I definitely wasn't aware of what's going on at the time, but I think this lawyer's doing a very good job of just presenting it, a lot of opinions as fact, but really painting the early image of Betty before the defense says a single word in the trial.
She has, and always has had, a very strong personality. And to someone on the receiving end of that displeasure, life probably wasn't so great. If she was angry at Dan, for example, for having drinks with his friends after work instead of coming immediately home, which was apparently a long-standing bone of contention, she would lock him out of the house. Not just by locking the door, but by wedging his favorite ski in the door, for example, so that when he opened the door, he would break it.
That's
If she was angry at Dan for taking the kids out for pizza and staying out too late on a school night, her response was to throw a stereo at him when he opened the front door.
Sounds
At the
intentional.
dinner table, if she got angry, she was known to pick up ketchup bottles and throw them across the room.
Ketchup's harmless. That's just sending a message.
Sometimes she would intentionally break things that were important to him, like a favorite picture. Her daughter has seen her dig her fingernails into his arms, scratch him, yell at him, throw jars of hair gel at him.
Claws.
Even outside the home, one of the most consistent descriptions from people who knew them during these years was how noticeably critical Elizabeth Broderick always was of Dan in front of other people. Always criticizing his looks, his clothes, his decisions, not major things, just chipping away. Making other people feel uncomfortable. She's described by one friend as being a great put-down artist. And these observations of people, many people,
Well, don't worry, Billie Jean, we'll be coming back to it.
Years before.
This is just a
young woman named
preview.
Linda Cocaine.
You guys are my test audience, and the fact that you guys are kind of feeling the same way I am, where this isn't boring. This is as good as any other trial that's going on. So it's kind of nice having it, that I know when the end is. I know that I don't have to wait anywhere from a week to 2 months for sentencing. I don't have to wait for all the key details of the case. It's 21 days. They're nice and neat. It's a trial that's, could go both ways. There's arguments that I'm willing to be swayed. I don't really have, what do they call it? I don't have a horse in this race. Sarah would want the whole horse, but, it's such a stupid thing to say, to look in the horse's mouth. Guys know why you don't look in a horse's mouth? Or why you don't look a gift horse in the mouth is the expression. And it's because you would look a horse in the mouth to see the length of its teeth. Long in the tooth is an expression. Basically, it's an old horse because you don't shave the teeth. So, the older you get, the longer those teeth get. So if you get a gift horse and the first thing you do is look in the mouth, you're not appreciative of the gift. You're like, oh, probably your old worthless shit. So that's the point they're making with don't look a gift horse in the mouth. And it's like, but I want the whole mouth, Peter. It's not how an analogy works. It's metaphors, similes, aphorisms, whatever it is. Sarah didn't get it.
Ever came into the picture. In fact, they were noticeable to people even before their youngest son, Rhett, was born in 1979. Linda Colquina moved to San Diego in 1983. She had worked for several years in Atlanta as a paralegal for another attorney. She'd been a flight attendant for Delta Airlines before that.
Yeah, no,
And
don't
she
worry.
decided
If you
to
want
move to
to
San
duck
Diego.
out of this, when we do restart this trial, we'll be starting at the beginning of it anyway. So this is just a little, when you see it again, you'll be like, oh, okay, I know where this is going. I can kind of nod off. I can make my coffee. I can engage with the chat and start paying attention on day 3 when I have no idea what's going on.
The attorney that she worked for, who thought the world of her and her abilities, recommended several attorneys here in San Diego to look up for a job, and one of them was Dan Broderick, who at the time was expanding and
This is how he met the woman he had an affair with.
Dan hired her in September of 1983 as a paralegal office manager. She was 22 years old. She too was very bright. She was full of life and fun and uncritical. And it's clear that ultimately Dan Broderick fell in love with her.
Real easy to fall in love with a woman who's uncritical, full of life, and 21 years younger than your spouse.
And she fell in love with him. And she loved him for who he was, and not just the stats that he could provide.
Sure, she did.
It
True love.
shouldn't have happened. It was wrong. He was a married man with 4 kids, and it shouldn't have happened. but it did. And Dan Broderick struggled for 2 years with what he should do about it. His unhappiness in the marriage, by the way, was not a secret between them. The separation wasn't something that just came out of the blue. By the summer of 1983, 2 years before they actually separated, he had tried to tell Elizabeth Broderick that he was unhappy, that it wasn't working, that he wanted out. This is when she has claimed he said all sorts of mean, cruel things about her being old and fat and boring. And other times she has said that he was never cool. Nevertheless, it was very shortly after that when Elizabeth Broderick did something that certainly had a significant impact on Dan
What'd she
and
do?
on the marriage. She slit her wrists. This happened in November of 1983.
So this is interesting for the prosecution because they bring this up and then they say that it was like a bullshit, she faked it for attention, which is still a crazy thing to bring up in the opening statements about, so-and-so did XYZ. Why do you got to bring in the fact that she engaged in a little self-harm? But
after Dan told her that he wanted out of the marriage. And right about the time that she claimed she started to suspect that he was involved with Linda cocaine. She hadn't uncovered anything that confirmed that, but he had hired her in September.
Night,
and she
termite.
suspected, and her response was to slit her wrists with a razor. She had 4 children at the time. The youngest was 4 years old. Elizabeth Broderick herself has described that when Dan found her that night,
gift horse,
that he
okay.
cried,
I'll remember that, Sue,
that
if
he
I can
told
remember.
her nothing was going on, and that he promised to stay with her. And he did, for another 2 very tumultuous years. By the way, the cuts on her wrists turned out to be very superficial ones. She never required any stitches. She never required any medical treatment at all. This was not a true suicide attempt. It was an example of the extremes that she would go to control
Attention seeker.
people. But things never got any better. Even Elizabeth Broderick has admitted that those next 2 years were miserable. It was during that time, for example, that she decided to burn his clothes, Dan's clothes.
Okay, this
She went
gets
to
a little...
Dan's office one day, apparently to surprise him, and he wasn't there, and she immediately assumed that he was doing something inappropriate with Linda, which was not the case.
He hadn't
And
started
so she
cheating
went
with her
home,
yet.
she gathered up all his clothes, armful after armful, dumped them in a big pile in the backyard, and while her children tried to stop her,
Mom, no!
she poured gasoline all over them and lit them into a bonfire in the backyard. She was in a rage, she was furious, and she acted on her anger.
So if that's a documented event, that's a little crazy. I don't know what it means in the scheme of the second-degree murder, but you don't want to have that on your record of, yeah, I did that. I burned all his clothes because he wasn't there for a meeting when he should have been. Although the fact that he wasn't there and she wasn't there, I don't know why the attorney is stipulating that they weren't cheating on that occasion. How does she know?
When the marriage ended in February of 1985, it followed shortly on the heels of an argument that Christmas, where Elizabeth Broderick was again furious.
Night, Barry Adams.
But this time it was because Dan had not bought her the present that she wanted.
This is pretty harsh, too.
And this is her own description of that. I also had a ring on my wish list, a beautiful diamond eye popper from the collection in La Jolla. We certainly had the money for it. It looked great on my long fingers, and God knows, after all he put me through, I'd earned it. In fact, I told him he owed me big this Christmas. He presented me with a teeny-weeny ring like you'd give a 10-year-old. It wouldn't even fit my pinky, and I wouldn't be caught dead wearing it anyway. I didn't need a ring. I only wanted the ring. If he didn't want to splurge for the ring, he needn't have insulted me with that tiny piece of shit.
So this seems
I
like
told him
a
it
Corey
wasn't even worth
Richards
the gas in my car to return it.
more than a Sarah. But, you know, the ungratefulness, the pettiness, the shallowness, like these are not endearing traits to the jury. And I'm sure did not help her battered spouse or, you know, her claims of being gaslit when this is also on her record.
To my daughter. Like I said, it was ultimately Dan Broderick's decision to leave the marriage, even though Elizabeth Broderick had left before. There was one occasion where she just disappeared for a couple of days. But it wasn't because he suddenly turned 40, and it wasn't because he suddenly had a midlife crisis, and it wasn't because he didn't like the fact that Elizabeth Broderick had gotten old and fat. She was neither old nor fat when they separated. She was only 37 years old, and she was in fact thin and beautiful.
Prosecutors got the hots for Betty Broderick.
In fact, this is a photograph of her in 1985, the year that they separated. It didn't have anything to do with rejecting her for her looks. It had to do with being in a loveless and volatile and unhappy marriage for years, recognizing that it wasn't going to get any better, and finally deciding that he just couldn't live that way anymore. If Elizabeth Broderick was angry about things and felt that he owed her before the marriage ended, Dan Broderick was totally unprepared for what was to come after.
What was going to come after? Oh, that was a good sip of water. That is a fucking chart. Look at the size of that. Needs two people to turn the page.
One of the other ways that you'll hear about that Elizabeth Broderick chose to exact some revenge
15, 13, 9,
perhaps
and
the most
6
significant
years old are the children.
was her
without giving their
refusal to
names.
take care of their children after their separation. After their separation, you will hear that Dan Broderick obtained custody of their 4 children, and he did. But it wasn't because he snatched them away in some fancy legal move, which is how she always described it. It was because she gave them to him, intentionally. One by one, over the course of a couple of months right after the separation, she just dropped them off with him, in tears, not understanding what was going on.
It's a pretty wild accusation too, but yeah, that she just would dump the kids off progressively. Oh, he thinks he can take care of one? Well, here's 2 kids. And the kids who previously had a great relationship with the mom from all accounts. What the hell are you doing, Mom? Mom, no. I want to live with you. What are you doing? But scorned mom, like, you know, let's see how he lives, trying to see what woman wants to be with him with 4 kids. See what my life is like, trapped with 4 kids.
The comment that she made to several of her friends was, if I'm not going to be Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick, he can take care of the kids. See what woman wants him with 4 kids. She knew that he was totally ill-equipped to be a full-time parent. He was a full-time workaholic attorney. And dumping the kids in his lap was a way of punishing him. It was, she wasn't about to let him leave her and go have a carefree single lifestyle. It was, you want to leave? Fine, here's what you get.
The cat for staying as long as you have.
Refused to take the children like he could have. He didn't pick them up and dump them back on her. They were traumatized enough. He couldn't understand why she was doing it, but he basically set about trying to take care of all 4 kids the best he could. And it was tough. It was tough on all of them. He wasn't real good at it. He'd never been their primary caretaker. He'd been the primary wage earner.
Try and remember
But he
gift
did
horse.
try. He certainly didn't abandon them. When Elizabeth Broderick found out,
I wonder if I could do something about the gift horse and wanting the whole horse as some sort of a short to Rolling Stones' Wild Horses. Wild horses could not drive me away from you. I want the whole mouth. I don't know. That doesn't really have a ring. I could make it work.
realized that forcing him to take care of the kids didn't really make him as miserable as she thought. When they actually all started doing reasonably well,
And now it all
She just got
backfires
angry.
on me.
her attitude then was, how dare he actually keep them? But she wouldn't take the kids back, even though at that point he would have willingly let her. They were a tremendous handful for him. And she has lots of excuses for that. She started acting out in other destructive ways. On one occasion, she went out and bought a can of black spray paint and spray painted all over the inside and outside of the house. On another occasion, she took a pie and
It's half my house. I can paint the house if I want. She showed up with spray paint and just started painting the house. Fuck you and your assets, Dan. There's something very I can appreciate where she went to with that move.
all over his clothes and the bedspread and the carpet. She'd throw rocks at his car, she'd rip off his antenna, dump trash in the front yard. This sort of thing was going on for months and months after the separation, right after the separation. It was such a traumatic time for these kids, and these things were making it very difficult. Dan Broderick pleaded with her to stop.
That's why I'm a Dan D instead of a
But
Dan
her
B.
response was basically that it was her house too, and it was.
Well, the
And so she
Dan
could do anything
B's
she wanted.
should have left all their exes
Finally,
in
after
Texas. Hung their hat in Tennessee.
several months, he didn't know what else to do, and so he went to court and he got a restraining order to try and prevent her from coming over and vandalizing the house. Unfortunately, getting served with the restraining order just made her madder. No court was gonna tell her what to do. And besides, she felt that if she was hurt, and she was angry, and she was acting out like this, it wasn't her fault. She didn't want the divorce, he did. It was his fault for leaving her in the first place. In December of 1985, it was 10 months after the separation. They separated in February. By December, Dan Broderick decided to move out of La Jolla to the house in Marsden Hills that you saw where he was ultimately killed. Maybe moving into another part of town, into a different house, might help diffuse things, make this stuff stop. But the problem was that he still did want the divorce, and she still did not. And so it didn't stop. A large part of hurting him then became actively trying to get her children to hate their father as much as she did.
Look at that stenography.
In fact, her goal was, and still is, to get everyone to join in her hate.
She has to turn that back into words.
Some of the evidence that you'll hear that shows the intensity of her hate, her desire to publicly drag Dan Broderick through the muck, and her attempts to sabotage her children's relationship with their father, comes from the messages that she would leave on the phone answering machine at the Marsden Hills house.
I'll second. I didn't
Sometime in
even
1986, Dan
kind
had
of reading.
installed an
Dreadful Penny does some Sarah Boone coverage, and she is from my neck of the woods. She's from BC, Canada. We don't have any connection to each other, but I've seen some of her content, and I can appreciate the West Coast sensibility. Definitely worth a watch. I like her takes on Third Rail. She seems very comfortable with just taking their material and not throwing any shout outs out there. It's just like, I'm reporting on this, it's out there, and I owe nothing to you as far as thank you for the information. So, I don't know if she does give a cursory thank you or not. It was her that brought up to me that Third Rail has a logo that only has 2 rails in it. There's just, if you look at the Third Rail logo, it's a railroad track. It's not a subway track that would have a powered third rail. So, if railway cars use steam or coal or whatever to power the locomotive, there's no power being transferred through the third rail. There's only 2 rails. But, yeah, that's their logo. But check out Dreadful Penny. I've lost the comment at this point, but definitely, I think it's Dreadful Penny 2 or whatever. If you look up Dreadful Penny and Sarah Boone, you'll probably find her channel, and it's good.
Machine on his phone, right about the time when those things started becoming popular. During that time, Elizabeth Broderick had been saying things to him, and particularly to the children, that when he would describe them to other people, they had a hard time believing. Sexually describing him and Linda in sexually explicit terms was one example. Telling her children that she was going to kill her father was another. Dan Broderick finally started keeping some of these answering machine messages, some of the ones that were particularly bad, so that, for example, the children's psychologist who was trying to help them through this time could hear what she was actually saying.
That's absolutely
I'm gonna play
right, Sue.
a sample of some of those messages.
Oh, here we go. Here's the messages. I made it. I stayed awake. Tune in. Strap in.
Stick with the recorder to kind of take this down.
Yes.
These are messages that she left on the answering machine. She knew.
Yes.
It's not even like she got tricked into, I didn't know he was recording. I was just saying it to make him think. Beep, leave your message. This is almost as stupid as Sarah's recordings. And I definitely, when I was sympathetic to Betty, this was the turning point for me where I was like, okay, maybe I'm on the prosecution's side. Defense, what do you got?
Love this machine because then I can really just say anything I want. Tell the kids that you don't think it's wrong that your school in the cunt in the hall that has their legs wide open for anybody who comes by, and you're paid for it. God, you got a sense of humor. I love it. Well, stopped going account long enough to return my calls, left messages on the machine with the maid, with the secretary, etc., etc. I have very important things to ask you. You're making me mad. I'll kill you. Oh, look at it, it's me. I took the advice of hundreds of people who told me to call Marvin Mitchelson a year ago. I finally did it, called him. He's going to come down here and tar and feather and make even a bigger public asshole of yourself than you've done all by yourself. I'm just going to have to pay a little for it. This is going to be fun. Hey, I'm just going to let it. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, tougher they talk.
This is going to be fun.
I'm having so much fun. I love this machine. You suckers, you. Anyway, you remember how your favorite case was going to court, the guy went to court to prove the other guy was an asshole and won? I want to go to court to prove you. I'll win. I love it. This is going to be so much fun.
I love the judge just like listening, taking it in.
All you know about clean anyway, the mere existence is a filthy statement on human life. It's just, you're like the scum of the earth. People like you are not new, you know. They've been around since the beginning of time. Same old story. Yeah. I wonder when my kids are coming home. Oh well. Call back later, I guess, just to harass you. This is a message to the You have one hell of a nerve dumping the kids here on the sidewalk and zooming away without making any attempt to communicate with me about my plans for the weekend.
This starts to sound like Sarah now.
I have a good mind to dump the kids back on yours and drive away.
My plans.
We have a lot to talk about, asshole. And come pick up your 4 children that you're working so hard to have custody of. Congratulations, you can have them. Someone really tell me you're afraid of me. You better damn well be afraid of me and keep pulling shit like this. Better pay this insurance bill now, or you're gonna be damn afraid of me. Yes, this is Mommy. I'm out of the shower now. Where are you? You can make a choice today about staying with me or staying with the cunt sucker.
The cunt sucker. Is there a lot more of this?
Ladies and gentlemen, this time we'll take our morning recess. We'll be in recess until 5 after. Give you enough time? We're recessed till 5 minutes after 11. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves or let anyone else discuss it with you.
All right.
Forming
If we're
opinions
in recess,
telematic.
I'm also going to take a recess. That was just the beginning. There are more messages too. There's outright, I'm going to kill you. Kill you and your cunt sucker. Linda's generally referred to as a cunt sucker. It's starting to get too early for me to use terms like cunt sucker, so we'll stop that. Barry Adams says, know that. Yes, know that indeed. I think know that this is near the end of the stream here. You guys are diehards or early risers that are just like, oh, what's going on? Check out the stream. 7 hours. He's been on for 7 hours and 20 minutes. 55 seconds. It's too much, Dan D. It's too much. We need a break. Time out. So I'm going to give you the break. I don't know. How do we want to finish today? Do we want to watch? I'll give, I guess, 3 choices. We can rewatch the trailer. This is how we started it. A little sizzle reel for Large Man, Small Car, which was the YouTube channel this was before I repurposed it into the Sarah Boone channel. So there's that. I could try and sing the Canadian anthem again, and we'll do like the broadcast TV sign off. You've reached the end of your broadcast day. Dan D has enjoyed your viewership, but tune in tomorrow. We leave you with the Kilted Yaxman. Our country reeks of trees. Our yaks are very large, and they smell like rotting beef carcasses. That is not our anthem. That's the Ren and Stimpy Royal Kilted Yaxman to the tune of an American anthem of some sort. Da, da, da. Our country, 'tis of thee. Our country, 'tis of thee. Yeah, that's what it's from. Anyway, won't be singing that. So you got the choice of end of a broadcast day. This is O Canada. I'll sing it. I'll salute, and we'll sign off. We'll just go beep. You got to wake up and turn off the TV and go to sleep. What's the third option? What's the third option? Okay, there's 2 options. Third option is I don't do either of them. We just say goodnight. You can go watch my lemon pound cake video. It's 40 minutes long. That's pretty entertaining, and you can learn how to make lemon pound cake. So option 1, watch the trailer. This is how we started. That's how we end. Like the beginning, from ashes to ashes to dust, the night is over, and Sarah's got drawers that are full of rust. How is Linda is if she's with a dude? How is Linda if she's with a dude? Linda. Oh, so Linda was Dan's assistant, and She's not the train that helps out SKR. She's just a young woman that was enamored with Dan Broderick and his enormous salary. God Save the King, which became... Oh, okay, yeah. I prefer the Sex Pistols version for that. God save the Queen, da, da, and the fascist regime, da, da, da. Remember to hit the like button. It's cutting off on, so it just looked like, remember to hit the like button. And then I saw on down at the bottom, but gotta love that like button. Hit the like button. Smack that till you get sore. Smack that. Barry Adams, can't call her a see you next Tuesday. Sucker. So okay, being clever instead of me just out there being vulgar at 8:46 in the a.m. Eastern time. He's using more clever language than inebriated dandy has been using thus far. I blame it on my parents. It's my mum with the sailor's tongue. All right, so what are we gonna do? Are we gonna watch the trailer? What was option 2? Fuck, I narrowed it down from 3 because I couldn't. Trailer for large man, small car. Let's see if I can find that. And if somebody remembers what option 2 was, you can go ahead and suggest it, and we'll do that too. Or either, or. I think we'll just have to go backwards.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Dan D.
Hi, Dan.
A YouTube content creator.
I know
that
who you
focuses.
So this was the channel that I tried to start my YouTube journey with. I made this one video and realized that being a large man, it's a poor idea to sleep in a small car. So we do have this fairly professional trailer, and this was the one and only video done on this site for the first 3 years it existed, and then the Sarah Boone content popped up 3 years later. Oh, it's loud. Taking it down. That's Niagara Falls, taken from the Canadian side. Had nothing to do with the road trip thing, just footage that I happened to have from a work trip 10 years before making this, but you know, you get your footage where you can. The idea was to drive around local areas to me, and then instead of staying in hotels, use the money that I saved from sleeping in my car to check out some cool, you know, local attraction. So if it costs, you know, $130 to stay at the Best Western, well, now I've got $130 that I can spend at the rodeo if I was in Calgary, or, you know, something like that. So that was the concept. But the first night I tried sleeping in my car sucks so bad, I'm not doing this. Free mattress, that was just another photo. I was driving around a small town out here at the Kootenays and saw that on the side of the road. Like, the guy thought that spray painting directly on the mattresses would help move them because nobody was taking them as free mattresses on the side of the road. Free matris. That was the first video of my YouTube career. I don't know what else I promised. I don't know what else to offer. I think we might be done. Let me just increase this chat so I can read again. Woke up. Errands. You got to do your errands and chores for a sense of accomplishment. Then you can get drunk. Pretend judge. Oh yeah, you've got a lot of replay to enjoy, but the live content is really dried up at this point. I might have to wait till my year in review to have enough content to do an 8-hour stream. It is kind of cool. One of my first streams was 8.5 hours, but that was just ridiculous. I was doing it for the number. It was like 500 minutes, and I was like, ooh, am I the longest first-time streamer ever? Then I looked up some of the longest streams ever, and they've been going for 5 years, and like, this is stupid. Okay, we're not going for the longest ever. We're going to shut her down pretty quick. So, thank you for the hearts. I can't believe that you guys have stayed with me as long as you have. When I say you guys are fine and I'm Dan D, I really mean it. You guys are so fine. It's a pleasure to make content for you. I'm excited to do the Betty Broderick stuff. I think this could be a unique thing that kind of, the Dan D community covered it, and you guys can bring it up when you're watching other trials. Like, oh, this is like what I saw in the Betty Broderick trial. And maybe that'll be my contribution to the zeitgeist. Howdy to you all, standing guys. I'm barely standing. I'm sitting, but I will stand on my way to the bed, and then I will lie horizontally for 2 to 12 hours. I'm not sure. It's possible I'll wake up after 2 when the lights come on and when the sun comes from behind the mountain. I'm glad that you've enjoyed it, Barry Adams. I am glad that everyone else who is here has enjoyed it. This is a fun rewatch of Dan D material that will be here in the replay. Oh shit, somehow I've made myself opaque and in the background. Here, I'll center myself. Yeah, this is here for the fans. This is here for you. Thank you for being here. Enjoy all the other great creators that are out there. There's a lot of good content. We're lucky. We're lucky as viewers to have so many creators creating cool stuff for us. And I am one of you as much as I am trying to be one of the creators as well. So thank you for being here. You guys are so fine. I'm Dan D. It's been 7.5 hours. But this is the end of this live stream. Cheers. And night, termites. Good night. Goodbye. Live long and prosper.